Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is reaction night, and we may open the panel up later after we react to Anton Daniels versus Corey Holcomb. We may open the panel up for open panel debate night, but we'll see. Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio. New podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. Again, I am your host, Cooley. Tonight, we are doing a reaction video to Anton Daniels versus Corey Holcomb on the Corey Holcomb show. I believe it's the 5150 show. That's the show that Corey Holcomb hosts. And we're going to get right into that. But first and foremost, let's get to normal schedule programming. We got a few links in the YouTube description. First link is going to be for the members. So if you like the content and you want to support the content, become a member. You can do so by clicking the first link that's in the YouTube description. We got 3 tiers. First tier is Gang, second tier is Hitman, third tier is Mob Ties. You join any of those tiers, you are welcome to the cookout. The next link is going to be for the Clips channel, I do believe. Sign up for the Clips channel, subscribe to the Clips channel if you already haven't, and we post clips on there daily. And then we have all of the social media accounts listed below as well. We do have the link to join the stream tonight that is pinned in the YouTube comments. After we go ahead and react to this video, we will open a panel up to open panel debate night. And yeah, that's what I got for you guys today. So send in some super chats. Let me know you got your guys' thoughts on the video that we're going to react to. And if anyone wants to come in later for open panel debate night, just prepare. We can debate about anything that you want to debate about. Remember, over here on this show, you have the upper hand because, you know, I'm unprepared, but you can come prepared. You can do your homework. You can study my material. You can watch me for weeks, for months, for years. Look at all my content. You can find a chink in the armor, and then you can expose that chink in the armor by joining open panel debate night. So that's why I do it, man. That's why I do it, man. To have the haters come on up, or just the people that has a different opinion than mine, to see if, you know, they can defeat me. And maybe you can steal some of my fame by defeating me in open panel debate night. But anyways, let's hop into this. If anyone isn't aware of Anton Daniels, he's been, you know, on social media for a while. He is a conservative and he does a lot of political content on his channel. So shouts out to him. If anyone isn't aware of Corey Holcomb, he is a comedian. So we have a political commentator, which is Anton Daniels. I believe Anton Daniels has been on Fox and stuff like that. And then we have Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb, he's been on everywhere. He did a lot of, he's been on some movies. He's did a lot of comedy tours and been on a lot of different comedy shows and things like that too. So both of these brothers are respected in their genre, right? Both of them are respected. So just got to give respect to where it's due for both of them right before we hop into the content. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and break it down, and I'm going to give you guys my unbiased opinion on this debate. I did not watch it. The only thing that I seen was like small little 30-second Instagram clips. And I'm like, this seems interesting. Let me go ahead and react to this. So that's what I got in store for you guys today. Get the likes up before we get started. All right, and we are also live on Facebook as well. Everyone that's tuning in on Facebook, come on over to YouTube, man. YouTube is much better. The quality is better. You get to engage in the show more on YouTube. Swing on over to YouTube, man. Let's go. All right, so let's hop right into this. Yeah, so no movies. Okay, I see y'all in the comments checking me already. Thank you for that. No movies, because Corey opinions is if your movie, you did something gay. Okay, so Corey wasn't in no movies. I thought he was in like a movie or something. I could be wrong, though. Okay, then just, I guess a lot of comedy shows then. Fair enough. All right, let's get right into this. Let me go ahead and share my screen. One second here, chat. All right, here we go. All right, we're going to start right from the beginning because I didn't see any of it at all. It says that it's 2 hours, 45 minutes long. I'm not sure how long it'll be for this engagement, but we'll see. If we need to skip around and get to like the meat of the conversation, pause, we'll go ahead and do so.
My man, you dig what I'm saying? A lot of y'all know we said he was coming. Anton in the house. Hey man, let me tell you something. I'm so glad you here because people need to see a clash like this. Not a clash within something bad, just people who got something to say, like what you say and what I say. I think it's gonna be interesting.
I do too. Yeah. I think it's going to.
So already off the bat, you can already tell that they are aware that they have different opinions. They have disagreements on one another's perspectives, different perspectives on their worldview and stuff like that. So you can already tell that it's a little bit of tension already, right? So let's continue on.
Be really interesting.
Yeah, we had a great conversation too. We had time before you got here, so we had a great conversation.
I buttered it up, so.
You don't need to butter.
I made sure that she felt good about this.
Yeah, you don't need to butter.
We still trying to get Shannon Sharp on here, so Darlene can have something to do after the show. That should be proud of.
Oh, brother. Too old. That man don't want this.
Well, I know
your chat think they tough. I noticed
They think they tough?
They think they tough.
Yeah. They be out there.
They not that tough.
Uh-oh.
We seen
charging them up.
It's tension already, as you can see. Now, if you guys aren't aware, it almost breaks out into a fight. But we're going to get to that. We're going to go ahead and react to all of that. But the tension is there. You see Anton Daniels. He's making a comment in regards to Corey Holcomb's chat. So obviously he's saying like, oh, man, your chat is funny. Like your chat is, obviously he's saying that is because obviously Corey Holcomb's chat had to been saying something about Anton Daniels. Maybe Corey Holcomb's chat was hopping in Anton Daniels' chat, talking smack. I don't know. I'm speculating right now. I'm only going off of what's being said. I'm psychoanalyzing this.
Oh, here we go.
We seen worse. I don't pay attention to niggas that don't got no profile picture.
I always
I promise to God, bro.
And they scared to step.
Yeah, I think my speculation was right.
Forth.
I don't pay attention. I think them type of niggas jerk off in their socks.
Yeah.
Well, now they've gotten so savvy where they can actually put a picture, but you open it up and it's like, oh, no post, no nothing. It's like, okay.
We don't take that serious.
Exactly. Keyboard cowards is what I call them.
Somebody said, what Craig had, he on time out. Craig had a show, folks.
That's right. Craig
going out here doing his thing.
Papa Craig.
But anyway, let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. There's so much to say. I know we ain't gonna be able to get to it all, but
we're gonna try.
There's so much to say. I gotta ask you this, just off top.
I'm with it.
How do you?
Homie is chewing gum, eating candy while he's streaming. And shout outs to Corey Holcomb, man. He don't have a whole lot of subscribers, but he has a cult fan base. Corey Holcomb, when he streams on YouTube, he averages anywhere from 7,000 to 11,000 live viewers watching at once just on YouTube. So shouts out to him and his fan base because, boy, they are dedicated. And, that's a brother, it makes sense because Corey Holcomb been in the game for a while. He's been a comedian for, 15 15, maybe even 20 years. He's been a comedian, probably a good 15 years. He's been a comedian for a minute. So he built up his audience very well.
You feel, because we ain't going to do all politics, because that ain't what the show
We
about.
got to get there, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't want you to miss no points.
All right, I'm with it.
What do you feel about this nation as they jack other nations for their resources and play it off like it's other reasons? I'm talking about this nation, the U.S.
That's the part of the game.
When you say the part of the game, I don't understand. Do you think
Everybody done been conquered. Slavery didn't exist way before we ever came in here.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see what the problem is.
Well, I tell you like this.
So as you can see already right off the bat, Corey Holcomb's question, it's telling because it's basically exposing his worldview. Already, Corey Holcomb doesn't understand that he doesn't understand how the world works, that the world doesn't know you understanding. It's up to you to understand the world, right? So, well, what do you feel about, this country stealing or taking things from other countries? Obviously, he's referring to the thing that just happened in Venezuela with what Trump did over there. And possibly he's even referring to a few other things as well. And Anton Daniels' response was based, he was like, well, that's how the world works. So already you can see the clash of worldviews. Corey Holcomb, he's coming from a standpoint of speaking about morality, how things should be. And then Anton Daniels, he's like, this is how the world is. He's not giving his moral perspective at all. He's just telling Corey Holcomb like, well, this is how the world is, man. This is what's going to happen, right?
I cannot respect men who are claim jackers. Like I don't.
What? Give me an example.
Like the United States.
No, give me an example, like a real life thing. Like, what did they take?
The United States.
Like taking this country?
Not just taking this country. How do you think you got here?
The transatlantic slave trade.
You a smart man.
Right. I studied it. I know all about it.
So it's very hard to be.
So once again, Corey Holcomb, he's showing that he lacks understanding of how the world works. He's saying that I can't respect someone, and he's speaking about America. That's what he said. He can't respect America because America took this land from the Native Americans and things like that. Well, okay, that's fair. If I was Anton Daniels, I would have said, bro, everybody took land from everybody. If you look back in history, even in Africa, they was taking land. One nation and one tribe would take land from other people's land and conquer this land and do these things. This was happening all across the globe throughout history since the beginning of time, since the fall of man. So Corey Holcomb, he just lacks understanding on this, and he's putting the blame on America. So let's see how Anton Daniels handles this.
Respectful of what is here when me, for example, as an African American male, I know how I got here. I didn't take the cheap flight on Frontier here. My people were kidnapped. My people were robbed. They what?
They were sold by Africans.
You say all the people were sold by Africans?
How you think what you think white people came over there and got us?
Yes.
No, they were sold.
So
they just capitalized off of it better than the Africans did.
Okay, so you're saying that all of the black people that were brought here were sold by Africans.
Correct.
So the white people were just doing transactions over there.
Absolutely. It was.
All right, so now that's one claim that Anton Daniels is making. I would disagree with that. Not all slaves that came over here from Africa was sold. We already know historically this isn't true. Yes, Africans were selling their slaves to the Americans, but also the Americans was taking slaves too. They was taking them as well. But then not only that, we can already say that, it's a lot of evidence that, African looking people was already over here. The Native Americans, we can say that they had a lot of Afrocentric qualities within their look, the pigment in their skin. Some of them even have old pictures, and even there's books out there that shows that, they were actually like nappy-headed Africans already over here. So it's information out there where it's like, maybe not all. Like when you make that all claim, you're making a universal claim. And I know that exceptions don't make the rule. Currently, right now, I am speaking about an exception because it is a small percentage. Most of the slaves were sold to the white man, and a small percentage maybe some niggas was already over here. And then another small percentage, maybe some of the whites took it. But for Anton Daniels, when you're doing a debate like this, you want to be very specific. But I'm fine with that. I'm fine with leaving out that exception to the rule. I do it all the time myself, so can't blame them.
Capitalism. See, the thing about white people, you think that racism is inherently in them. Racism is inherently in all of us. Black people is some of the most racist people I've ever seen in my entire life. We don't even like each other.
So can I ask you a question?
No, hold on. Let's stay there.
Okay.
We don't even like each other. And so black people participate. Some of the first slavers in the United States of America was black people.
These are facts. Actually, when slavery became legal, the first legal slave owner was a black man. So Anton is speaking facts right now.
That's the truth. So what I'm trying to understand is,
was slavery in the United States before?
Slavery existed thousands of years before we got here.
Okay.
Slavery was on every single continent in this world.
And what I would have mentioned to Corey Holcomb, since he isn't aware of history, I would have mentioned, the Arabs, they were engaged in slavery way before the Europeans and for a much longer time. So if you think that, racism is only within white people, well, what about the Arabs, right? What about them? Because they were engaging in slavery and taking a lot of Africans as their slaves way before the white man, and they did it for a much longer time. And then also everyone, again, engaged in slavery. White people enslaved white people, and everybody was enslaving everybody, man.
That's a fact. Now, the thing that's a problem with it is that, and this is the problem that I have, what you niggas want?
What do you mean when you say what you need?
What do y'all want? Because y'all complaining about it over and over again, and I'm trying to understand what is it that y'all looking for. What is going to help y'all?
A whole thing that has happened.
Because I'm solutions oriented, and I'm tired of niggas that ain't never been through shit complaining about shit that they ain't never been through.
If you black in the United States, you've been through some shit.
But I'm tired of niggas complaining about shit.
That doesn't even make any sense. So already what Corey Holcomb said, and once again, I like both of these brothers. I'm being very transparent here. Corey Holcomb, his show is very entertaining. Anton Daniels, very entertaining. So I'm being completely objective here. I have no relations with any of them. I never met any of them. I've never spoken to any of them. So with that being said, it's just like you're getting an objective perspective here. What Corey Holcomb doesn't tend to understand is he's speaking from like a victim mindset, and he wants Anton Daniels to engage in the victimhood. And then he says something, if you're a black American, then you've been through something. Well, no, you haven't been through some things. Let's think about the people, the Gen Zs. They lived a very coddled life. Even me lived a very coddled life. We were all free. Everyone after slavery, you was a free man. Now we can say the people that was dealing with the KKK, man, they had it hard, right? When you was dealing with the KKK back in the 1940s and 50s and even in the 60s and things like that. In the South, they had it hard. Jim Crow, segregation, probably not even. Black people was doing better. Statistically, it shows that black people were doing better socioeconomically than we were doing better back then than we are now, especially as far as like the nuclear family home. It was like 90% of black homes had the father and the mother, and they were married. Currently, right now, is it's like 27%, 30% of black homes have the father and the mother. So what, 70% of homes is being raised, children are being raised by single mother homes within the black community. So we're not doing too good as far as that is concerned. Also, as far as the degeneracy, gang violence and things like that. Back in the day during segregation, bro, we ain't have no gang violence in the black community. So Corey Holcomb's perspective on things is limited. You can tell he's not really researched on things, but let's get more into it.
Shit that they have never been through. You've been through some shit, but you ain't been through that.
I don't understand. What are you saying?
Because most of the niggas that's complaining about it ain't never even really seen real racism. These is new niggas. All of these internet niggas right here, these is new niggas.
So are you saying black people in the United States, some of them have skipped over racism?
Yes.
And he's laughing because I can understand his point of view, Corey Holcomb's, because at some point, most black people had the victim mindset. I wouldn't say all, but most black people was groomed to have a victim mindset via the education system, because all we learned in school as far as the black history was, man, we started off as slaves, right? So that's going to create some victimhood there. So Corey Holcomb, it seems that he never overcame the victimhood, and that would possibly be due to lack of education, lack of knowledge, and, lack of research. He hasn't really went out there and did any research and found the truth. Seems like he wasn't really seeking the truth. He's just okay with the narrative that's been fed to him.
Definitively.
Come on, man.
Definitively. You have a greater chance of being killed by somebody that look like you than to ever interact with somebody that don't look like you and kill you.
But do you
That's
understand,
a fact.
Do you understand that it's made like that on purpose?
Yeah, so here, Corey Holcomb, and I'm sorry to you guys to pause it, but I just want to give you guys some perspective here too. Corey Holcomb says, do you understand that it's made like that on purpose? Because Corey Holcomb is coming from a perspective that, listen, bro, evil white man, he organized everything. It's systematic racism. Racism is in the air. It's in the food that we eat, bro. We can't escape it. We can't get away from it. This is Corey Holcomb's perspective, right? So when you're debating someone like this, you gotta fully, Anton is spitting facts right now. He just dishing it out. He giving it to him. He's not really breaking him down to the molecular level, all the way down to the atom. And for someone like Corey Holcomb, that's what you need to do.
It's the system. The system against us. I got it.
Okay, but the position you and your people are in.
Who was my people?
Black people. Do you claim black people?
I'm a Christian first. I claim.
Well, I think something's wrong with that. If you don't want to say you're a black man first, I think something's wrong with
black
that.
Black is a construct. They told you that you was black.
Okay, well,
that's
brown.
Why you start
Brown
believing
then.
it. No. We not brown. We not black. We not none of that shit.
Oh, well, what are we?
We not none. For me, I'm a believer in God. That's what I am. My foundation is always going to be Christianity, Christ, Jesus first. I don't claim none of that other shit. You're not gonna get me to believe in you based off of some shit that you can't control. You didn't pick it. And the thing about other cultures, whether you black, Chinese, Asians don't fuck with each other just because they Asian. Chinese people and Japanese people and Taiwanese people, they're all different. Koreans are different. All white people don't fuck with all white people. So why do I have an obligation to fuck with somebody just because he black?
Okay.
And then the definition of how you define black is based off of something that a white man gave to you.
Okay, well, trust me, brother. You white people, let me tell you something. I know Caucasian people that have looked at me and threw me licks. But I am from Chicago.
And I'm from Detroit.
And Anton Daniels broke it down perfectly there, because every worldview consists of epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics. Epistemology, the theory of knowledge. You got metaphysics, that's speaking about fundamental things like what is and why it is. It speaks about the things that transcend the physical. So space, morality, logic, things like that. And then you have ethics, which is, basically moral principles and things like that. So Anton Daniels answers it perfectly. He said, well, I'm not black first. I'm a Christian first. Right? I'm a Christian first because that's where my morals come from. That's where my epistemology comes from, and that's where my how I believe in the divine. So metaphysics. That's where I derived that from. So he broke it down perfect. He made it simple, and Corey didn't understand that. Like if you just say, "Well, I'm black first," is like, well. Like, we can say that, black itself, like Anton Daniels said, well, that would be a social construct as far as that, right? So, it's like, I wish the conversation would go a little bit deeper, but maybe it will, or maybe it won't.
It was Chicago is very segregated. I knew nothing about Caucasian people until I moved to Los Angeles. And a lot of the stories I heard, it turned out to be just that. But back to this Christianity, you have to understand this. You were taught that by the people who kidnapped you. Is that a lie?
Nope.
Okay, so
we was taught everything.
That's perfect. He stood on business. Anton stood on business. I gotta give him one. He done stood on business. Corey Holcomb says, listen, you were taught that by the white man. You're enslavers. You were taught that. And he says, yup. Yeah, look, everybody was taught something by someone else. Everybody was taught something by someone else.
And that on this earth, it was taught to you. The racism that you have in your heart, it was taught to you.
You say I'm racist?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I studied you.
See,
Wow.
I studied you.
This is why
Where am I racist? I don't know a lot of racism in me. But
Absolutely.
maybe you can show me something I don't know.
We're going to get there.
I wanted
We'll
you
get
guys
there.
to start the show off in your own
No,
I don't
when
wanna-
Brother Anton Daniels was talking to me on the phone, I knew that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things,
Yeah,
but
we
I
talked about
believe
that.
we can have a conversation like men. It's like a
Absolutely.
lot of stuff he said right now, I disagree with so much. But
Both of us.
I'm going to try to make a point because I have the hopes. I have the hopes in reaching him in a way. You know what I'm saying? I know that ain't guaranteed. I'm not.
It's so funny, like people that have the victim mindset, they're like, wait, you don't have the victim mindset either? Let me try to reach you. Let me bring you down to my victim mindset. The victim mindset is that the white man is evil. And if you don't believe that, then you're being lied to. You're being psyoped. What's going on with you? You can't see the truth. And it's like, come on, man. Like, we ain't in chains. We ain't in shackles. We know that, racism is real. There are people that are racist. That is true. But it's not important. It's not anything that's going to hold you back in America, right? Like, there's people that come to America off of little boats from Cuba, and they make a living for themselves. They bring their family over here, and they're doing pretty good. So if other ethnicities can come over here and thrive in America, but black people are still claiming victimhood, it's nonsensical. It's not reality. Like, how can you're not even observing? Like, I always say that, only 2% of people have a perspective, and the perspective is the art of viewing the world outside of yourself, a true perspective. Most human beings, 98% of people just have a perception, and the perception is what they're being fed, right? Is what's being given to them. That's what a perception is. You're not really viewing, you're not really analyzing the information and your observation around you. You're not analyzing that and then critically thinking based off of what you observed. That's how you get a perspective, a true perspective. You just, based off what you observe, you just take it in and you're like, okay, yeah, white man bad, victim mindset.
I have the hopes that I'm going to get y'all off of the Democratic plantation.
Yeah, because I don't know nothing about the Democratic plantation.
Everything that you speak of, it's a reflection of the same thing that they speak of. So you may not claim it, but you're a reflection of it.
Well, if I reflect something that is this Democratic plantation, I tell you what, I really don't study a democratic plantation. I try to study being
And I see people in the comments too. Anyone in the comments, if you want to come up and debate me on anything that I'm speaking about, you can go ahead and click the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. The difference between me and all of these other YouTubers out there, I'm with all the smoke. This is why I pinned the link in the comments for basically almost all my streams. For you people in the comments that have different opinions, you can come on up, join the stream, and you can challenge me on mine. But make sure your camera is on.
stand-up human being where when I look in the mirror, I don't see a slick motherfucker.
Right.
That's who I am.
I'm with it.
I don't like slick motherfuckers.
That's the first thing we agreed on.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad we got there. But I get labeled all the time. I was talking to a young lady on the phone the other day, and she said, "I know you hate the what's the lady who calls herself a doctor? I'm blanking right now.
Oh my God,
Dr. Bryant." And I'm like, I don't hate nobody. Where do you get hate from? And then I was on the internet. Every once in a while, I look at the pages that use my likeness and image and everything, and I listened to some of the stuff they said, and I was called bitter, and I don't know how to get money. But anyway, coincidentally, today I'm talking to a brother who knows how to work the internet well and get money.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
So it's like, everything comes in its season for a man like me. I don't say I got all the answers to everything, but I am willing to talk logically to people who I feel like are able to communicate. That's what I'm saying. Because like the stuff you say, Anton, you know, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, that's your personality too. Like,
And it would be boring to hear.
So right now, what they're engaging in is a meta conversation. Since Corey Holcomb didn't have anything intellectual to say back to Anton, he's just engaging in a meta conversation and saying like, yeah, man, you know, I disagree with you. Like, you know, we can agree to disagree. That's what's going on here. And when conversations happen like that, that's when you have no refutations to what someone else is saying, to what when someone makes a claim, if you don't have any refutations, you're going to engage in a meta conversation. So that's what's going on here. And once again, I just want everyone to know, I like both of these brothers, but I'm being transparent here. Currently right now, Anton is washing Corey Holcomb in this back and forth exchange. Now, I would like Anton to expound on his points, to really pick Corey Holcomb's mind a little bit so it can really turn into a debate. But right now, it would be Anton is making points and then Corey Holcomb is making points. I happen to agree with the points that Anton Daniels is making. But currently right now, no one refuted anyone's point. They're just going point for point. They're not giving any refutations or arguing against any points.
Just one person's take or views on things. This makes it interesting.
Excuse me, ma'am, you need a mic, ma'am. You can ask on the mic, goddamn it.
Anton, just a clarifying question. What about, are you comparing racism with prejudice? Is it, do you think black people can truly be racist, or are we just prejudiced?
no, I think that there's a lot of people that hate white people, like straight up hate white people. And it's very unfortunate because they're not even the ones that's winning over here. We compare ourselves against a group of people that the majority of them is on food stamps and welfare. They would be a disappointment to their ancestors.
Right, but isn't true racism a system that controls access to, you know?
Well, that's the argument, right?
Yeah, that argument is stupid. Isn't true racism a system that shows access to, you know, opportunity and power? Like, that's stupid. That's just a dumb concept. Listen, the world isn't oppressor versus the oppressed. The world is competitors. Everyone is in a competition. The world is everyone's competitors, and there's a competition. Whoever wins the competition, well, of course, there are the ones that's going to have the access to things, going to have the resources, and going to have, you know, the power. That's what's happened. That's why we invaded Venezuela, because it's like, okay, it's not saying that it's morally right. We're letting you know how things work. If we don't invade and take their oil, then it's a probability that someone else can, take access to what's in our sphere of the globe, and then they can have an advantage over us, right? So, and masculine men understand how the world works. It doesn't mean that it's morally right. Once again, this is just how it is. Anton tends to understand that. Corey Holcomb doesn't understand it. And the dumb chick that asked the question, she doesn't understand.
Argument is
we can't make sure white people don't get access to certain schools and programs.
Well, we can. Look at her point. Well, we can't, make sure white people don't get access to certain schools and programs and stuff like that. Well, if we win the competition, we can. But black people, we weren't even together as a nation in Africa. In Africa, there's many different nations, many different tribes, many different countries. Africa wasn't all together as a continent. You get what I'm saying? And then black people in America, we don't come together for anything. Right? We just don't come together. So now if we did come together, pool our resources in like the small hets do, and do that to gain leverage in the society that they're living in, then yeah, we can, have some leverage and we can pool our resources and we can create some systems where we have the power and we have leverage, and other people would have to come to us for a piece of the pie. But that isn't how black people work currently. That isn't how for it's a long time we haven't worked like that. Listen, we got them pyramids in Africa. I do believe that black people built those pyramids. It was Africans there that built those pyramids. Some weird racist people probably think that it wasn't there wasn't Africans, black people, melanated people that built those pyramids. It was someone else like aliens or the whites. Those people are dumb, right? But I would say that, man, look, we built the pyramids. We had to been together at some point in history. All right, so we should look at the pyramids as an example, as a symbol where we can come together. Let's come together and build, a good community in America. Or we don't even need that. We got Christianity. We got God. We come together like that, and we don't base it off of race, because race is not that important, bro. We're all human beings, right? So slow tier conversation that's happening right now, but I'm interested in getting to this fight part.
And things like that.
the main way that they
You need to be empowered to be racist, to be quite
but
honest.
see, that's what I was going to say. Y'all, that's the argument that black people make, is that you can't be racist if you can't actually have an impact on another group of people.
So then with that logic, it's like, well, racism is an action then. Is it an action or is it a mindset? Right? Well, what is it? Like some people, why do black people always say then, I can tell this white person racist. The white person ain't even do nothing, maybe just looked at them or whatever. And they're like, oh, I can tell. I'm in this racist area. Well, wait, what? How do you know that someone is racist? Like if it's their actions and, white people are the ones that brung us out of slavery with the help of, black people as well. But white people are the ones that got us out of slavery. So are they really were all of them truly racist? Right? And most white people didn't even own slaves. And then the white people that helped Harriet Tubman through the Underground Railroad, were those white people racist? And these are the type of questions you have to ask people that suffer from the victim mindset.
So it's supposedly systemic. It's false.
Really?
I just seen a guy that used to be the president of the United States of America that wound up becoming the president of the United States of America for the second time, almost get everything taken away from him. Literally. And he was basically being taken down by black people. Kamala Harris, Letitia James, who was the, in New York, Fani Willis, down in Georgia. All of those are black women, specifically that met with Kamala Harris months before they actually started this campaign during the Biden administration. And it's so funny to me because then I have to ask myself the question, well, listen, if this is a construct and if it's all about white people and all of the energy is going towards a person that black people fucked with before he actually ran for president of the United States of America, but we champion Barack Obama.
Not me.
No. Take yourself out of it. We talking about the culture. It may not necessarily be you individually, but we as a culture fuck with him.
Fuck with who?
Barack Obama and his wife. We fuck with.
Yeah, Corey, you got to admit that black culture, everyone loved, like the majority of black culture, we all loved Barack Obama. Listen, 2008, I was a young brother at that time. I would just graduate in high school. I definitely suffered from the victim mindset back then. I loved Barack Obama. I was like, oh yeah, we got a black president. That's what's up, man. Okay, did it do anything for me? No. Did I see any benefits? No, I didn't see any benefits at all from him being a black president. So yeah, what Anton Daniels is saying right now is true.
With him. As a culture, we champion him. We absolutely do. And he didn't give y'all shit except for gay marriage.
You know I know that. That's why I
do you
ain't
vote,
arguing with you
Anton?
on this
So
point.
absolutely I vote.
Are you independent? What do you?
I'm a Republican.
You didn't know that?
I'm a
I don't
I'm a
like him.
straight up,
I know who
up
he
and
is, but I
down
don't like him.
Republican. And matter of fact, people need to really understand their history because Republicans were the party of black people. It's the original party of black people. They were the party that actually freed the slaves. Lincoln was a straight up Republican. When you're talking about the emancipation, when you're talking about 1865, when you're talking about what we stood for as conservative means that we're Christians. It means that we don't fuck with that gay shit. I'm telling you
Right,
what
are you
it
saying you don't
stands
fuck
for.
with the, you don't fuck with the backdoor shit?
I don't.
I don't either. I don't.
That's
either.
what it stands. What it means to be.
Yeah, well, conservative doesn't mean that I see what Anton is saying, but conservative doesn't mean that you're Christians and you don't F with the gay stuff, because there's a lot of gay conservatives, right? There's a lot of gay Republicans. That is just true. But I would say that conservative means that you're trying to conserve the traditions, and part of the traditions that you're trying to conserve would come from Christian values and things like that. But then it would be other traditions as well. But yeah.
A Republican is this? Because a lot of people like to say,
because this is backdoor Republicans.
and we
I
were
know.
taught
We're
by
talking
our
about-
parents.
Come on.
We were taught by our parents. We were taught by our parents that we vote Democrat no matter what, right? Regardless of what they stand for, regardless of their agenda.
And I'll be honest, usually Anton Daniels, when I hear him, he does give nuance. I think that Anton Daniels is aware that his opponent is not intellectually superior than him. So he's speaking in, absolutes and monolithic ways, and he's speaking, he's not really giving any, wiggle room and expounding on points. He's just stating his points and, moving on to the next one. So
agendas that they push, regardless of how much nonsense that we see in our communities, regardless of how many people, how many Democrats actually destroyed our cities from Chicago to Detroit, all across the board. We were taught to vote that no matter what. You
I
vote
agree.
Democrat no matter what.
I agree.
But this is the difference between the parties on a very fundamental level, not complicated at all.
Really, you finna say it's a difference between the parties?
This is the difference.
I can't wait to hear this.
No. You may say that it's the same type of public politicians that take advantage of the taxpayers and take advantage of the people. The difference in the parties historically is Republicans want less government so you can do what the fuck you want to do. And Democrats want more control, so they want to control what your money is, where your tax dollars go, and what you can do with your money.
Okay, so I'm gonna
That's
tell you
the
this.
fundamental difference.
I'm gonna tell you this, and you don't have to believe me, but I'm just telling you.
I'm listening.
The people in charge are not Democrats or Republicans.
I understand that.
Kamala Harris is allowed to do whatever she's done.
We get that.
This new president, he's allowed to do whatever he is willing to do, or they allow him to do. Everything is allowed. There are people in charge of this nation that flat out run shit. And if ain't nobody got the power to uproot them, then we're gonna keep having people paying a whole bunch of money for houses and a fire hydrant don't work in front of it, but they'll charge you for the fire hydrant in front of your house.
But we got a less than 20% voter turnout rate in the local elections.
Well, you understand voting don't work, right?
It does work.
How?
It does, but you just missed it.
I heard everything you said. I can't wait till you tell me how voting makes a difference in this country.
We have a less than 20% voter turnout rate and local.
Ain't nobody going for the sucker shit no more. We got to go.
You're missing it.
You got to uproot the people in power before a real difference happens. Voting is for suckers.
It's not. People that don't vote are ignorant as fuck.
Well, I guess I'm.
Let me get to some of these super chats real quick. I see y'all in here supporting. I do appreciate y'all. We got over 800 people in here on YouTube, and then on Facebook combined over 1,100 people. So shouts out to everyone that's tuning in. Make sure you get the likes up, and let me get to some of these super chats. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got here. Y'all sending in y'all money to me. Let's see. We got okay, Smooth sends in $5. That's why we're encouraged to call ourselves African Americans, not foundational Black Americans, to keep reminding us that our ancestors were slaves. We got Mr. Northumberland sends in $10. Appreciate the support. He says, what Anton said before was dumb. Neither Anton, Corey, you or me are Black because we were taught that we were Black. We were Black before we knew what Black was. Okay, fair enough. We got Johnny Las Vegas sends in $2. He says, Corey Holcomb said the streets should count. All right, we got Smooth sends in $5 again. He says Corey doesn't even know what the KKK doesn't even know that the KKK helped start the Democratic Party, and the Democrats anonymously voted against the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's continue on.
Ignorant, because I would never participate in no
People
sucker
that
shit.
don't vote, and
I'm
it's
gonna
so
show
funny.
up and vote like a sucker.
And not only is it ignorant.
We had Republican presidents, we had Democratic presidents.
You're not even
we in
hearing
the
what I'm
same
saying.
joint.
I'm talking about locally. You talking about national.
I don't give a fuck if
It
it's
matters.
local.
It
I don't,
matters.
if you
It
vote,
absolutely
that
matters.
means you in line.
No, if you vote first, the first thing that it means is that you respect your ancestors that died for your right to be able to do it.
Your
That's what it first-
ancestors,
It's so funny to me.
didn't do it like this. Because
yo-
people went to war when the government tried to overthrow the people and the power of the people. It was wars. There hasn't been a war inside the U.S. where the people who getting fucked over are doing something about motherfuckers with 30 felonies being the president.
It's
war. All sucker shit
It's
going
a war
on.
every day. It's just not physical anymore.
Well, that's the problem.
It's
we
here.
need physical wars.
No, it's not.
Until
It's our
motherfuckers ready to
ignorance.
jump it off,
It's not.
we gonna always be
not.
talking.
It's
But
not.
see, real gladiators don't talk. Real
No, it's
gladiators make it happen. And the gladiators, I ain't gonna lie, we are under control right now. We haven't rose up and did what needs to be done.
Who
But
are you under control by?
It ain't, you under control by the people who will motherfucking blow this motherfucker up. We ain't stupid.
Who is he? Because I want to know who.
Why do you think that ICE agent was able to shoot that
I want to
woman?
know who the. Hold on. Let's be real. Fuck that woman.
Well, that's what you would say to somebody you don't know or whatever.
No.
But see,
No.
I'm on
You
the
missing
streets.
it.
I've been pulled over by the police.
Who ain't on the streets?
Or
I'm
the
in
ICE
Detroit.
agents or whatever.
You in LA. I'm in Detroit. I'm in the blackest city in the United States of America. I can move anywhere I want to go. I choose to stay in the core of my city, and I choose to participate in my neighborhood. I choose to tithe to the streets. I choose to put kids through college. I choose to interact and truly use my tax dollars and whatever it is and give jobs. I employ over 50 people. I put my money in my community with my people. So I choose to engage. So when we talking about being in the streets, that don't count to me. I don't
Well,
hear
that's
that
what
shit.
should count.
I don't hear that
because
shit.
out there in the streets where the people live that you helping, they could get pulled over and shot by a cop, and an investigation will be said. But here's the truth.
Yeah, Corey Holcomb isn't really making any points right now. He's like throwing things on a wall and hoping that it sticks. And, Anton is responding to some of them, but then, moving the conversation on and getting to the greater point. Like, hey, I'm actually out there putting in work. I'm actually out there doing things for my people. I employ 50 people. I'm putting money into black people's pockets. And he's saying that and invertedly saying like, well, what are you doing? Like, basically, instead of talking about it, we got to actually go out there and do something. Because prior to this, Corey Holcomb's point was, no, man, we got to actually go ahead and take, if this is a war, we got to go ahead and start a war. We being oppressed, stuff like that. We actually got to go ahead and take from the white man. Like, well, you talking right now too, because listen, man, that ain't happening in America. It's just not happening. Black people are not coming together currently right now. No, black people isn't coming together. I wouldn't even be for that anyway. I'm more for, if anything, if we're going to come together on something, we need to come together on ideology. We need an ideology, and the ideology that I would stand by would be what Anton Daniels would stand by, which would be Christianity, right? We need some type of ideology that we can all agree on, like morality. Like, we agree that this is bad and this is good. The bad, there's consequences. The good is rewarded. Currently, right now, since we can't agree on the bad and the good, this is why the things that I believe is bad is rewarded, like LGBTQ+. The things that I believe is bad is rewarded. The things that I believe is good is punished. Like, if you even think about the system of welfare and the system of child support and all of these systems to give handouts to people and things like that, all of these government systems, we always reward bad behavior. Why don't we reward good behavior? Why don't we reward men and women when they get married, newlyweds? Oh, you got married, you had, well, married, 10,000. Oh, you had a child. That's a beautiful thing. Currently, we are below replacement level for our population, so we'll give you 20,000. Oh, wow, you stayed married for 20 years? That's a beautiful thing. You get your tax-free after 20 years of marriage. Or you got 5 kids? Oh, wow. Yeah, you're tax exempt. So like, we need to reward good behavior instead of rewarding bad behavior. Now, I know that life happens and people tend to get themselves in a pickle, and maybe someone needs a shoulder to lean on. And we can, if we have a good community, right, and someone needs a shoulder to lean on, like Anton Daniels said, well, be involved in your community. This doesn't have to come from the government. This can come from, the community. You see someone doing bad, oh, they need some milk over there. They not doing too good. They need some extra money for the home. Looks like they lost a job. Hey, let's everybody put our dollars together. Let's go ahead and get them the groceries. Let's go ahead and pay their rent for today, right? We need some good social cohesion within the communities, and that's what we're lacking right now.
I believe you know this already. When the cops shoot you, ain't nothing you can do about it.
Oh my God, this is so crazy.
Do you think that's wrong what I said?
This is so insane.
Well, that was a little weird. If the cops shoot you, is nothing you can do about it. That statement itself is a weird sentence. If the cops shoot you, is nothing you can do about it. Well, yeah, you got shot, so it isn't nothing you can do about it after you got shot. But the real question would be, can you do something to avoid being shot by the police? Then yes, we can have a conversation. There's many things that you can do to avoid and to mitigate risk of being shot by the police, right? So that question was like a question with the answer inserted in it. It was weird.
Is that what I said? I said when the cops shoot you, ain't nothing you can do about it. Is that a lie?
This is so insane.
But you didn't answer it.
I'm gonna answer your question.
Okay.
I'm gonna answer your question. It depends on the circumstance. And the interesting thing about it is this: the majority of the people, because you like to use a blanket statement. That's like me saying all black people are stupid.
Well, have you said all white people stupid?
No, I'm talking about
cops. You should say that one time.
I'm talking about
because
cops.
It's easy to say all black people are stupid.
Corey, he was just using that as an example. Corey, funny. Corey, what you talking about? Well, did you say all white people are stupid? I see what Corey is doing. It's like he's trying to get to like the way Anton is even thinking. Like, the way you are thinking is biased because in your example, why didn't you use white people? Well, we weren't speaking about white people, so I used black people. So Anton could have said that and would have made him look stupid right there. But Corey is funny though. Oh man.
As an example, say something about the white people.
No. You're not. I
don't think
about
you
white
got
people all the time.
Oh, well, I didn't hear you. Can you tell me?
I
Because I
talk
don't
about
know.
liberal
I hear
white
you talking
women
about
literally being the biggest enemy of the United States of America. That's the thing I say every single
Caucasian
day.
female, the biggest enemy.
Literally, white liberal women are the worst thing that ever happened to this country.
What about their men?
But we gonna get there because you keep trying to get me to qualify it by participating and joining in on the core.
No, I think you're doing what's easy.
No. I'm doing what's real.
I think you don't want to go against them because if you go against them, it'll be some video of you going against them. And when I say them, I'm talking about your boss.
I don't have a boss.
We say that. We say that. But here's the truth.
I don't have a boss.
It's a reason you go after black males or black people quicker than you will go after.
This is funny. Cooley's grandpa was a pilgrim. I'm a foundational black American man. Let's continue on.
The white males. What are white males responsible for in this country as the downfall
I'm an
of
equal
it?
accountability smoke giver. I talk about everybody.
I'm just saying, I ain't heard you talk about white men
Well, you
since
ain't
you've
been
been up
listening.
here.
You ain't been listening. You ain't been listening.
I've been listening to you.
No, you haven't.
I hear you
don't
taking
have,
the.
you don't have the capacity to be able to listen because you're too busy.
No. You got me wrong.
You too busy.
My capacity,
Because if that's the case,
that you just criticized, that's an opinion. Here's the
So that was like that first real jab, I would say, because Anton said he's basically insulting his intelligence there. He's saying that you don't have the capacity to understand, right? That was like that first real jab. So let's pay attention. Let's see what transpires after this.
fact. Have you said something about Caucasian males and how they
Absolutely.
destroy this nation? Well, what did I miss?
Let's slow down because you talking loud, but you're not saying a lot.
No, you talking
you
loud,
talking loud.
and you still talking around.
What you
What did
trying
the
to do-
Caucasian man?
Okay, that was another jab from Anton Daniels. So Anton Daniels, he coming in with the energy of like, listen, you talking loud, but you're not saying a lot. He also said that he basically insulted his intelligence, saying that he doesn't have the capacity. So 2 jabs already. So far, maybe I missed it. Maybe Corey did throw a jab. I'm trying to be unbiased here. Maybe he did throw a little jab out there, but I didn't really hear anything. So far, Corey just been speaking in circles, basically. But let's continue on.
They'll do
you
to
try to-
America
I'm not-
to bring it down.
I'm not getting into that.
You
I'm not
dancing
getting into
around
that.
it.
No,
And
I'm
that's
not.
why I lose respect for you when you start dancing and kissing Caucasian males' ass.
But I don't.
Don't do that in front of me because I'm not an ass kisser of
Don't-
nobody.
Yes, you are. You suck the dick of
Will you
black
s-
people right now. You doing the easy shit. What you do, let me tell you what you do. 'Cause
Nah,
see, ain't
homie,
nobody
let me
gonna
tell you something,
ain't
homie.
nobody gonna tell you.
I don't
ain't nobody
suck
gonna-
dick.
We Yo, Anton, Corey threw that jab back. He did throw a jab back, but then Anton came right back. Nah, like what you doing, you sucking the wing of black people, right? And I would say that is easier because like if you're appealing to the black people and the victimhood, that you're saying the things that they want to hear. You know, a lot of black people was raised but in single mother homes, so they have their thinking and their ways about themselves is of the woman. Black people and white people as well tend to be nowadays very effeminate. But I would say that Corey is kind of going off the rails here, but let's see where this goes. It's getting heated.
I don't suck
Yeah,
dick.
you do.
So fix
You doing
that.
it right now.
I don't suck
You
dick,
doing
homie.
you doing it right now.
Homie, believe me when I tell you, I don't
Believe me
do
when I
that.
tell you.
I don't do that.
Listen.
So don't come at me
No,
with
no, no.
So like they're having a conversation, but they're not getting to the root of what's being said. What's being said is the claim that Corey Holcomb put on Anton is like, bro, you just appealing to the white man. You are a bootlicker. Like the way you think and your ideology is that of a white man. And Anton is basically saying like, well, you're just appealing to black culture. But it's a little bit more deeper than that. You got to think about where the liberal, where black people as a whole, not as a whole, but a large majority, like why do most black people vote Democrat? Why do they? Well, because there's a lot of them are effeminate black women vote Democrat. And then also, since the women are leading the homes because there's not a lot of black fathers in there, then their children tend to vote just like their mother. And then you got to think about, well, where did this ideology stream from? It streamed from the white liberal ideology. So these black women and black men that are voting Democrat, that are voting for the Democrats, they've been indoctrinated via the white woman. Like, if you think about it, there's no reason for a black woman to claim independent, I don't need a man. That's the white liberal woman's ideology. The white woman liberal ideology that streams from, well, I feel oppressed because my husband is out there working and he's the one that's making the money and I want to go out there and be equal to my husband, right? So that's the white liberal woman's mindset. When has the black woman ever been oppressed by the black man? No. If anything, we've been oppressed together because we were slaves together, right? So it's like, it makes no sense for the black woman to steal and take on the liberal white ideology, where I would say that the white liberal, the white woman, that was nonsensical. She wasn't oppressed. Feminism didn't oppress women, right? Women back then, they wanted to be stay-at-home moms. They wanted to take care of the home. They didn't want to be out there working. Right. There was the suffragettes where they were making and complaining, making some noise. But like, Corey Holcomb doesn't understand that his ideology does come from the liberal white woman.
I'm gonna give you the same energy you give me.
Let's switch seats.
Let's switch seats. I'm with it.
Homie,
Ooh.
I don't do no dick sucking shit. I'm a motherfucking man. I don't do no dick sucking shit, homie.
I don't give a fuck about none
Well,
of
I tell you what,
now.
watch that dick sucking shit, cause that'll go bad.
Call it what you want.
I don't do no dick sucking,
You say a
homie.
lot of shit that I don't fuck with either. You think I
Okay,
give a
but
fuck about what you
that
talking
that
about,
gay
nigga?
shit, oh, you
I
go.
don't give a fuck about what you talking
Hey,
about.
homie, I tell you what.
I'm right here.
Don't put
You
no
switching
dick
seats
sucking
over
shit.
So, and this is what low IQ conversation leads to. Anton, not saying that he's low IQ, the conversation in whole is low IQ. And that's because it's, Anton is engaging with Corey Holcomb on his level, so at least that he can understand, right? But then it turns into this. I'll be honest, over here at No Fugazi, if another man walks up to me, I would never put myself in a situation that I would lose any leverage. If I see someone get out their chair and walk towards me, I'm swinging first. That's just what's happening. I don't care about anything. I'm swinging first. No man is walking up to me that close and gonna speak to me like that, screaming. That's full disrespect. The fact that you're walking up to me like this, I consider this to be a threat. I'm getting up and I'm throwing these rocket launchers first. I'm swinging off first. Where I'm from, listen, normally the people that win the fights are the ones that go off first. If you get yours off first before they get theirs off first, hey man, you'll probably survive to see the next day. So yeah, this wouldn't have flew around me, but right, it all came about because it's just a low IQ conversation.
Don't put no dick sucking shit on me, nigga.
I'm from Detroit.
Say
right
I
now.
suck a dick again.
I'm right here, right now.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna respect you.
Dance around it. Dance around it.
No. I
don't do no dick sucking shit.
So already now I have to give the leverage right now to Corey Holcomb, right? I told you guys that I'm being transparent here. I like both of these brothers. I'm a fan of Corey Holcomb's comedy, and he has a great show. It's very entertaining. And as far as Anton Daniels, he's an intellectual brother. He's smart. He's doing his thing. But we gotta be honest here. Corey Holcomb stepping up to Anton Daniels, walks over. No, I'm gonna talk to your face. Say it one more time. See what he's giving them threats, and Anton Daniels right now is trying to walk it back. Like, he's trying to walk it back and create some decorum. Like, I ain't really with the spoke. As far as now, one can say like, well, is Corey Holcomb more masculine than Anton Daniels in this situation? That would be up for debate, right? I would just say, from my own personal view, if someone says say something again, that's a threat. I'm not saying it again. I'm saying this. You know what the two most powerful words is? Boop bop. Boop bop. Those are the two most powerful words. Let's continue on.
I'm gonna respect you because it's your platform, and I flew out here to have a conversation.
We good.
But you're
We
not
good.
bossing up on me.
Yo,
We good. I did already. I don't do dick
We can put
sucking
the
shit.
microphone right down, right now, and go on our back. I don't give a fuck
sir,
about
no,
this shit.
sir.
Homie, you just running your mouth.
I'm not running my
I
mouth.
got a
You
question
running
for
your mouth.
Anton.
I don't do
You
no
doing
dick
this shit for
sucking
the
shit.
internet. You doing it for the internet.
Okay, Anton did say, listen, we can put the microphones down right now and we can go outside in the back. That was an invitation, right? So they both gave invitations now. Okay, now Anton is coming back with the smoke. First, Corey Holcomb, he walks up to him. He gives the invitation like, you called me a dick sucker again. That I suck dick is on. You see that Anton really didn't say anything again, right? But then when Corey Holcomb steps back a little bit, like his energy is like a little bit more lax, then Anton is trying to come, with that energy. Like, listen, we can go outside in the back. So already, I can say Anton in this situation is showing a little bit more scary energy, right? Because it's like, when a wolf attacks, you only attack back when a wolf is like letting down his guard. No, when a wolf attacks, you're supposed to attack right back, right? Keep that energy. Don't let down. He says, say something. You go ahead and say it again. I wouldn't recommend it. I would just swing. Because once you say it again, you want the smoke. I'm hooking off on you. So it's like, I'm giving the upper hand to Corey Holcomb on this. But as far as the intellectual conversation and the points that was being made, that was all Anton Daniels. I didn't agree with anything Corey Holcomb was talking about. But so far, Corey Holcomb energy right now, I agree with this energy.
If you want to say your time, no, hold on. If you want
I
to say
show
Anton,
you I ain't doing it for the internet.
If you want to say Anton, listen, don't
I'ma
disrespect
let
me
you
like
finish.
that. If you want to say Anton, don't disrespect me like that. I'll respect you. But don't boss up on me because you said a lot of shit to me today that I don't fuck with either. But I let that shit ride because you don't know me. You don't know me. So I'm going to extend the same respect to you. You called me out of my name. You said some wild shit, especially with regard to how
Did I call this nigga out his name?
Nigga, I'm telling you that you did. You can't tell me how I get disrespected.
I got a question for bro.
Okay.
No. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. We just getting loud. I ain't gonna get loud.
Then don't switch seats.
No,
No.
this
because
my
I take
show.
that-
This
cool.
my show.
That's cool, but I take that shit as a threat.
Okay, well, it is a threat if you calling me dick sucking. I don't dick suck, my nigga.
Man, fuck what you talking about.
I don't
bro.
dick suck.
If you want to get back to the conversation, because you ain't gonna do shit. Because you're not gonna do shit.
Come at me with that dick sucking
You're
shit
not gonna
again,
do
nigga.
shit. You're not gonna
Come at me with. Say I suck dick again, nigga.
We can go out back right now.
So you see what's going on here. I respect Corey Holcomb's energy a little bit better as far as being like about what he's saying. He's the one that gave the ultimatum. He's been saying it. Call me a dick sucker again, see what happened. When he first walked over, he was saying it. You see that Anton never said it again. He never said it again. Anton, instead, he goes to saying, listen, we can go outside. We could go outside in the back. Yeah, that's like an escape route you trying to do. Like, if you say it again, he gonna hook off on you. This is why when someone threatens you like this, take note. Everyone in the chat that's watching and the world that's gonna probably see this, right? Who knows? If a man walks to you, you swing first. Don't give him the chance to get anything off, right? Because if you say, think about it. If you don't say, oh, you a dick sucker again, then you're going to look crazy. You're going to look like a punk, right? So you better off swinging if he gives you an ultimatum. The ultimatum is fist. That's the ultimatum, bro, right? Now, it's stupid how it came to this out of the conversation that they had because the conversation wasn't getting nowhere. They were basically talking past one another. Anton was giving his points. Corey gave his points. And I know that Anton fully understands Corey World's view. But Corey does not understand Anton worldview at all. He can't even comprehend, and he doesn't even understand what Anton is saying. But let's continue on. This is getting good.
Fuck I am.
We can go out back right now. I'm with it.
I bet you won't say that shit.
We can go out back right now.
I got money for all this. Whatever.
I got money too. Don't nobody give a fuck about that shit.
Hey, homie,
No,
look.
it's just not.
So you know what? Like, I'll be a little bit more transparent. Anton got up. He's like, what's up? Let's go outside. Corey, if you were, giving him an ultimatum, like, say it one more time, what's up? That means that you should be with that smoke already. So if the person gets up and he's saying, let's go outside, that's basically like he's saying it again, right? That's how I would take it. Like if homie get up off his seat, like, come on, let's go outside. That's basically like you called me a dick sucker again, so I'm swinging on you, right? So let's be honest, both of them wasn't with the smoke. None of them wanted to fight, right? It was just both of them got egos, but none of them truly wanted to fight. Like, let's just be honest. They didn't want to fight. If we look at both of them too, like, it doesn't look like they're in the gym hitting a punching bag. They don't look like they active like myself over here, which I will be fully ready for any type of smoke. But, that's a different story. So, if you're not active and stuff like that and in the gym, then of course, we'll be honest, like most human beings, black, white, whoever you are, you're going to try your best. You may talk big, but you're going to try your best still to avoid, that fight that's happening. And this is something that women don't understand. There's always a threat of violence when two men engage in a debate. There's a threat of violence because, listen, if I don't like what you're saying at the end of the day, I could press you on it, or someone can press me on it, right? If they can't win an argument, like that's the thing. Corey had no comebacks for any of the things that Anton was saying. So therefore he resorted to, dang, I can't beat him intellectually. So, let's see if I can, take his masculinity away. Right. And he attempted it, but it still didn't work. The only way you can do that is that if homie get up, bro, you got to swing on him. Right. Now, I'm not for the violence. Try your best to avoid it. Right. That's what I'm about over here. Try your best to avoid it. But if someone threatens you, there's just no way to avoid it. Someone makes a threat, you engage and you dismantle the threat. So there's no threat again. That's what you do.
I ain't falling for them. I ain't falling. Darlene, get out the way. Don't get in the way of two niggas. Let me tell you something, homie.
It's so women, dumb. Look, two dudes about to fight. She think that she could do something. She's in a way. Corey Holcomb does understand some junk. Like, man, Darlene, get out the way. What is you doing? If he swing, you get punched. Now I got to get out the blicky. Look, now I got to get out one of these and really show him what's up. I got to get out and really. And some of y'all probably wondering why I got a Nerf gun because, listen, man, I got kids. We be having Nerf gun fights. It's pretty fun in the Cooley house, but let's get back to it.
I ain't got to go out back right now because we got to go out back to lead this motherfucker. But I'm saying that dick sucking shit, watch that. That's all I'm saying. And if I don't say it how you like
if you want to get back to the conversation, we can get back to the conversation.
But just know,
I'm not listening to none of that shit, bro.
Here, nigga.
I'm not listening to none of that shit. If you want to get back to the conversation,
long as you
we can
know.
get back to the conversation.
Long as you know.
Bro, you not.
Because that ain't
not that tough.
What happened? Okay, it went to, this is what they did. Let me skip it.
Ain't nobody saying I'm sucking dick no more. Everything straight.
For sure. I got a question for bro, though.
Let's be honest.
I'm gonna respect them.
Let's be honest, though. Anton Daniels did not call him a dick sucker again. We gotta be honest on that. That's one thing. Like, ooh, that's if we psychoanalyze this. If another man can stop you from saying what you said before and you won't say it again around him, we got to take that as you was pressed right there. But Anton, I got to give you, got to give you your props there. You defeated them in the intellectual part. Got to give you your props as you did offer to go outside. So that's props there. It shows that you at least, maybe you didn't want to fight on the camera. There could be many things, right? Maybe it's like, I don't want to fight on the camera. But at the end of the day, I think this all worked out because they actually didn't throw any blows. But let's see what else happens.
On that.
Yes, sir.
He said what he said, so I'm gonna respect him on that.
Yes, sir. So question, given that black people are on the Democratic plantation, what do you say about the use of Christianity to make slaves out of black people?
In what, today's time or historically?
No, sir. Historically.
Yeah, absolutely. It was used in a negative way, but anything can be used in a positive or negative way. You can weaponize literally anything. Corporate America, for example. You can use the internet in order to push out propaganda, or you can use it to communicate effectively with the people. You can use money to manipulate people, or you can use it to help people. And so you can't just say that Christianity itself is used. The Quran is used in a negative way in order to control people.
Absolutely.
So it depends on the person, and that's why we evaluate the person based off of their fruits instead of evaluating them based off of Christianity itself. Because everybody that calls himself a Christian is not a Christian.
100%. So I agree.
That's facts. He broke it down perfectly.
That the teachings of Jesus are pure. However, in the hands of Caucasian white males,
that's not true, because I know some good Caucasian
the teachings
white men.
of Jesus,
and I know some bad.
So then essentially what this, I wish they put the camera on the person that's asking the question. Essentially what he's saying that is something that's immoral with the nature of Caucasians. Well, if you think that and you're a Christian, you can think that and you can be atheist or secular or believe in something else. But if you are a Christian, you know that our nature is the nature of men and women is not immoral. It's our behaviors, how we choose to behave, what we choose to do. Our acts are immoral, but the nature itself, that's just how God made us. God made us to have these flesh food desires, but God gave us free will, so we can either choose to obey him, or we can choose to indulge in our flesh food desires and things like that. So what the chatter said, he just doesn't understand Christianity.
Caucasian white men.
Okay,
right,
so
correct.
look, check this out. This is what I listen.
Like his argument is what Hitler and the KKK used towards black people. They say, well, it's something wrong with the black person from their nature. They're from their biology. They're not good. They're monkeys. They're bad. They're immoral. They can never be like us. That just the nature is bad. Bro, that's the same argument the KKK use and all of these other type of racist organizations use. And I believe that the person that's speaking behind the mic is black. So you adopted their ideology and you're just using it on the white man. That doesn't make any sense. That's just dumb.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. The reason I don't have a lot of people up here at the show is because I know a lot of people aren't initiated when it comes to talking to men of a certain mind state. And I don't believe you knew what you was doing when you said something about dick sucking, brother. I
apologize.
Okay. Hey, bro, I appreciate that.
I apologize.
I appreciate that, because this ain't this.
So what you just witnessed there, and I can appreciate that. That's what I can appreciate. I can appreciate that two brothers is up there. One had to concede, right? And even if you concede on that, it doesn't mean that you're not masculine. That's why I said, like, that's up for debate. Like Anton Daniels, we're not going to say that he's not masculine just because he didn't say it again. But we can say that, yeah, I mean, from my view, that just wouldn't have flew around me, because that's a threat right there. So it's just going to be hands. But just the simple fact that he held his ground, he did offer to go outside. So right, and he was given an ultimatum, but then he gave another ultimatum, which then it kept it like even ground. The fact that he apologized, I would say that that's okay too, because he's on the show. And I can say that Anton Daniels is probably looking at the bigger picture like, bro, we both rich. We got money. We ain't got to fight. This is pointless, right? You up here talking about the black community, that we need to be better. I'm up here talking about the black community, and I'm saying that I'm giving back and things like that. We wouldn't be a good example up here, two black men fighting. And I can see where Anton Daniels, this is just me speculating. I never met these brothers. I don't know these brothers personally, but I can respect this and how they're engaging right now. I can respect it. It's almost like after when you at a park and you shoot the fade with one of the homies, you get it in, y'all have a disagreement, and then after y'all shoot that fade, win, lose, or draw, y'all piece it up. You feel what I'm saying? It was kind of like that because it was even. Corey, he denied going outside. Anton, he denied saying it again. So it's like it was a pretty even match.
This ain't no show. The last thing I want to do is get into it with you physically. But I have a switch.
I do too. And I'm a man, just like
I
you.
respect your switch.
I respect your
respect you
switch.
too.
Okay, good. I'm glad,
We
brother.
good.
It ain't no fake shit right here.
Absolutely, I'm with it.
We straight. I respect your switch, brother. And I'm saying, like, a lot of people don't know the way I was brought up. You can't step to men like that. So I'm not checking you. I'm just trying to let you know
We good.
that when we talk to each other a certain way, like if dick sucking is brought up, that's just like motherfucker.
See, like that I could respect. But after this, like you can't talk junk again. None of them can talk. Like if you're gonna talk junk to one another again, it's like, bro, I should have just shot the fade. I should have shot the fade, right? Because basically this was a non-physical fade. It was a non-physical altercation, and y'all pieced it up. So after you just pieced it up, you shook his hand. Like, let's try to build now. That should be the conversation. Hopefully, and I didn't watch this, but hopefully it goes to that. Like, let's try to build. Let's see if we can, get more in depth and expound on our points that we were both trying to make. And let's see if we can come to some understanding from our different worldviews. I can respect that, but like if like Anton after this is then talking on his channel and Corey Holcomb is talking crap on his channel, it's like, all right, y'all might as well shoot the fade now, Brad. Like you might as well shoot the fade.
Pissing on my shoes. So I'm saying, like, I could get back straight.
It's like real quick in a boxing match, like when you witness like, these boxers go up against one another, Floyd Mayweather versus, all the people he fought. They'll be talking junk. Well, let's say something more recent. Let's just say Floyd Mayweather versus anybody, because he fought everybody and beat everybody. He's 50-something and 0, right? He's talked junk to everyone before the fight. He's talking smack. They talking smack to him. But after he chip him, it's a mutual respect. And that's normally how it is in a fighting game anyway. And that's normally how it is when I grew up in the hood. Like, we'll be talking smack. We'll go ahead and out there and tussle. And after that tussle, it's like, bro, some of my best friends, like I fought them and we're best friends today. Like, that's what happened. I would say most of my closest friends from the hood, we fought when we were younger and we're still friends to this day. Homies come over for cookouts and all of that. Right. And we got no beef. We don't even argue anymore. After that fight, there's no point of arguing. Right. We already got it out. So if they're still talking after this, they may need to just tussle, catch that fade. That's my point of view, at least.
When I shook your hand, it wasn't phony.
Listen, I get into it with my homies. I get into it with my brothers. I don't have no sisters. I got three brothers, and we scrap it out. I scrap with my nephews. It is what it is. And then we shake hands and we keep it moving once we have a disagreement and we get it out of our system. So if we good, then we good.
I'm good.
I'm with it. Let's get to the conversation.
That's why I tried to
Okay, that's what I like to hear.
There because
That's what I like to hear.
This man probably don't even know that my mind is set up, Anton. My mind is set up when people do things like I call it backdooria on my show. When people throw that at you.
Yeah, he call it backdoorian. I call it backdoor team mom. Bro, don't do no backdoor team mom stuff and throwing little jabs out there, bruh, and being indirect, passive aggressive. Nah, be direct with me.
It's a set off. And I'm saying, like, I ain't trying to get set off. I think I'm a lot more than somebody with name calling to get at me. But I'm saying, like,
but see, I don't believe you, Corey. I don't believe you, bro.
Okay.
And let me tell you why I don't believe you. Because you do the same shit that you feel offended by.
Really?
You do, absolutely.
Can you give me an example?
You just did it. You said a.
Okay, we got some people backstage joining stream. Thank you for that. We're going to open it up for open panel debate night. If anyone disagrees with any of my points on this or any of my takes, you can come on up and join the stream. I don't duck any fades, whether if it's a fade of a debate or whether if it's a physical fade. This is why I keep that link in a YouTube description. In a YouTube comments pinned so anybody can join. So we got people right now joining backstage. We're going to start bringing people up shortly. So yeah, man, we about to get into this, but let's continue on with this conversation. I want to see where else it goes.
A lot of shit to me that I don't necessarily care about.
I ain't said nothing about dick sucking.
You pick and choose what's disrespectful because you applying it to you. It's other people out there that don't take that shit.
Okay, well, I'm glad you said that. So listen to me, Anton.
But hold on. Let me say this last
Go ahead,
part.
land.
But I get it because you don't know me and I don't know you. So you don't know what I look at as disrespectful. And so as a result, I just let that shit ride. The only thing that ever triggers me is it, and this is why I like to do shows in person. I told you before the show, I said I don't do no more live streams with people that I don't know. Did I not say that? Because I want to see and look in their eyes and see what's really happening, right? And the reason that is because the only thing that set me off is if somebody make it seem like they ready to do something. Then I'm like, okay, well, it's all hands up. Fuck the conversation.
Well, how about this? People may be ready to do something for whatever reason. They want to be ready to do something. But what I'm saying to you is, you know, in this world, they are trying to normalize men in dresses. They trying to normalize a woman wearing a thong in front of a church gathering or whatever.
Right.
And you know what I'm saying? I could handle whatever is happening out there, but I'm saying, like, I'm still standing on this. I'm standing on this. If a man
Yeah. Corey doesn't understand that Anton is with him on this. He already said, like, bro, he's a Republican. He's not with any of the LGBTQ plus stuff. He's a Christian man. He's not with any of it. But Corey Holcomb doesn't understand that even though they are trying to make the physical appearances of men more like women, Corey Holcomb doesn't understand that they're also trying to make the mindset and the mentality of men more like women. And he doesn't understand that his mindset, the fact that he's not aware and he doesn't understand how the world works, like, you know, the people with the most force, they are the ones that make the rules, enforce the laws, and they are the ones that dictate things to a certain degree, right? Like it's competition versus it's competitors in a competition. It's not, you know, the oppressed versus the oppressor. We're all competitors. Whoever wins that competition, they have the power. It's their way, right? And not only that, they have to maintain power. This is why we invaded Venezuela. Do I think that it's morally right? No. This is why we do a lot of dumb things. We invest into these wars and all of these things, and money goes to this foreign nation and that foreign nation. Do I agree with that? No. But do I see how it can be beneficial to America? Yes. Because I wouldn't want anyone else to have any leverage on us, because I understand how the world works. If they do have leverage on us, if they have more nuclear bombs than us, or you know, just a better military, things like that, better weaponry, all of these things to maintain the security of the country. If they're better than us, the probability increases for them to take over us and invade us. That's just how the world operates, bro. Right? Don't make the rules, just report the rules. Corey Holcomb doesn't understand that.
man walking up to me with some homosexual talk, like I could take, I said this before, I could take a meeting at a brother like Tyler Perry's house, because I know what's gonna happen if it go bad. The house gonna get tore up. I ain't saying that to act like I'm tough. I'm just saying,
I feel you.
There's certain things that we as men cannot say to each other without clashing. And it is my opinion with niggas that I know and where I'm from, if I say to one of my homies, man, suck a dick, everybody will get quiet that we know. And they'll be like, what is that? What is that? Because it's like, that's their homosexual talk. So what I'm saying is...
Corey Holcomb basically saying that's a triggering word, right? So like, I don't have any triggering words. It's more of, you give me an ultimatum for myself, or you stand up and walk over. Well, all right, that's a threat there. There's no words that's going to trigger me though. Like, I don't have any of that, but, yeah, let's continue on. Actually, let's do a quick pause. We got someone backstage. I'm curious to hear what this guy wants to debate about. So let's bring him on up. We're going to go ahead and stop the video here for a second, but we're going to bring it back. I'm going to let this one brother up since he's backstage. And we got a few people back here too. Going to let a few people up. If they actually have points that they want to debate about, I'll go ahead and engage in the debate. If they don't, I'll kick them off stream. If they're just like talking, nonsense, I'll kick them off and then we'll continue with the video. But yeah, let's get right to it. So before I bring you on, make sure you state your name and tell me exactly what you want to debate about. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Well, my YouTube name is Wisdom TV3. I have not necessarily, you can call it a debate. It depends on how you feel about what I'm finna say. But I just wanted to add a little context to the thought. Basically, with this situation here, with Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb, I understand that Corey is not mentally there with all of Anton points, if you understand what I'm saying. Like he doesn't get it all the way through, and I can understand as far as the debate is concerned that he probably wasn't ready for that. But my issue with the whole entire thing is what Anton Daniels stands for and what he's shown. So basically, he says that he is a Christian, and I'm like, okay. What you did in escalating the situation and all of this stuff, and mind you, like I said, Corey Holcomb is almost 60 years old. So saying anything as far as I don't know, I don't want to like dick sucking or anything like that to a grown man that's almost 60 years old. He don't come from the internet world. He get offended by words like people around that age normally do. So
okay, so this wouldn't be a debate. You're just giving me your perspective. So from what you've heard, my take, and obviously as far as the intellectual conversation, if you were watching, I agree with what Anton Daniel was saying.
Right.
As far as the energy and stuff like that, I like Corey Holcomb's energy. Corey Holcomb is funny, right?
Right.
But yeah, so if you were listening and I was commentating, do you have any point of contention with anything that I said?
Not necessarily anything that you said, but it's
Okay.
it's more intel with basically the work of the internet, of people that do shows like yourself. For example, when I was saying the point on what I was saying with Anton with being a Christian and stuff like that, and that he says this as a talking point instead of actually showing Christian values in situations that is like this.
What would be a
saying?
Christian value to show in something like this?
For example, if you have the intellectual property and understanding that this man don't understand what you're saying, and he's coming off disrespectful or saying anything and shots like that, you don't scoop down to that man's level and insult and go back and forth. You feel what I'm saying? You'll bring it down to more of a teaching moment, like when the Pharisees went at Jesus about basically anything. Jesus
Okay, so you're saying that he could have handled it. Yeah, I agree. He definitely could have.
If you understand what I'm saying. My apologies.
Well, I would need to know, as far as what Christian manner you're saying that, instead of, name calling and throwing ad hominem attacks at him, he could have just spoke to him intellectually how he was and expounded on his point. I've already commentated on that, though, and I said that, yeah, Anton could have expounded and explained his worldview a little bit better and gave more understanding instead of making the talking points. But I think that he made the talking points because, he knew that Corey Holcomb just doesn't understand. Corey Holcomb is
Right.
50 something years old. So at the end of the day, all you would be engaging in right now is just tone policing. This would be
not necessarily. Because
how isn't this just tone policing?
No, because what you just said, he knew coming in that he wouldn't be ready for the points that he would be making. So what did you come in for? That was you're baiting. You're coming into a fight to fight an unfair fight. This. So That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. That's
well,
not.
we don't always know everything. Like we can speculate on things because I don't like think about it. I've been in many debates and stuff like that, and I'll think that I can speculate, and then someone would surprise me. So we don't fully know something 100%. I can say that Anton Daniels definitely did his research and was like, he doesn't seem well read. He doesn't seem, to really know about, history and to get to the root of things. But this doesn't mean that the way he engaged was unchristian. You would have to that doesn't mean that, right? So currently, right, that's what I'm asking. What truly wasn't unchristian? If not, it's just your tone policing, man.
Okay. Turning the other cheek, right, doesn't involve you asking another man to come outside to do what? Fight? Is that a Christian value?
Well,
I understand defending yourself, but
the
initiating
turning
the fight and fighting.
The turning the other cheek is not necessarily turn the other cheek. It doesn't mean literally turn the other cheek if someone is engaging with you. And put it like this. Corey threatened him. That was a threat, right? That's a threat. Within that threat, within Christianity, Christian values, we can do things to avoid fights. And I think that that's what Anton Daniels did. But it doesn't necessarily, he did everything to avoid the fight, bro, because he never said it again. He never said,
No. Okay,
you a dick sucker again.
Okay, I got you. I'll give you that.
So he actually did do everything to avoid the fight.
He could have avoided it entirely. So instead of matching energy, or not even that, or he's scooping low, when he said kiss ass.
This would be tone policing, man. Niggas don't operate.
Policing.
This is tone policing, man.
It's not.
I'll explain how. I'll explain how it's tone policing. Because it's tone policing because we can give our commentary and say, oh, well, he could have did this. He could have did this way. He could have did that this way. But what you are engaging in, you're saying that he wasn't Christian-like. I asked you to explain. You really can't fully demonstrate how his behaviors weren't Christian-like. You say, turn the other cheek. Real quick. He did try to avoid the fight and avoid the situation because he never called him a dick sucker again. That is true. With that being said, now listen, if he didn't say that, then I would have been like, you know what? Yeah, he didn't try to really, Corey didn't swing on him. So it wasn't a situation where, he can swing back and defend himself. But truthfully, to be honest, just the fact that someone walked up to me and they threatened me, I would consider it to be a Christian value to defend myself with them walking up to me.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying is, even if we extrapolate it out and say, well, Corey walked up on him. Corey walked up on him. Now, Anton has the right to defend himself. And Corey gave him an ultimatum, walked up on him, gave him an ultimatum. He has the right to defend himself. Swing first or be swung on. From my position, it's very Christian-like. If someone threatens you, I'm swinging. Do I want to get hit first? Did God tell you, well, just sit there and let them hit you first when someone is threatening you? That's not God-like. No, that doesn't even make any sense. Someone threatens me, I'm swinging first. I'm knocking them flat out.
See,
that's what's happening.
No. See, this is what I'm saying. We're talking about two different things.
Well, explain. You're just tone policing. Please do. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me get it off. I'll be quiet as soon as I get it off. It ain't too much. Basically, what I'm saying is this: before that, all of that wouldn't even come into play if this would have happened. If he didn't want to disrespect Corey in any way, shape, or form, he would have apologized right off rip. Like, hey, my bad, bro. I didn't even, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't even mean that in that fashion. I'm sorry. I didn't want to take offense to none of that. If he wasn't meant to be disrespectful. But he said, fuck it. I'm finna meet him where he say he's at. And he kept going. I say he scooped lower. Because like I said, if me and you are talking, and I tell you out of nowhere, and you saying shit like, hey, you kissing ass right now. I'm like, man, suck my dick. Then boom, now you looking at me like, whoa, like if you took offense to words. You understand what I'm saying? I'm going off of what they're going off of. So when that happened, if Anton don't mean what he said, why not apologize? Say, hey, my bad, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Like, give up the fight before the fight even start. Because it wasn't meant to be confrontational. You was there to try to prove a point, which you expounded on. You said the
Yeah,
whole entire point. We'll be talking about the
yeah,
underlining statement and what he said, bro.
yeah. It's funny, man. This is still tone policing, and I'll explain in another way, right? Because at the end of the day, well, who are you to say that how Anton responded back? That because I would say, even when I was commentating, I didn't hear Corey throw a direct personal jab at him.
Right.
But even though I didn't hear it, Anton could have still took certain things as a direct personal jab. This is why Anton jabbed back, and he said that you don't have the capacity. That was the first jab that I heard when he was talking about Corey Holcomb. And then the other jab, but who are we to say that this would all be like a tone policing type of thing, because it gets very subjective and based off of, someone said this and we don't really know how it made them feel, and this person then said that, and we don't know how it made them feel.
Would a pastor be in that exact situation, talking to somebody that's quote unquote, let's say, ignorant? Would he address him in that form of fashion and in tone? Let's just say tone. Fuck it. If we're gonna go tone, let's say tone. So would he go that route?
What pastors are you speaking about? I know many pastors that would do it.
Christians.
Listen, I've been in many Pentecostal churches and Baptist churches.
Right, okay, cool. Geno Jennings.
Geno Jennings, man, Geno Jennings seemed like he'd be with all the smoke. I don't know.
Would be.
He debated many people, and I seen his debates and stuff like that, and they get pretty heated. And it almost got into, it seemed, I seen a few of them where it could have gotten this heated, but it didn't. But once again, this would just be still tone policing, man, because at the end of the day, we can't say that it's unchristian like. I would say that it's unchristian like to tone police.
Really now. So how can we decipher if something is disrespectful or respectful? You can be disrespectful in your tone. Like, I don't understand what you're saying to me.
This is why it's tone. So look, this is why it's tone policing. If you can be disrespectful in your tone, it's subjective. Like, if you want to make the argument, now, if you would have came in and your argument was like, man, they, one threw a jab here, they were kind of both in the wrong from my worldview, but like you could have gave your commentary on it, but you made the claim and you said that it's unchristian like. So if it's unchristian like, you would have to demonstrate it, right? You would have to demonstrate how it's unchristian like. Yeah, like.
Did he demonstrate
what
that?
Do you mean? What do you mean maturity though? Because once again, real quick.
So
let me just land my plane. Once again, you're saying disrespect. Disrespect is a subjective metric. You can say some things to me right now. I may not take it as disrespect. You say it to someone else, they may take it as disrespect. So this would be tone policing and saying, oh, you should have never said that. You should have never said that. Well, who are you to say what they shouldn't said, because that other person may not be as sensitive? You get what I'm saying? Like, give me a verse where it says that, well, if and it's a debate anyway. You got to think about it. It's a debate. It's entertainment. Like, they can go ahead and make their little jabs and stuff like that, and things could be fine. I think where it got really out of hand was when Corey stepped up. When Corey stepped up, I think that Anton handled it exactly how he handled it. I would have handled it differently, but he handled it how Anton would handle it.
So are you basically telling me that words don't matter, it's the actions behind what's being done?
It's both. Words, for an example, the meaning behind the word. Words have meaning. So if I say something, listen, words have meaning, right? I say something to you, I make my intentions off of what I say. You may interpret the meaning from what I mean by what I'm saying much differently. So if I say, okay, for an example, let's just be clear here. Anton Daniel said that nigga suck a dick, something like that. He said suck a dick, right? Now, from Anton Daniels' point of view, his meaning from it may not be ill intent, like I don't mean literally suck a dick. But Corey Holcomb's worldview, how he even explained, when someone says suck a dick, man, that's some homosexual junk. I take that seriously, like you telling me to suck a dick. You trying to say that I'm gay. You get what I'm saying? Which is the meaning behind the words, and the way they interpret it was it wasn't compatible. They weren't linked in. So Anton said something. Corey Holcomb thought that he meant it a different way.
Got it. So what I'm saying is, at that
Tone
moment,
policing still.
right, but think about what you're saying. At that moment, couldn't he have de-escalated the whole situation by basically apologizing, letting him know that that's not what he meant? No, he was
Tone
there for
policing
the
because
smoke.
it was de-escalated.
No, it wasn't. You just said it.
It
when
was
he-
de-escalated.
Okay, at what point?
Bro,
the first time he said it?
They pieced
That's
it
what I'm
up.
talking about.
Listen, man, we didn't finish the video, but they pieced it up. They shook hands. It was de-escalated.
Then you gotta. I watched the whole thing, so I know.
There's
Exactly what
more
happened
to it. So
afterwards.
they
you
don't
have to
never.
watch the whole thing.
It never
Seriously, what I'm saying.
de-escalates. Then
Say it again.
it never de-escalates. It comes back up.
Oh no, it gets hotter than that. Way hotter.
Okay, so it gets hotter than that. Okay, well, all right, well, we'll get to it. Let me bring another caller up here. We got more people backstage.
Great talking to
And you can stay back here too. Good conversation, man. If while we're reviewing this, and if you want to come back up, you have a disagreement or something, I'll bring you back up. No worries. Let's get someone else up here real quick. Once again, when I bring you up, state your name and what do you want to debate about. Okay, so it gets hotter than that. Okay, well, all right, well, we'll get to it. Let me bring another caller up here. We got more people backstage. Yo, you gotta mute the show. Good conversation, man. Yo, you're live right now, man. You gotta mute the show. I hear you playing it in the background. Homie, not even listening. Let me get him off up here. All right. So looks like the brother that I had up before I brought up the person that wasn't paying attention, he said that is gonna get a little bit more heated. So now I'm interested. Let's go ahead and continue watching. Right? This should be good. And anyone that wants to join the stream, click the first link that's pinned in the comments. If you just go to the live chat, the comments, you'll see a link pinned in the comments in the live chat. And you can come and join the stream, and you can debate me if you have any disagreements with any of the things that I say.
You know what I'm saying? If it's one way to get a brother like me, I know brothers who are preachers that would put their religion down for that right there. That's all I'm saying, black man. That's all I'm saying.
Listen. That's what where you at. So I'm gonna respect that.
Thank you, brother.
It's simple as that.
I don't want no drama.
It's simple as
I
that.
swear I don't want no drama,
Why
man.
would
My life is good.
Mine's is too.
I believe you. My life is good.
I'm
man.
with you.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't want you to come up here for that. It's just the simple misunderstandings that we as men can have. I think older black men like us need to make sure there are boundaries that simply can't be crossed when men are talking. And if you tell me a boundary, Anton, if you tell me a boundary, I promise you, I'm going to do my best not to cross that boundary.
I'm not.
When I'm talking to Willie D don't like when you call him nigga. And I go out my way not to call Willie D nigga because I look at him as a man.
I kick it with Willie too. For me though, I don't give a fuck about the talking. I don't have no boundaries. I don't care if a nigga say something about me. It is what niggas say shit like that all the time. Like that's the environment that we live in. I only care about my real life.
Can I ask you?
All right, so far, no more drama yet, but let me get to the super chats. I'm sure more stuff will come up. Give me 1 second here. Bring up some of these chats. We got a lot of them. I appreciate everyone that's been supporting. Got a lot of them to read, so let's see if I can get through them. All right, some of them will come up on the screen, others won't because I missed them, but I'll still read it from my phone. Let's see here. We got Curtis Dro sends in $2, says people 90% of the time confuse prejudice and racist. Okay. We got Well, before I read this one, we got Dane Snyder sends him $5. Corey hasn't been a war in the U.S. where people were doing something about the government abusing them. I guess he hasn't heard of the Civil War. Yeah, that would be true. We got Johnny Las Vegas sends in $5. He says, this street SHIT needs to stop. The community won't rise when we have grown men talking like 14-year-olds. The streets don't mean crap in 2026. This is true. The streets don't mean a thing. This is why you should always avoid it. Always try to avoid it. But if someone threatens you, from my worldview, listen, bro, it's better to swing first than to get swung on first. Now, from a legal perspective, it may not be better, right? From a legal perspective, it may not be better. But actually, from a legal perspective, you can show that, well, the person got up out their seat, walked towards me, said threatening words. So I was defending myself by me throwing the first punch. So you may still have, you still may have because if they step to you, you should be able to get away with that legally as self-defense. Who knows? Ask a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. Let's see what else we got. We got, okay, read that one. We got Dane Snyder. He says, his $10. He says, let me see if this is the right one. I think this is, okay. He says, Corey talks about being held down, but he's in a media appearance debating in a hoodie and bucket hat like he's going to a cookout. Anton got on a button up and a watch looking like Corey's employer. Okay, the chat is with the smoke in here. We got Dane Snyder again. He sends him $5. He says, meekness is retained power. Anton was being meek, mature, and masculine and not getting swept up in the emotions. Anton standing on dignity. Yeah, that's why I said that. Well, the simple fact that Anton didn't say it again doesn't mean that he's not masculine. But I do like that word. Meekness is retained power. Look at Dane Snyder coming in here with the philosophy. All right. We got, who else we got in here? Okay, we got Dane Snyder. Let me see. Is this... Do I have it? No, I don't have it in here. Okay, so let me read this one. We got Dane Snyder again. He says, sends in $10. He says, crazy when someone tells you where they're from to intimidate you. You gonna whoop me with a map? He says, you gonna put me to sleep with a mailbox? Detroit, Chicago, Compton, Atlanta, all have weak punks too. Yeah, this is true. Let's see what else we got here. We got Uncle Tyga says in $10. He says, I'm actually on Corey's side here. W's in the chat for Corey. I'm black, by the way. Tyga is not black. Tyga is the whitest white man ever. Y'all funny in the chat, man. Let's see what else we got. We got okay, one from Dane Snyder. He says, Corey acting like a woman in his feelings. Yeah. He was, they were both fairly emotional. We got a boxing guru sends in $10. Corey doesn't have any leverage. If you were going to do something, you shouldn't need extra motivation to do what you're already going to do by saying, do it again. Yeah, that is true. Like, I was never one of those type of people that spoke when it came to fighting. Like if I feel some type of way, or like I feel like I need to engage, it's just going to be fist swinging. So that's not in my repertoire to say, well, go ahead and do it again. Yeah, nah. Yeah, that's not in my repertoire. I may give an ultimatum. Ultimatums aren't necessarily unmasculine, because there's some people that talk smack and, you know, maybe the Christian way to, you know, let's give an ultimatum. Listen, man, you talking crazy right now. You've been disrespecting me. You want to go ahead and catch this fade, or you want to piece it up? What do you want? Pick what you want, man, because I'm with the fade. So yeah, but good point. We got Dane Snyder sends in. Okay, we already read that one. We got Uncle Tyga. Okay, making sure I'm reading everybody's, because y'all in here supporting. I appreciate all of you. All right, we got Dane Snyder says, when black people talk about black fatigue, it's because stuff like Corey did, where words offend and it's taking to criminal violence. It's taking to criminal violence just to defend pride. Yeah, it'd be like that, man. Yeah. You know, the words, I don't have any like safe words, or like, you know, words that you can't say, or like a boundary word. And that's what Corey Holcomb was trying to say. Like, listen, man, thank you for respecting my, the word, you never said it again. Thank you for respecting my boundaries. But if you have any like words that you don't want me to say, I won't say it either. Anton was like, nah, I don't got any words, bro. I'm not that sensitive. So fair enough. Let's see here. What else we got? All right, we got USOA Graphics sends in $5. Listen to Anton earlier, and he said T-Jet, I don't know what he's saying. He said that he didn't want to mess up the YouTube bag with fighting. He effectively said either way he won the bag. Okay. Yeah, okay, that was his reasoning. I'm sure it was reasons. Like, that's what I said too. Like, if I go on someone's podcast, you know, I will definitely try to avoid an altercation. But I don't know someone's intentions if they walking up on me, so I have to swing. I gotta swing. Now maybe like, you know, I wouldn't say in all scenarios I would swing, just me being fully honest. Like, I may would offer to go outside, especially since it's on camera. You know what I'm saying? I actually would do that. So that isn't, you know, that's something that I would do too. Like, if I'm really using all my faculties here, like, he's a threat, I can go ahead and dismantle this threat now, or I can take a risk that, all right, he walked up to me, he may not swing, and let me just offer to go outside so we can avoid fighting on camera and getting, you know, us both banned on YouTube and losing the bag. So, yeah, that makes sense too. All right, we got Boxing Guru. I think, is this the right one I'm on? Okay, yeah, this is the right one. He says, citizen $2, wisdom, you can't tell a man how to respond. Yeah, man, you can't tell a man how to respond. That would be tone policing. Well, tone policing, well, not how to respond. When that last brother was up, he was like, oh, well, he shouldn't have said this, is unchristian-like. Yeah, you can give like your commentary on it and stuff like that. But if you came up to debate it, then you're just debating on the tone. It's like tone policing. We don't got to debate on the tone of people. So like the next caller that comes up, don't come in here tone policing them. Come in here with an argument like, hey, Anton said this. I see Cooley, you agree with that view. Let's go ahead and debate this point here. Corey said this. I agree with this. You know, let's go ahead and debate that point here. But if you come up like, well, you know, Cooley, I don't think that's on Christian-like, and, you know, the way that they were speaking and disrespect, that's tone policing, bro. We don't give a freak about none of that over here. That ain't even going to be a debate. It's like, all right, nigga, you just tone policing. See what else we got. All right, so the rest of these is on my phone. Oh, no, I got some of them up here, too. 1 second here, chat. Y'all send them. Y'all supporting the channel, man. I appreciate y'all. And by the way, everyone that's tuning in, go ahead and watch the last girl show I did. It was this past Saturday. Had 6 chicks on a podcast. It was dope. Also, go watch my last debate I did with Xena from the Jubilee channel. She debated Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson. She was on a whatever podcast, debated David Patrick Harris. And I debated her on can we ground morality without God? And also we did a free will versus predeterminism. And I watched her. It's a clean victory for me. So if you haven't watched those debates, go ahead and watch them. All right, let's see. A few more super chats, and then we got people backstage. I'm going to bring more people up, and then we're going to continue with the video. So don't go anywhere. Don't go nowhere. All right, let's see. All right, we got Chef sends in $5. Corey's hands way too pretty to be tough. All right, man. This guy looking at another man's hands. That's weird. We got Dane Snyder sends in $5. Paul said, but when I become a man, I put away childish things. Corey needs to take note of that. Fair enough. We got Tyga sends in $10. He says, y'all don't listen to Cooley. I'm black. Corey's we must escape the white man's tyranny. Tyga is white, man. He's like the whitest white person that you'll see too. He'll probably come up on stream later if a lot of people come in for debates, and you guys will see it. We got Dane Snyder says Tyga is black as sour cream. He bleeds sour cream. All right, so y'all talking smack to one another. We got Dan again, sends in $2, says, restrain power, not my invention. It's biblical. Nice. Let's see if I missed anything else. Okay, nope. Looks like we are all caught up. All right, let me just go ahead and unstar these. 1 second here, chat. I'm doing a lot here. Reading super chats, bringing people up for open panel. I see you back here. Vito, you're up. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
Oh, what's up, bro? I just want to debate about the whole situation yesterday, period. Because I watched the thing. And I feel like, we all saw Anton. If you're a real man, you were watching his eyes, bro. Corey said something, I can't remember exactly what he said, but it triggered Anton. His whole personality changed. Whole personality. He got on straight bullshit. He sat back right before he said the shit about, can I cuss?
Let's try not to cuss, but okay, what you're doing right now is you are just restating what we already watched, and you're giving a perspective that if you looked a man, you got to look a man in his eyes, and you can tell by his eyes that Anton felt some type of way based off of what Corey was saying. Yeah, I can see that because Anton, from my perspective, I could be wrong, I could have missed it, but it seems like Anton threw the first jab, the first attack personally by insulting his intelligence and saying that, well, you don't have the capacity that's what I heard. But it could have been another jab prior to this that I just didn't catch, right? It could have been. I could be wrong. But yeah, man, we know that. But is there a specific topic? Like, do you disagree with anything that Anton said?
Not really, but well, yeah.
Okay, give me one thing.
He never really responded when Corey said that about that he never say nothing about negative about white men. We all saw it.
He did respond. So when I'll tell you exactly, almost verbatim. I remember how he responded because I've made plenty talking points like that too. Anton responded and said, "Well, no, that's not true. I talk about liberal white women all the time."
White women. You just said white women.
Liberal white women.
Corey said white women.
That's totally fine. If you're gonna speak about liberal white women, you're basically speaking about liberal white men too, because they have the mindset of the liberal white women.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't, because I followed Anton, bro. Anton. I really did. Like I watch all y'all stuff. You too. Like every time y'all pop up on my phone, I watch it. You feel me? Because I like the shit y'all be talking about. Honestly, you know what I'm saying? Even Anton. I'm not dissing Anton. This facts.
Is the
But
liberal
I
white
know
woman under the authority of a liberal white man?
no, no,
Okay,
no.
so she's not
I'm not
under the
saying that.
authority of. So the liberal white woman she's not married to a liberal white man.
I don't think that's what Corey meant. I don't think that's why he even brought it up.
No, what I'm saying is that's what Anton meant. Anton was saying that Corey was making a claim that, well, Anton, you don't speak about, white men. You don't speak anything about white men. And Anton was like, no, I speak about liberal white women all the time. I speak about, and that he's basically insinuating that he speaks about basically the Democrats, period, because he's a Republican. So he speaks about all the liberals, the whites, the blacks, all of them.
Yeah. I don't know. It was someone right about that. I watched his facial expression. To me, Anton whole facial expression changed then, bro. I think that's what it went down. It went down before he said that about Corey, Corey being a dick sucker and all that. You
Well,
can
yeah.
watch him. You feel
We
me? I
can
mean,
tell.
just being honest, you
Yeah,
feel
we
me,
can
right?
tell. But
Yeah,
this wouldn't be a debate. This would just be your perspective on what we observed, where I don't fully disagree with, from your observation. I'm not saying that I disagree, but as far as the arguments itself, do you think that now do you not okay, well, one thing that Anton Daniels said that, well, you have the ideology and the thinking of the liberal white women. That's basically what he was saying, right? So, like, do you agree with that at least? Like, do you think that Corey Holcomb is unaware and he has the victim mindset and he's viewing the world as oppressor versus oppressed?
I don't know, bro. Because I don't know. Because it seemed like to me, just watching it. I'm just saying, from me watching it live myself personally,
Okay.
when I saw it pop up on my phone that they was going live, I promise you can check my comment. You will see me in the comments like, I know this gonna be a good one. You feel me? Because I watched both of them. I thought it was finna, the title from what they posted talked about. I thought it was finna go down, but then the whole scenario changed.
Oh, real
And it
quick,
was
we got
bad
Anton
yesterday.
Daniels back here. Let's go ahead and bring him on up. What's
What
going
up,
on,
fella?
Anton? What's going
Can
on,
you,
man?
can you hear me
Boy, I'm
well?
happy to hear.
I can
I'm
hear you
happy to
well.
hear.
Yes, I can.
I'm sorry about the background. I just landed. I'm at the airport, so
Okay. Good to meet you, man. Good to meet you. I was reacting to this. I don't know if you caught it live of my reactions,
no.
but I was in.
I just got off the plane and somebody sent it to me. So I said, Coley is a reasonable dude. We could have a conversation.
Fair enough, man. So yeah, if you were listening to a little bit, let me ask, since you're up here, what's your perspective after everything that transpired?
I told people I don't do interviews. So like for example, if people say, "Yo, Ton, I want to interview you. I want to have a conversation. I disagree with some of the stuff that you say or whatever." If I don't know you, or if you're not like somebody that I'm familiar with or something like that, like in real life, I'm only doing it in person from now on because I think that I don't want to be muted. I don't want to be removed. I don't want to do none of that, right? So he said, "Yo, I want to have you on the platform." He called me because we got some mutual acquaintances. He called me. I said, "All right, cool." He said, "I disagree with you on a lot of stuff. It's probably going to be, a difficult thing." And so I was like, he said, "You still sure you want to do it?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "But I'm only doing it in person." I said, "So when we doing it?"
Okay.
And so I pulled up to his studio and I told him, I said, "Bro, I warned him. I said, I'm going to match your energy. So
Okay, you told them that
if
beforehand.
you
You told them
respect,
that beforehand. Okay.
absolutely." I said, "We can have a disagreement." I said, "But I'm going to match whatever energy you have. If you a cool person, then I'm going to be that." And he was like, "All right, cool, cool." But see, I still already know, right? So I studied him. I went into the labs, I went into the vaults, found out everything that he did, watched multiple shows, and I was prepared for whatever. And so the minute that he said that I suck, I don't know, he said I suck white people ass or white man's ass or some
Yeah.
shit. You can't control how I respond to it. You can't tell me what level of disrespect I should be willing to take and then say, no, but you can't go this far with it. So let's assume for the sake of conversation that you don't agree with how far I took it. Now you got to do something. Because I'm in your studio in person, right face to face with you. And I don't want to fuck up your bag, so I'm not going to scrap online because that'll get you demonetized.
And that's what we were talking about on stream. I brung some people up and we're like, it was pretty smart. Like, I was giving my perspective. Like, if someone walked up on me, I will probably just swing because that's a threat. But nah, I think that Anton.
Why?
Well, I said this. I said that I think that you handled it smart because it's like, well, you still offered them to fade outside to avoid fighting on camera to mess up the bag. So I think that that was probably what was best.
It was free reign. We was right there. We could have got it in. What is there to talk about?
Yeah.
And for the people that may say, nah, I came to your city in your studio knowing that you disrespectful as fuck. What we talking about? This wasn't online. I wasn't talking in general. I'm talking right there to your face.
Yeah. Let me ask a question.
What are we talking about? Like you may not agree with everything that I say, but if you can't tell a chick, here's my thing. Regardless of where you stand on it, you can't tell a chick move out the way and just sit there. What is that? You might as well let her stay there.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Like, if we don't have a conversation, we're gonna have a conversation. And once he put the microphone down, that mean that it's up then. Because it ain't no more talking and ain't nothing amicable. And that's when I'm like, all right, well, look, I got up. Like, all right, I guess we about to shoot the fade outside.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question because as I was reacting to this live, first time watching it, right before I watched it live, I think I seen like a 30-second clip on Instagram and I'm like, I got to get on stream and I got to react to it. So all of my thoughts was right. You know, it was fresh. It was live. But what I noticed that he was unprepared to have an intellectual conversation with you. He would ask you questions, you would make points, and he would have no refutations for your points, no arguments, and then he would just ask another question. You would make a point. He would have no arguments.
Well, that's how you do it, right? That's why I studied.
Okay, so you knew this already coming into it. You were fully prepared that he was going to be like intellectually inferior than you.
Yeah, I never.
Oh, we just lost him. Could be some bad service. Hold up, chat. We got Anton up here. Hopefully he comes back. Let's see.
I was getting that notification.
Oh, notification. Okay,
Public
we still live.
Safety alert notification.
Got it.
But, yeah, I mean, if you look and you see what it is, you know what I'm saying? It's not gonna be an intellectual conversation. It's gonna go that other way. So, like, all right, cool. I'm still coming.
Facts. Okay. So you were fully prepared. You kind of already anticipated, you know, the type of questions he would ask, the type of responses he would give. And you were already aware that, hey, I'm going to go ahead and match your energy. And that's exactly what you did. Okay. Fair enough.
My thing is, I'm a very, very cool, respectful person. I'm one of the coolest people, one of the coolest friends that anybody can have. Usually when something happens, I'm responding to something that somebody else says, whether it's a woman, a guy, whatever, right? And so I don't have no smoke. I ain't got no beef with nobody. I ain't got none of that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I understand my opponent. I understand what I'm dealing with. So for me, it was just like, I know what 5150 is. I understand exactly what it is.
Yeah, I had some people in a chat. They were saying, well, Anton didn't say it again. He didn't call him the D word again and stuff like that. And I was like, well, that doesn't mean that Anton isn't masculine. This just means that, you know, he's aware of his surroundings and he didn't say it again. Just because you don't agree with someone's ultimatum doesn't mean that you have to engage in it. And that doesn't take away the masculinity of a man.
I don't think that most of the niggas that's in the chat is up for a scrap at all.
I agree with that too,
So
man.
so
Yeah.
I'm not really thinking about what the chat say, right? Like most of these niggas is all what they would do. They don't even show up in person. I'm city to city, state to state. I kick it with people in real life. I pull up to people's platforms. And I ain't, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So the internet is always gonna be Monday morning quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I don't think that none of these niggas got hands.
Listen, man,
And
I feel the same way,
don't have to
man.
be you don't have to be a tough guy
Yeah, you don't.
to stand your ground, right?
You don't, man. I had a little situation on tonight's conversation with some folks. Maybe you heard about it, where I had to press someone.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, they didn't want any smoke. But I would agree. Most of these people, most of these guys don't got hands, man, and they don't really want to fight. They just talk a big game online. But when you see them in person, it's a different story, man. I would say, man, I as reacting to it, I would say that you completely obliterated him intellectually. And as far as you handling yourself with the situation, him walking up on you, I gave my commentary live and I'm like, I would have possibly handled it a little differently because I'm a hothead, but I gotta respect the way he handled it because he still did it
I didn't feel
that's even
threatened.
perfect. You didn't feel threatened? Perfect.
No.
Perfect. That makes sense now.
Under no circumstance, at no point in there did I ever threaten. Why?
Makes sense.
I don't
Makes
give a fuck
sense.
about none of that.
Makes sense because that's what I was saying.
all
Because
bark. All bark.
all bark. Yeah. When I was reacting to it, I'm like, if I felt threatened, I would have got up right away if someone walked up to me. But if I didn't feel threatened, I probably would have just been chilling just like Corey. I mean, just like Anton.
If you notice, I jabbed that nigga all day long after.
I didn't get to the rest of it, yo.
You saw that you pick and choose.
Anton, you cutting out a little bit right now. It's freezing. You're frozen and you're cutting out. I don't know if you can hear me, but you walking through an airport, so the service is probably not that good. Let's see if it's fully frozen now. Let's see if we can get Anton back. Give it a little bit. Chat, get the likes up while all of you are waiting. Get the likes up, support the stream. Okay, he's still frozen. All right, let's how about we do this? Let's see if okay. He went out. It's probably gonna come back in. All right, chat, get the likes up, man. Anton just joined the stream. I wasn't expecting that, and this was our first time speaking. So shouts out to him for joining the stream. We got other people backstage for open panel debate night. I'm still gonna bring them up as well. We got Macy backstage. We got Michael backstage, and we got Izzy backstage as well. I'm going to go ahead and bring you guys on up shortly. But first, we're going to give it a little bit of time. I'm going to get to some of these super chats. And since Anton is having some bad service, because homie looked like he's traveling, going to give him a little bit more time and see if he comes up and joins the stream again. Let's get to these super chats, though. 1 second. 1 second. Where are we at? All right. Okay, we got Dane Snyder sends in $5. He says, I bet Tyga has New Balance shoes in every style, color, and enough polos for every day of the week without doing laundry. Favorite comedian, Ray Romano. All right. Let me see if we got any other chats in here that I missed. 1 second. Okay, yeah, I did miss a few of them. Let me... Okay. We got Dane Snyder says, you need a dono chat like Andrew so you get more. Shout out to Venmo and Cash App. Yeah, shouts out to them. We got Sisfo sends in $2. Corey calls everyone gay every week. Okay. We got Day Sean Jackson sends in $2, says, you got out of LA fast, Anton. And he sends laughing emojis. Well, what do you mean? Like, this happened yesterday. He went out there. We'll get his perspective on that. People in the chat always saying something. Fair enough. We got Dane Snyder says in $5, says St. Patrick wishes he was Irish as Uncle Tyga. If Tyga was whiter, he'd be transparent. Dude heart ain't even in rhythm. Dude eats clovers for breakfast. Okay, so the chat is having cracking jokes on one another. We got Dane Snyder again, sends him $5. He says, Tyga got cargo shorts and no cargo, no slides, just thongs with that strap between toes. If he got cologne, it's Old Spice or Brut in a plastic bottle. All right. Let's see what else we got. You guys are really going against one another right now in the chat. All right, we got JB the King says, he handled it perfectly fine if you ask me. Fair enough. We got Groove sends in $2. I would have loved to see a good squabble. That's what you meant, a good squabble. Yeah, I mean, if two men could avoid squabbling, you don't want to see it, right? Like, these people say this because they truly never got into a fight. Like, you never got punched in the face by a grown man. You don't want to fight, right? Fighting is not something that is like, oh, you're looking for a fight. Like, if you ever been into a fight, no, man, if you ever lost a fight or ever just, got into a fight where someone gave you some good work, it's like, yeah, I don't want to experience that again if I don't have to, right? But this doesn't mean that you're not a man. The simple fact that you're willing to stand up for yourself and fight, that makes you a man. Like, if you're scared, you're not a man. But if you're willing to get in that ring or willing to take it outside, if all comes to worst, then all right, I see you. We got Dane Snyder. He sends in $20. Let me see where that chat is. Appreciate the shout outs to Dane in here supporting.
No Fugazee.
All right, seriously, Pilate kept changing Jesus about being a king. Jesus remained silent. He was God. He eventually said, I could call down a legion of angels to rescue me. That's meekness. Okay, fair enough. Appreciate that, Dane. All right, so let's bring some more people up for open panel debate night. Let's see who we got. We got this guy up first. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. What exactly do you want to debate about?
Yo, what up, bro? Can you hear me?
What's going on? I could hear you, yes.
Okay. What's up, bro? I'm Ashley, bro. I just want to say, what you told Anton, bro, that's not what you told. That's not what you said in the stream. Like,
okay, and what didn't I say in the stream, what I told Anton? Go ahead and tell me.
So the guy with the dreads, I don't remember his name, but when you was talking to him, wasn't the same. I ain't gonna lie, and I know you get on people about this a lot. I can't remember exactly what you said, but that wasn't the same. The way you was talking to bro wasn't the same. So let me ask you this, right? What's
sure, go ahead.
Worse? Time shoes. What's worse? Say it again. Say it again. Or a guy saying, you know what, bro? Come outside, bro. Come outside. What's worse? Like what would cause you to like punch a guy?
Okay,
first?
I'll address both points. I'll address both of the things you said. When you came up, you said, well, that's not when Anton came on. That's not what you said to the first guy that came on, right? That's what you said.
Yeah.
I want to know exactly. Do you mean energy? Okay, I see what you're talking about. Energy.
Yeah.
So okay, so one, you have to understand that when the dude came on, it's for open panel debate night, right? Anton, I don't think he was coming up for open panel debate night. I think that he told me that someone sent him the clip and he was coming up to give his perspective, because I asked him, hey, what's your perspective on this? If we're reacting to someone, so I was reacting to, listen. If I'm reacting to Anton Daniels, and during the entire stream, I'm giving Anton Daniels kudos and saying, bro, you defeated him intellectually, you smoked him, I would have handled it differently, which I told Anton Daniels when he came up.
Bro, though. And you didn't tell bro
wait,
that.
What? What are you? Wait, what are you talking about?
With the dread.
What are you talking about, bro? What do you what? Are you lost? Are you high? You smoked before you came on?
So the guy.
Wait. Time out. Real quick. Time out. Real quick. Stop it. Did you like smoke weed before you came on stream?
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you did, because you're not making any sense right now, bro. You're not making sense. So one, you came up and you said that, when Anton came up, you said something different. You said something different than when the first guy came up. I said, okay, well, what did I say differently? Because when the first guy came up, he was asking me questions.
I don't remember.
You said it was energy. Look, time out. Listen. Then you said it was energy. Oh, well, I think that your energy was different. I said, these are two different people. And then also, I am going to give different energy to the person that I'm reacting to, because obviously I'm reacting to the person and I'm speculating. Now I got Anton up and I can ask him exactly what he was thinking in the moment, which he confirmed. He was like, I didn't feel that he was a threat. I said, that makes perfect sense. No wonder why you didn't swing on him. No wonder why you didn't act like how I said that I would act in that situation. But it would be based off of if I felt that that person was a threat. So I didn't say anything different to Anton when he came up than to my commentary. I would actually say when Anton came up, my commentary matched exactly what I said when Anton came up. And if it didn't, please point out what I said differently.
So the part where so why would Anton do this? Okay, there's millions of people watching this. Your followers, his followers, Corey followers. Why would the perfect thing to do? So wait,
time out.
No, you said in the stream. Hold up, you said in the stream. Oh, I would have. So when a guy does this, you should do this, but the smart thing to do is to take the shit outside.
And I've already, that's what I said. I said that I can see.
You said that to Anton, but you didn't say that to do with the
No, you smoked before you.
You said something different, bro.
Massey,
bro, I wasn't hot on
Massey, you smoked. You smoked.
I wasn't
listen, listen, bro. You smoked before you came up.
Bro,
listen, stop talking. Stop talking. You smoked before you came up, because even before Anton.
That don't mean nothing.
Listen, man. Listen, let me speak. Don't cut me. Don't cut me off. Let me speak. Before Anton came up, I even said to my audience, I was like, well, when I was reading the super chats and everything too, I said, well, it's not saying that Anton, he's not masculine for not saying it again. But I can say that, if he didn't, like, for me, I would consider it a threat once someone walked on me. So I would just swing. When Anton came up, I even said that to Anton. I would handle it differently. Then Anton said, well, I didn't consider it a threat. I said, that makes sense. No wonder why you didn't swing. You said, let's go outside, right? So
Anton did say, he told Corey he thought it was a threat, though. You remember he told Corey I thought you was a threat.
I got to get you out here, bro. You low IQ. I'll bring some other people up. You just can't engage with the conversation. And you were insinuating, Massey, you were insinuating that since someone sent Anton my stream, that Anton wanted to engage and wanted to have a beef. No, I would consider Anton to be a direct man. And when he joined the stream, it was no hostility from Anton. It was fine. I even said, bro, I was, you were killing him intellectually, and I was giving you your props and things like that too. So I don't see how any one of Anton fans would consider me a hater. I don't even see how any one of Corey fans, Corey. Well, the thing is, I agree with Anton worldview. One of Corey fans, yeah, I can see one of his fans considering me to be a hater, which I'm not a hater of Corey either. I just disagree with his worldview. But I can see, like, if Corey joined the stream, then that would turn into a debate because we would truly disagree on worldviews. Me and Anton doesn't. So Massey or Macy, you don't have a good observation, bro. Stop smoking weed. Like, weed, kids at home, everyone's watching. Put the weed down, because you're going to turn into Massey or Macy, whatever the freak his name is. Can't even make good, coherent sentences. You forgot what I said that was differently from when the other person came up. Like, you didn't know what you were talking about, bro. And then, oh, well, you didn't say it. It was the energy, but you couldn't explain. That's female behavior, bro. Stop smoking weed. All right, bring up the next person. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about? Michael?
Oh, perfect.
Yo, you're live.
Man, my name is Mike. Yep. What's up, Cooley? Am I echoing on your end just real quick?
No, you're good.
Make sure you can hear me.
The audio is good, man.
Oh,
What's
man.
up?
Awesome, man. Thanks for having me on, man. I respect everything you do. Love what you do and what you represent. I think my biggest problem with, since this is a debate, and what I would like to
Yeah.
debate about is, well, you said something interesting just right before you cut me on. You said, I disagree with Corey's worldview, and I agree with Anton's worldview. And I'm in the middle because there's some stuff with Anton I disagree with, but I agree with, and same thing with Corey. So I'm interested with what about Corey's view do you disagree with?
So Corey didn't go into detail, but from the things that he said, I can tell that he has a victim mindset. He views the world as from a oppressor versus oppressor lens, because he stated that, well, America, like our nation, we shouldn't be invading other nations. And, he was saying things like that. He was saying, like, basically that black people can't be racist because racism equals prejudice versus power. So he gave many talking points that I fully disagree with, that I can obliterate him on and prove that what he's saying is nonsensical. So, yeah.
I don't think he really was able to get it off, though, what he was really truly trying to say about the oppression. But you're right with the victim mindset. It did come off that way, especially after he sort of got in his feelings. Corey's a comedian. He's not a debater. I don't think that's what he brought Antoine for to debate. I think it was more.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Like, Corey, he's. I respect Corey as a comedian. Like, homie is funny. He's dope. His show is funny. I don't watch it, but, like, respect to his show and his fan base. He be having 11,000 viewers every show that he does. He got a fan base for a reason, because he's entertaining, right? He is entertaining. I respect that. I respect the hustle as well. But as far as him not knowing that it wasn't going to turn into a debate, now, I may not agree with his worldview, and I may not think that he can articulate his worldview like as good as Anton or myself can, but I do know that he's well aware that this is most likely going to be a debate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't I think he knew it was some debate to it, but that's not really sort of the point I wanted to go into. Is I want to go into more about the conservative view with the culture of Black Americans, and the other view, which is not, it's Democratic leaning. And I think one thing Antoine was trying to make that I wish Corey would let him get off is the voting thing, because I think that's important for people to hear. Because Corey has a view like a lot of people I know about voting, and it doesn't matter. And I think Antoine was going to make a deeper point on why it does matter, especially when it comes to your jurisdiction and being able to control what you have the power to control. But it was already so emotional at that point, and then Antoine kept on, just like he admitted to, he just kept on poking him, poking him. And then when you say, and now you know this, Cooley, when she say, you suck dick, it's time to fight.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it's over after that point.
not exactly though. Like that wouldn't be time to fight to me. Like this is why I'm saying it's subjective. This is why when Anton came up here, I gave him respect by letting him explain his perspective. I said, "Well, what's your perspective on everything?" Because he was the one that was in it. He explained it perfectly. He said it wasn't not any time that I viewed him as a threat, right? He didn't view him as a threat. So this is why he spoke to him that way. This is why he didn't swing on him when he walked up to him. Like I said, I would have probably swung because I would have took it as a threat. But if I really didn't view someone as a threat himself, then I wouldn't have.
Well, I disagree with that. I don't know what Antoine's thinking.
People are funny. Real quick, I was regular chat. Pay attention to Cooley and AD are managed by the same people. Stupid low IQ individuals. What I do want you to do is click the link that's pinned in the comments and join the stream and let me know who I'm managed by. I don't have any managers, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, Cooley, you just made a point, but I sort of forgot I got into listening to what you were saying. But you made a point that I wanted to counter. What did you just say? Can you rewind it for me?
Okay, so I was just speaking about how when Anton came up, he expounded on his he shared his perspective on how he was thinking in the moment, and he wasn't threatened. So even though I can be giving commentary on something, giving my reaction, it's just speculation. So this is why when Anton came up, I'm like, here, the floor is yours. Go ahead and speak. We want to know what your perspective was. And he told us what it was.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Antoine popping up. That was amazing. Yeah. And I got to take him at his word, but I believe the reason why he didn't pop up is because if he stopped with that beer dye, him and Corey, these are some old heads. These are 50-year-old niggas. They're not going to be in there fighting. That's why he didn't step up, and he's out of territory. He was smart not to, because I know you say that I'm in Stockton, so I know you say about these niggas or these cats, but there's 16-year-olds out here.
So listen, I'm not gonna speculate no more, because that's called backbiting, speaking against what someone said when they already came up and they confirmed it. I'm not speculating on what Anton said now, because now I got more information. He said that he didn't feel like it was a threat. So therefore, anything that you saying now would just be more speculation, which is just backbiting, and I ain't finna do that, right? He said that he ain't feel like he was a threat. That's why when he walked up on him, he ain't do nothing. That's what it is. He ain't take it as a threat. So that's that, bro.
And then I'm not throwing speculation. My opinion is that he didn't do nothing because he's
no, listen, and it makes sense.
It didn't make sense to do anything.
Not even that, and it makes sense because Anton still got up. Even when I was reacting to it live, I was like, well, I can respect that Anton got up and he still was like, listen, we can go ahead and catch this fade outside. I respect that. And then now, since Anton gave us more,
Corey didn't want that smoke.
It seemed more like maybe Corey didn't want that smoke, because Corey was just talking like, well, say it again.
Corey's an old head.
And that's not something that I would do anyway.
I mean, I think if he would have said it again, I think if he said it again, it would have definitely. I think he was. I think if he would have said it again, we would have had more to talk about.
Possibly, but it didn't matter because Anton confirmed that he didn't consider him as a threat. And right there in that moment, like he said when he came on a stream, he ain't trying to mess up the bag. Like, it's bigger than that. Like, he don't even, like, listen, if I truly don't consider nobody a threat at all, they an ant to me, then it's like, I ain't finna mess up no bag. Say what you want to say, but if you really with the smoke, we can take it outside. But for right now, I'm gonna go ahead and sit here and I'm gonna engage back and forth with you. Now, mind you, I didn't see the whole stream. I only reacted to 30 minutes of it. We still got like it's probably like an hour, maybe 2 hours left of reacting to that. So who knows what else goes on and the other things that they speak about. But listen, man, good conversation. I want to get more people up, okay? Appreciate the support, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Have a blessed one.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Let's bring up the next caller. Mr. Wright, what do you want to debate about? Welcome to No Fugazi.
Oh, thank you for allowing me onto your platform, Mr. Cooley.
You're welcome, man. What's up?
I'm kind of speaking in general about the whole situation. I want to know your opinion about, real
quick, Mr.
You've always been the voice of reason when it comes to a lot of things.
Okay, go ahead.
And so I would think you would be more like the person that would say, hey, we should speak to each other differently, because most other races, I have a professional job, and I speak to a lot of people regularly, and we're the only race that disagrees and it's closer to violence.
Yeah. So, Mr. Wright, if you watch my content, you know that I don't even cuss. So I watch my tongue. When I do podcasts and things, I do match energy to an extent. There is entertainment value within the things and stuff like that too. But if I'm going to disrespect the man in front of his face, then I'm willing to fight that man right in front of his face. That's how I engage. That's how I get down. What I'm saying is, I wouldn't. That's not my style. That's not my MO. I'm not going to go ahead and disrespect someone in front of their face, or even on stream if I'm not disrespected first. Like, if someone disrespects me, I'll go ahead and throw a disrespect back, but I'm willing to engage. I don't know if you watch my content, even live on stream when I do my debates. Someone to disrespect me, they'll make a personal attack, and I'm like, okay, we'll say it. We can actually do this in person, and you can say it to my face. We can do a debate and then put on boxing gloves afterwards. So what I'm saying is, I am a principled man, and I am not for to engage in silly nonsense and silly violence. No, that's what I'm not about. But I will also, if someone disrespects me, I will disrespect them, and I will be willing to engage on all measures because I am a man.
All right, but when you're with your family, you're not on stream, what would you usually do? You would just walk away.
No, it's actually different. Let me, you asked me a question, let me answer. You asked me the question, let me answer. You asked me the question, let me answer. I've been in situations like that too. I would be more willing to engage if my family is around, because I don't want my son to ever think that I'm a punk. My woman would never view me as someone talking crazy to me, and then I'm not willing to engage.
There's a lot of people that's incarcerated because they didn't want to feel like they were a punk.
But this wasn't me, because I'm a respectful man, right? I respect people. And in person, I respect people. On stream, I respect people. But once I'm disrespected, then that's why I take it to a different level. And what I'm saying is, you can say a voice of reason. I appreciate you saying that and considering me to be a man of a reasonable man, and I am. It's very reasonable to be prepared.
You're married. You've been in a long relationship or something.
Yeah. But it's very reasonable. It's the reasonable part is for a man to be prepared to defend his beliefs, to defend the things that he says, and to defend his family and his loved ones. That's very reasonable.
All right. So if I were, let's say, you were with your loved ones,
Okay.
and I'm alone.
Yeah.
We're at a movie theater, and I just walk up and disrespect you.
Two scenarios. If
I mean, you probably would just try to tell. I would just say, "Hey, let's just go," and I would tell my family, "Let's go this way," and then just leave it alone because you don't know what this guy might be capable of. He's doing this alone.
It's going to be two scenarios, right? It's subjective. It's going to be based off how I take it. If I consider,
if you're not threatened,
well,
like
if I'm not threatened, yeah, that's the thing.
Like
If I'm,
you don't have people say, "Oh, you're gay." Okay, all right.
Mr. Right, if I'm not threatened and I don't feel that the person is a threat, then this person is beneath me. Just keep it moving. If I do feel that this person is a threat or could be a threat, then I'm going to engage with the most violence possible. I have I'm licensed to carry in multiple different states, and then these are lethal as well. I gets busy, so we got these, and then I got the blicky on me too. But as a man, and what's reasonable is to be prepared to protect yourself and your loved ones, because the world doesn't owe you understanding. It's up to you to understand how the world operates. And there's some people that got some issues up here.
Yeah,
and I'm not willing, listen, I'm not willing to get, I've had to fight. I've always been a fighter. I fought pretty much all my younger life, right?
Yeah, my dad has gym.
And I understand that, listen, if you get swung on first, you done took about 50% of your chance of winning.
You want to be first.
You want to be first, bro. So it's reasonable to be first.
Yeah, but there's, like you say, the world doesn't owe you understanding, but there is, a lot of people have been incarcerated and saying sucking dick is a no-no for anyone that's been near anyone that's been incarcerated or anyone that's been incarcerated. So, I mean, that's just something you don't say. I've never been incarcerated, so I don't know. But I learned from my friends that that's something you just can't say. Yeah, so, you know that. One degree of separation away from knowing that you can't.
So, once again, I would say that is probably true in certain hoods and stuff. I know people are sensitive, but and they're sensitive to certain words. This is why I don't engage with any man like that or with anyone unless I'm willing to defend what I'm saying.
So
I just wouldn't do it.
For saying that, because you're only about one.
I'm not saying that he was.
You can't say that.
Even during my reaction, I'm not saying that he was wrong. I'm not saying that he was wrong. I'm not saying that he was wrong. Even with throwing it, listen, even when I said, like, from what I've listened to, he possibly threw the first jab when he said that you don't got the capacity. That seemed like the first jab, but who knows? Maybe Corey threw the first jab. I got to listen to it again. But we had Anton up here. I was going to actually ask him that. I would have been like, yo, do you think that, like, he threw the first jab? Like, did I miss something? Did he say something where it was like, you considered it to be the first jab? This is why you jabbed him back. But
I saw one of your comments say semantics. At the end of the day, we got to start to interact with each other better, because you don't see the other races interacting this way. It's only us. Always.
Well,
they don't
no.
fight all the time. They just I'm around them. I travel. I travel. That's
the whites. Listen, the whites definitely have arguments, and they be getting into altercations.
Not as quickly when they're drunk. Yeah, but outside of that, they usually.
Fair enough, Mr. Wright.
But anyway,
hey,
it's nice talking to you, man.
Good talking to you too, man. Yeah, man, good talking to you too. You seem like a bright man. Thank you for joining the stream, and I welcome you back to join again whenever you want. Whenever I open up the panel again on another stream, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Appreciate you. Let's see. We got Kevin James. Yeah, that Mr. Wright was better than the last guy I had up. The last guy was freaking a weed head and was high. But how about Kevin James? What's up? Talk to me.
Brother? What's going on, brother? No, I watching that whole thing, the big thing that I saw that stuck out to me was just this propagating of just the jail culture and folks that are out here that are trying to let the young folks know that like that's the path to follow. That's not the path to follow. The path to follow is being a man with an intellectual argument, you know.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree that as far as Anton's points, he made the most intellectual points, and the most comprehensive points and things like that. Now, I did say that they both could have expounded on their points, and also I would say that Anton challenged Corey more on his points than Corey challenged him, but Corey had no refutations for any of the arguments. Corey would just move the conversation along and make another point, or just, bring up or ask another question. So it wasn't like a debate. It wasn't an intellectual debate. And that's the thing. When Anton was up, I asked him, I said, did you know what you were walking into? Like, were you, because from what I've seen, you fully obliterated him intellectually. Like, were you prepared for him to not have any refutations for your arguments? And Anton said, listen, he said he did his research. He said he knew what he was getting into. So I'm like, okay, all right, fair enough. So and that's the thing. There's I watch Anton content, not all the time, but I watch this stuff, and he's a political commentator, and he engages in political debates. And political debates is many different ways where you can win that debate. You can win it intellectually, breaking someone down, or you can win it with talking points that they can't refute. Like, if you know your opponent has no refutations for your points, then you can just give talking points and not really expound on it. And I think that from what Anton said, he knew that he was aware of that.
It was just a master class on this is how you do an argument. I think hopefully for Holcomb's viewers, they will wake up. And I think, as a whole, that's kind of part of the problem is, don't get attracted to folks that push this negative path to follow, man. There's so much in life, so much to do in life. Don't be, and I think it's a master class in not being baited into an argument or to a fight when you can talk it out, work it out. I'm glad in the end that Holcomb woke up and realized that that wasn't the avenue to go. But it is a master class, and I hope folks keep this, keep talking about it. And I applaud you on being on it, and thank you for your content. So thank you.
Appreciate it, man. All right, let's bring up some more folks. All right, let's see. Izzy, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. What do you want to debate about? You're muted. Just unmute yourself.
I see that. My bad. What's good, man? No, my name is Izzy, bro. Real name, but I go by Izzy. But yeah, I mean, I really didn't. It wasn't. At first, I had something else to say, but I kind of wanted to touch in on what y'all was talking about.
Okay.
Because like, man, when I look at it, it's kind of like I kind of seen a weakness. And not saying that they're just weak in general, but I'm just speaking of like in that particular moment. Like, I could see a weakness in both of them just because of the fact that it's kind of like it shows like if somebody says something that makes you upset, like the normal thing that most people would do would be to get upset because they said it for that intent. So by you falling for that shows a weakness. You see, because most people will do that. See, it's easier for somebody to come at you and for you to not take offense to it. That's hard to do. You see, so it's kind of like we be having things, not like people in general, like we see things backwards, where we see like something that seems to be weak, it's actually strong, but we don't see it that way. Like an example I could give is kind of like, like in that situation, like when I think what's his name? Anton was the one who threw the first shot when he said something about, sucking dick or something like that. So that was like the first shot. So it's
okay. So okay, so you're basically saying that both of them showed a weakness. And that's the thing, is speculation, right? Now, since Anton came up, though, he did come up. I don't know if you watched him when he came up.
I seen it.
He said that, because I asked him, he said that, listen, I did not consider him a threat. So with that context now, because we got to add the context in there, right? Since that Anton didn't see him as a threat at all, what weakness are you talking about?
I'm saying the fact that, okay. So, and what you just said prior to me coming on, you said something about Anton knew what he was getting into before he came on the show. So
yeah.
Based on the question you asked him, it seems like he's basically saying, yeah, I knew that he wouldn't be able to hang with me intellectually. Like, that's kind of what I took from what he was saying by he knew what he was getting into. Is that
that's what I took from it too? As far as, yeah, from when he said that, that's what I took from it, yeah.
Right. So the weakness, what I'm saying is, it's like if you are intellectual and you know what you're getting into, that's what, especially if you're a man of God. Like, I'm a Christian. Like, I preach the gospel of Christ, the true gospel, pretty much every single day. So, like, what I'm saying is, if you know what you're getting into, okay, so now, when it comes, like, even if you're truly debating, like, if we really break it down, like, the purpose of a debate, like, I debate people on the gospel about the Bible almost every day. So, like, the main purpose, if I'm going to win the debate, it's not because I could say, oh, I beat up on you or I made you look silly. In that way, we both don't win. The way you really win a debate is if you really, like, your heart really understands what I'm saying. Now we both
Yeah, but you have to understand that. So let's just make it make sense, right? So now it makes full sense. We watched part of the stream. I gave my commentary, and now Anton came up and he gave more. He provided us more perspective of how he was viewing it. Right? We put that into consideration with what we observed and what he said. He was fully aware that he was going to destroy him intellectually. And during the combative part, he didn't view Corey as a physical threat. I think what you're saying is, since he knew that he was going to destroy him intellectually, he could have went about it a different way. That's what you're saying. Absolutely. Okay. So now this would be, you can say that. This is why I didn't give commentary on that part, because when you're in that situation, you can say all of these things, but it's different when you're in the situation. Because I've been in debates in person. I've done a lot of debates on stream. And when you're doing these debates and you're in that situation, you may go in there like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and handle it this way. Or who knows, that could have been Anton's game plan. That was probably going to be one of my next questions. Since you already knew that you were going to be intellectually superior, was your game plan then to go on there and destroy him in the game that he's supposed to be superior than you at, which is attacking personal, maybe making jokes, maybe doing things like that? Maybe that could have been, this is me speculating now.
See, that's what I'm saying.
That could have been the game plan. Or maybe, the game plan was, listen, this is going to be some dope content. We going to disagree. I know I'm going to destroy him intellectually. Let's just see where it goes.
See, and that's what I'm saying, bro. It's kind of like, maybe kind of my perspective more so come from like my beliefs, like my beliefs in Jesus and things like that. Because it's like, how I'm saying it is, bro, it's like, let's just say that was his agenda, like to go and destroy him in whatever way, right? Whatever way it is, he was thinking in his head he's going to go in there and destroy him. But like in the same topic, in the same breath, though, we speaking about building and black people building. But it's like, we don't build by trying to like tear each other down, though. Even if it's intellectually, like how we truly build, and I'm going back to what I'm saying.
Well, you got to remember. Anton said that he already knew that he was superior than him intellectually, so he most likely knew that it wasn't going to be no building. It's hard to build with someone that Like, bro, I debate these people that have the victim mindset and they look at the white man as being the oppressor and that there's something wrong with the white nature, that they're just evil and whatever it may be. It's hard to like build with people like that because what the things that they presuppose is all wrong. We got to like, if I would debate someone like that, normally how I engage is I already said I engage with debates differently than Anton. I would have really expounded on my points and tried to get into his epistemology and get into his ethics and get into all of the things that he presupposes. Like Corey was saying things, but it didn't add up to reality.
I agree. But I'm just saying, like, knowing that, like, so what I'm saying is Anton Daniels being intellectual as he is, if I was me and me knowing that, I would have to go into it knowing, okay, I can't come as intellectual as I made with some people because he ain't going to be able to understand.
No, he did though. He actually did. He actually I watch Anton when he make points. He can expound on his points. He can break it down. He can state stats. He can bring up stats, facts. He can appeal. He can make bring up history. He can bring up statistics. He can bring up all of these different things to make his claim. He didn't do that because he knew that he was intellectually superior, as he confirmed when he came on my stream. And that just made sense. Like, okay, this is why he stuck to the talking points. You can make a talking point, and if no one has any refutation, then why even expound on a talking point? Now, when Anton made his talking points, if Corey Holcomb would have had a refutation, meaning an argument to try to refute Anton's point, 100%, I 100% believe that Anton would have expounded on his points and would be able to, really explain a little bit more on his worldview. But Corey Holcomb never engaged like that. It wasn't a debate where they were engaging on arguments. It was just talking points.
And that's why that's what I think why it led to where it led to, because they weren't talking about it. It was just all over the place. And nobody was. It was like there was no understanding in the conversation. So when it's kind of like that and it's all off topic, it just leads to what we seen.
Yeah. Leads to what we've seen. But at the end of the day, we can say they both with the smoke. Because I like the energy. I liked both of their energy when it was like that. I wish Corey came on because I would want to know his perspective, because Anton came on and he was like, bro, I didn't consider him a threat. Oh, it makes sense. That makes total sense then. I agree with all of your actions then. Because if I find no one as a threat, then I'll be sitting there too like, yeah, little nigga, I ain't worried about you. Oh, okay, yeah, all right, cool. I'm going to just go ahead and say what I got to say and get to this bag. But okay, Izzy, let me get some other people up here, okay, man? I do appreciate your takes, man. Hopefully we can get some people that really want to debate. And what I mean by debating is, like, we know that Anton has a different worldview than Corey's. We all know from what I've confirmed and what I've stated, and even when Anton was up here, me and Anton share the same worldview. We may have certain little small disagreements on things, but generally I would say that we probably agree on most things. Even when I watch his content, we probably agree on most things. Some things we disagree on. But if you agree with Corey worldview and you think that white man oppressor, black people being oppressed, victim mindset, white man evil, still blaming slavery. If you got Corey Holcomb's mindset, come on up, because then we can actually have a debate instead of like talking about the content that we watched, because Antoine already came up and, he basically set the record straight. Like, man, he knew everything beforehand. He was well aware that he was going to be able to, Corey wasn't going to be able to keep up with him intellectually. And then also that he didn't consider him a threat. So it makes sense why he, said what he said, stuck to the talking points. It also makes sense that, he didn't consider him a threat This is why he didn't, pop off when homie walked up. Like I said, like if homie would have walked up on me, it would have been hands, bro. Would have been hands. But if I don't consider one a threat, then, probably just chill and get to the bag. All right, we got a lot of people up here. Let's see. Where are we at? Okay. All right. We gotta, let me remove this person real quick. Get the likes up. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, but get the likes up. Hold up, chat. Add scene. All right, we are back, chat. Anyone that left the stream, it's confirmed and solidified that you are gay. Listen, when I take my bathroom breaks and you leave the stream, we know who the homosexuals are. It's cool. It's cool. Yes, you can be homosexual, but it's we know now. All right, let's bring some more people up to engage in open panel debate night. Let's see what we got. All right, so this is going to be the order. We got Michael Hayes. Did he come up before? Let me see. Mike, were you up here already?
No, I wasn't. No.
Okay, so real quick, let me put you on mute. So I'm going to talk to Michael. We got the Hollow Fame. You up after? We got Kid Almighty. I see you. And Delroy, you're going to come up as well if you want. I think you probably just going to chill in the back of what you told me in the private chat. But okay, you're unmuted, Michael. What's up?
I'm unmuted or
you're unmuted. What's up? Talk to me.
Yeah, I was with the oppressor type mindset because I felt like it was already rooted in black people already from 400 years of slavery.
You still think like that now?
No, not all the way, but when we get in certain ruts, we tend to reach for things, and we reach for that excuse maybe every now and again when we
Okay.
fall,
Do
when
you
we
do you
fall
find
hard.
yourself still reaching for that excuse of blaming someone else for your problems and not taking full accountability?
I had not lately, but I have in the past. But I've been through those situations. But as I got older, I realized it's all our emotions. It's all our, it's the way we think. It's the way that person thinks about life and race and culture and stuff like that. But I find it very, I just find it very hard to become friends with the opposite race. Sometimes they're very friendly and cool and everything like that, but then it always brings you back to self-reflection of who you are. As a individual, as your race, as a black person, you still think like, oh damn, I'm black. Like look at my plight, like look, look what I done, look what I accomplished. You start thinking about everything your ancestors accomplished, your forefathers, your parents.
Okay, listen,
I
Michael.
mean, I know
So Michael, real quick. So this is not the time to, trauma dump and, tell me about how you felt in the past and maybe how you overcame some things and what coping mechanisms that you use and stuff like that. I understand what you're saying, man. I was one that suffered from the victim mindset at some point in my young life as well. I overcame it. I would recommend just understand that you got free will, God-given free will. And you have full responsibility over your life, which means that you must take full accountability over your L's and your W's. With that being said, any vices that you have, you got to get rid of your vices. This is why I don't smoke or drink. I don't do any of those things. I've never did. So any vices that you got, pornography, beating your meat, any type of watching cartoons, playing video games, if you haven't accomplished what you really want to accomplish, then you can only blame yourself because you're still engaging with those vices. So try to get rid of everything. And if you get rid of all the vices and you're working as hard as you can, trust me, bro, you're going to reach the goals that you want. It's just how it's not going to be a white man isn't going to appear like, nigga, I told you ain't going to make it to this level. Now, it's not to say that you're not going to experience maybe some racism, right? No, that would maybe still be there. Maybe people may discriminate, based off of the way you look. But that's life, bro. We can't change these things from happening as far as what's going to happen. You can only go by how you act. So if you get pulled over by the cops, speak properly, act in accordance to the law, give them the license of registration. The probability decreases from you getting shot. Fully decreases. Now, this doesn't mean that there's not going to be a trigger happy cop one day that may just blast the nigga just because. That's like an exception, small percentage that most you don't got to worry about that, right? You ain't got to worry about that. We ain't living in the 1950s and the KKK out here marching around trying to put a nigga on a cross. These are not those days, right? So we don't have to worry about the things that are.
You go down to Missouri.
Yeah, but listen, we don't have to worry about the things. We don't. I feel what you're saying, but we don't got to worry about the things that our ancestors worried about. We got we're in a much more privileged position than our ancestors. Way more privileged. So with that being said, let's make our ancestors proud by putting our best foot forward, by giving 100%, right? Give 100% in everything that you do, man. And trust me, you'll reach your goals. That victim mindset will fade away. But listen, man, I appreciate you for coming up, man.
I watch you all the time, man. And yeah, them vices, they got to go. That smoking, that drinking, you got business to handle. It got to go, you got kids. You got to focus on the bag. You got to focus on your thing. So
yeah,
and even obliterated with that. You know what I mean?
No, it's fine. You didn't get obliterated, man. We're just having a conversation. No masturbation. I don't know if you engage, but most men do. You can't beat your meat. You beat your meat, it takes away the motivation. You beat your meat, you want to fall asleep. You want to be relaxing now. You want to eat some potato chips after you beat your meat. You get a little bit more hungry. No, keep all of that in you. If you can't get it the natural way by building something with a woman, then go ahead and take that build up and put it to use of working out in a gym to get more, to look better and to get stronger, to defend yourself and your future family, and put that energy in ways where you can make more money. But I appreciate you, young brother, and have a blessed one. I'll get some more people up.
Thank you. Appreciate you too, man.
Let's see who we got. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
What's up, my bro, man? My friends call me Ray. I go by the Hall of Fame on Instagram. Tap in with me if you get a chance. Appreciate you pulling me up, man. I just wanted to start by saying, man, it's funny because I knew that this was going to come to a head with Anton, because to be honest, the reason why he got triggered is because Corey said that he doesn't hold white men accountable. And I believe it to be true because I do watch Anton's content. I watch Corey's content. And there is a pattern where I notice a lot watching Anton's content. I'm like, he's always apologize. He's essentially a white apologist. He never holds white men accountable for the history of the things that they've done to the detriment of this company, to this country. And I feel like ultimately that's what the issue is, because two things can be true, right? As far as the white apologists and the people that deny racism, it's very, very funny that we find ourselves constantly in this space where the white man can do no wrong, right? They're constantly vilifying the black woman, the black man, the white liberal woman, as Anton said. But in the midst of all of this, for some reason, the white man has done nothing wrong. So I kind of knew that this was going to come to a head with Anton.
So
I do feel like he's a hypocrite. He claimed himself to be a man of God, quote unquote, which is a whole nother conversation. But then you go on to say that he was sucking some other man's body parts. And I'm not even going to repeat it because it is vulgar. And where I'm from, these are fighting words, and things will happen to you for talking like that. So that is a very hypocritical approach to take, to say, well, I'm a man of God, but yet you S&D and all of that. And what happens is with people like Anton, you got to be careful, because people get in these exceptional positions where you get a brother, he start making a little bit of money, he start thinking that his stuff don't stink. And what happens is he's not looking at the collective culture of black people. He's looking at me. I got rich. I do this. I do that. And that's what happens, because he's the exception to the rule, just like there always are exceptions to the rule. And he's not speaking to the culture or for the culture.
Okay.
He's speaking about what he can do financially, this and that.
I got you.
And this is the problem.
I got you. I just wanted to let you, get it out and get your perspective out there. So your main, I guess, point of contention with how Anton handled things is that, well, he doesn't hold the white community accountable
I haven't
as
heard,
much as,
which is what
as
Corey
much
was
as,
saying.
okay, as much as he holds the black community accountable for their
Correct.
wrongdoings.
Correct.
Okay, so you know what? I'll be honest. I haven't watched enough of Anton's content.
He doesn't, bro.
So, but real quick. I haven't watched enough of Anton's content, but I would say from the content that I've watched, typically the conversations is like the topic is about, black community and things like that. So if we're speaking on this topic and the topic is black community, well, why shift the goalposts and speak about the white community? Just from what I've observed, right?
Because it's deflecting.
I can real quick. I can say that I have heard him speak about the white demographic and how the white liberals is messing things up, and
women,
they're the ones that's decaying society and things like that. But even if he's speaking about the white woman, inadvertently he is speaking about the white man, because the only reason why the white woman has any power, right, and has the ability to destroy America, because the white man granted them and gave the white woman that authority. So if he's speaking about the white woman, man, he's speaking about the white man as well, inadvertently, right? So,
well, you don't have to be inadvertent. You don't have to be inadvertent. You can be right and exact, because if you're going to point the finger all the time, what Corey was saying and what really initiated all of this is that he doesn't point the finger at the white man. What people have to realize about white supremacy, right? The history of these people in this country.
You believe in white supremacy?
I don't believe in white supremacy. They believe in white supremacy. So this is why we have to get things clear. I don't believe in white supremacy. When I'm talking about this, I'm not even talking about myself, because I'm accomplished. I'm a successful product specialist, brand ambassador for many notable companies.
And do you believe that them believing in white supremacy is somehow detrimental to black people?
It absolutely is, because this is something that was created by them, something that they believe. So once again, to reiterate, white supremacists are not apologists for what they've done in the history of this country. For instance, let's paint a picture.
Real quick. Since you believe in white supremacy,
no,
and
I
you
don't.
said that
they do.
No, you believe that white people believe that they are superior than black people.
Yes.
And you believe that that to be detrimental to the black community. With them
Absolutely.
believing in this themselves, are there any systems that they've created that is going to hold
Absolutely.
black people back? What systems that
Absolutely.
have they been creating
Okay,
to
let me
hold
give you
black
some
people back
examples.
today?
Let
Sure.
me give you some examples. In the history of this nation, we come from a culture where, let's say 60.
Wait. We're not speaking about the history. I'm talking about today. Like what systems?
Well, no, we can't talk about the present without the history. The past determines the present, right?
No. That's not my question, though.
But see, this is the semantics. This is where the conversation gets derailed.
It's not semantics. It's not
that's
getting
being
derailed.
irresponsible.
I'm asking you questions, and I need you to answer it specifically. I'm not speaking about the history. I asked you about today. So currently, there's white people that they believe that they are superior to other people. What
Correct.
systems do these white people that believe that they are superior to other people, what systems do they have in place today that's detrimental to black people?
Employment and hiring. Working in my line of work as a product specialist and brand ambassador, we see a lot of people on the corporate side. I spend time in the field activating for various brands, large brands, BMW, Cadillac included, right? What happens is on the hiring side, you have offices filled with white women.
Do you know that we try to overcorrect that with affirmative action and then with implementing DEI programs and things like that?
And the reason for this,
even listen, even with those programs, didn't benefit, the NAACP, our people voted for those programs. Listen, stop it. Our people voted for those programs and wanted those programs, but those programs didn't benefit us. Statistically, it shows that those programs benefited white women and white men.
Which is still eliminating black people from the workforce.
So listen, with that being said, I want you to let me know real quick. I want you to let me know.
I was trying. I was in the midst of doing that.
You were in the
I was explaining that if we have a history in this country, or how about this? Not even the history.
You're still moving the goalposts.
If we have
today, give me a system.
Employment, banking,
what
loans,
within employment?
Housing.
Black people
What you
can't
mean?
get loans?
Within employment? You go into an establishment and you don't see black people. Come on, bro. That black people do not have the same access to loans as white people on the basis of nepotism and other things.
What's point to? Well, nepotism is something total.
Several banks, bro.
Is nepotism immoral?
Loans can be denied based on the area, the zip code that you live in.
Real quick, one mic at a time. Is nepotism immoral or racist?
It's racist. It's racist because these people inherit these assets illegally.
Wait, what? How?
Let's go. Come on.
Demonstrate how someone inherited anything
you're being
illegally.
Now you're being coy.
Listen, I'm asking you questions, and I need you to demonstrate the claim that you're making.
I'm trying.
So you said because of
trying.
The only system so far of what you told me, because you didn't demonstrate any system, you said nepotism. Nepotism isn't real quick. Now you're saying the legal system. Let's stick on nepotism. We'll go to the legal system, right? And we'll talk about banking and we'll talk about housing and we'll talk about all of these other things. But if we stick to one thing at a time, then we can have an intellectual conversation. So let's stick with nepotism first.
We're having an intellectual conversation.
Let's stick with
nepotism first. The reason why people in this country enjoy the freedoms that they have is because our country was built on the grounds of free labor.
You're making assertions right now. Just chill out.
I'm not making assertions.
Let's speak about one thing
I'm trying to
at a
finish
time.
my statement.
Yeah, well, let's speak about one thing at a time. So you make a point,
but you keep on derailing the conversation of the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, so now I'm going to mute you, right? You got to understand, I'm not derailing the conversation. You came up here and I let you speak for almost 3 minutes long. Actually, it was almost 4 minutes long you spoke for. I let you get it out. Now you're speaking, you're making arguments, but you're stating a point, you're stating multiple points. After you're done speaking, I would literally have to write every point down to then make my refutation and my argument for each point. So we won't get anywhere. This is me creating decorum with you right now. I'm not going to kick you off or anything like that. This is just a meta conversation so you understand how to engage in a debate. Let's do point by point, bro. I'm totally fine with that. I'm not going to run from any point you make. Okay? Cool. Let's start with nepotism first, then we'll go to banking, we'll go to housing, and we'll go. It's basically, you're saying that, well, with nepotism is a system because, they employ their cousins, their brothers, and things like that. They employ their family. I asked you, is that immoral? Is it racist? You say, yeah. How is it racist or immoral if I have a company and my company is worth $1 billion, all my family working for me? That's just what's going to happen, right? Is that immoral? Is it racist? No, you would have to demonstrate that. So let's start there. You're unmuted.
Okay. I want to say this, and I want to be clear. I want you to allow me to get this out. Because earlier in our conversation... Are you going to answer my question, though? Are you going to engage with what I said? Nepotism is not immoral. No, nepotism is not immoral.
And now, how is nepotism racist? Okay, how is nepotism racist? Because that was your claim.
Okay, so can I speak?
Sure.
Earlier at the beginning of this conversation, you dismissed the idea of history, right or wrong. You said we're not talking about history, we're talking about the present, right or wrong.
I didn't dismiss it. I asked you a question and you tried to dismiss my question. That's what truly happened.
No, I didn't dismiss the question. So now
you dismissed the question.
Now can we talk about history? Because when I was making my point about history, you dismissed it and said we need to talk about the present, right or wrong.
Okay, listen. When I asked you the question, I said, currently today, is there any system holding any system of these white people that believe that they are white supremacists? Do they have any system that's holding black people back today? You go and you start talking about history. Well, we know that there were systems in place like redlining and Jim Crow and slavery and all of these other KKK. We know that there was things that white people did that was bad 50, 60 years ago and so on. My question isn't about that because we'll probably agree to the history stuff, right? My question is about today, where I think that we have the disagreement on. But you try to move the goalposts and speak about the history, but I just want to speak about today. So far, only thing you told me today was banking system, housing, employment, and you said that nepotism is immoral, and you said that is racist. Now you walk it back, you said that is not immoral, but you still haven't said that how it's not racist. So you still haven't even answered that question. You keep on trying to shift the goalpost somewhere else. So if anyone's moving things around, man, it's you. My mind is very linear. I'm taking everything you say and I'm trying to just do point by point. That's all, man. But can you answer that at least? Is nepotism racist?
Okay, can I speak? Can I get my point out?
But first, can you at least answer that so then we can fully move on? Because those are the only things I have. If you answer that, we can move on.
All nepotism is not racist, but nepotism is racist to a degree. Now that I've answered that question, that nepotism is racist, can I make my point? Because I don't want to keep going in circles with this.
This is the argument, though. That you gave me. You said nepotism can be racist to a degree.
Yes. Absolutely.
I still disagree. So before we move on, we would have to get this hashed out. And here's my argument on why I disagree. You would have to demonstrate how, if racism, first let's agree on the term of racism. I
know the true definition. Do you?
I'll just tell you well, actually, give me your definition.
Racism is not a concept. Racism is not a concept based in the idea of someone disliking someone because of the color of their skin. Racism is a concept that was proclaimed during the race, quote unquote, race for free labor, where Europeans, the Dutch, the French, all of these different nations were racing to develop undeveloped nations with the use of free labor. The commodity, the number one commodity during the acquisition of that free labor was black people, because black people were the strongest melanated people that were able to withstand the heinous conditions of slavery strong enough to actually make it through. Because what happens is non-melanated people can't work in the field all day without dying. So what happens is in that race for free labor, black people were acquired as the commodity to build free nations like the United States. So that's what racism is. The idea was literally based on the idea of racing, right? Nations, European nations, the Dutch, the Portuguese, racing to Africa to acquire the assets, the Caribbean, to develop underdeveloped nations. England won that race.
Okay, so totally fine. Under your definition, how does that map onto nepotism?
Okay, I would like to make my point on that again. Because what happened was the point that I was making. Hold on, don't cut my wisdom. The point that I was making was when I began the discussion talking about history, the idea of history was dismissed, and you said we need to talk about the present. Now, keeping that in mind, nepotism involves what? Your ancestors, mother, father, grandparents, great-grandparents, great-great-great-grandparents. These are the foundations of nepotism. Where do great-grandparents reside in your linear way of thinking? In the present or the past?
Got it. So let's just make this clear. Nepotism is the act of...
It's rooted in the past. It's rooted in history. That's what nepotism is. But we weren't allowed to talk about that.
Okay.
Right?
I'll let you speak. Now you got to let me speak, right? So you're all over the place, and you're 100%.
No, I'm not all over the place. I'm very clear,
and I'm gonna demonstrate how you're
because
incorrect.
what happened was, and I don't even want to cut your wisdom. I just want to make this point. What happened was,
you know what? I'll let you get it out. Go ahead.
Please let me get it out because I'm gonna let you get it out too. But you keep cutting my wisdom because you're good at what you're doing. I understand this is your show, your platform, but you can't keep cutting my wisdom because I actually know what I'm talking about.
You know, go ahead and get it out.
What happened was. You dismissed the idea of me speaking about history, but then you wanted me to explain nepotism. You cannot explain nepotism without explaining history. Do you think that's a fair assumption?
No.
Okay.
That's illogical.
All right, so then we just can't have this conversation because nepotism is rooted in history. This is not a complicated concept.
That's illogical. I'm going to
explain how. It's not illogical. It's nepotism. Nepotism is the idea of passing business and assets down from generations.
I'm trying to have decorum. I'm trying to have decorum here because I don't like using the mute button. Do you yield the floor?
Yes.
I'll let you speak. Do you yield the floor? Okay, cool.
Yes.
And now it's time to refute everything that you said, and I'm going to explain how it's nonsensical and it doesn't add up. I go ahead and ask you make these claims about nepotism and how nepotism is immoral and racist. You push it back and say, well, it's not immoral. And then you say that, well, it's racist. Let me ask you, is racism immoral?
Racism is immoral and some forms of nepotism are immoral. So then
how is it what is you speaking about? That was stupid then. Listen, let's say it clear here. So there's just some forms of nepotism that is racist and immoral.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. So what forms of nepotism is racist?
Can I speak?
I'm asking you the question. What forms?
Okay, so in the history of this
Wait, real quick.
country,
do you even know what nepotism is?
I absolutely bro, come on, don't play.
Okay.
Don't be coy.
Explain what nepotism is.
Nepotism is somebody passing down assets or hiring somebody based on the fact that they are part of their family.
Totally.
If the idea, right?
Got it. You got that.
It.
Okay. Perfect.
Right.
We agree on that. So now answer this question. How can in what area can nepotism be racist if their family, the term nepotism is to pass down property and assets to your family or hire your family. Your family is of the same, listen, stop it. Your family is of the same race. How can it be racist? This is the end of the debate. You have low IQ right now, my friend. I tried to hold back from making any ad hominem attacks.
I absolutely do not have low IQ.
This is a clear indication. Listen, this is a clear indication.
Me to finish my point.
No, listen, real quick. This is I'll let you speak. Please let me speak.
Was slavery deemed illegal?
Please let me speak. You don't make any sense, man.
You don't make any sense.
You contradicted yourself.
You contradict yourself. Can I make the point? This is the point. This is what happened when people are eating and you want to continue to be an apologist. Slavery was deemed illegal. Was it or was it not?
Now I have to mute you because I've been good faith. So I got to put you on mute because I have to speak, right? In chat, I've been very good faith to the brother. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna keep you up. I've been very good faith. I had him up here. And I even yielded the floor when he was speaking. I did many things. And his claim was nepotism is immoral and racist. Then he says that is not immoral. So I said, okay, well, is racism immoral? He said, yeah, racism is immoral. Well, if racism is immoral, that means nepotism is immoral. He says, well, some forms of nepotism is immoral. I said, okay, demonstrate it. He says, well, then I said, well, what's the definition? And demonstrate it. He gives me the definition and he says, well, nepotism is passing down assets to your family or hiring your family. So then you would be hiring your family members and you would be passing down assets to your family members. How is it, would it be immoral? And how is it racist? Because you didn't pass your assets down to the black people? Because you didn't employ the black person rather than employing your brother? This doesn't mean racist. What are you speaking about? Nepotism isn't immoral and it isn't racist. It can't be. If that's the case, then it's like, then hiring my brother is immoral, right? Like, put it like this. My brother may not even qualify over this other candidate, and this other candidate may have more skills, but this is my brother. My brother needs a job. We have flesh. This is my flesh. Like, I have to take care of my family first. Then I'm going to hire other people too, right? This dude is just dumb. This is stupid. You still up here. So you know what? Let's get some people to engage. And gonna bring you up, Dane. It's a little echo in the back. Try to get rid of that echo.
Listen, I'm gonna say this because I got things to do, and I don't want to waste a lot of time. Because first of all, you insulted me. First of all, you insulted me. You called me dumb. You called me dumb.
No, I said you got low IQ. Oh yeah, and I did call you dumb too.
You did call me exactly. So be accountable, be a man. Because if we were in the presence of one another, you wouldn't have that same energy.
I would have said it too, bro.
Because this ain't that.
Listen, man,
I don't want you to confuse me with the wrong thing. So check this out.
I'm not confusing you with the wrong thing.
Check this out. I'm gonna check this out, and I'm gonna dip out.
I would have said it to you in your face too, bro. We can actually set it up.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna dip out.
I'm gonna say this. If you want to set the debate up in person, listen. If you want to set the debate up in person,
because you're deflecting.
No, this is not a deflect.
Then you began to
insult me.
You just
said that I wouldn't say it in front of your face.
I don't play those games, bro. I'm not that. This ain't that.
You just said that I wouldn't say it in front of your face.
This ain't that. This ain't that. So,
bro, you live in Philly? I'm in Philly. Wait, no. Look, I'm in Philly. No, listen. I'm in Philly. Are you in Philly? We can actually set this up. I'm in Philly right now. You want to set this up? Okay, let's go ahead and set this up. Let's go ahead and set this up. Hit me. No, listen. No more talking. We can go ahead and set the date and a time up. So what is it? 800 people, 700 people can know the date and time. We're going to do it in person. And I promise you the same energy that I'm going to give you right now, I'm going to give you in person.
Yeah, we'll see.
If you say something dumb and illogical, I'm going to say that what you said was dumb. And I'm going to say that
what you said was dumb.
And I'm going to say that you have low IQ. That's what I'm going to say.
And you got low IQ. And what?
Totally fine. Listen, I'm not sensitive. Listen, I'm not sensitive of you saying that. But time out.
Perfect.
Let's set it up. I'm going to check my schedule right. No, don't go anywhere. We're going to schedule this as men. You in Philly, that's perfect.
I'll pull up to the studio, bro.
That's perfect. Let's go ahead and set it up.
Let's do this.
No. Listen. I'm walking you through. Don't do nothing. What we doing is setting it up.
Let's set it up. Because I'll definitely pull
totally fine. Let's set it up. So
this ain't that, bro. You got me mixed up with something else. You got me chopped.
Totally fine. What we can do is
absolutely got me chopped.
Listen, why are you still speaking? I'm available, and let's do this fast too.
The reason I'm still speaking, because in America we have freedom of speech.
I'm available this Saturday.
People like me,
I'll block
up this country on free labor.
The 17th. Why are you still talking? I'm available this Saturday. This Saturday, let's do it. Are you available this Saturday?
I'm checking my schedule right now. Where your studio at? You said you in Philly?
I'm outside of Philly. I'll give you you'll get the details and all that, but let's go ahead and set it up.
Yeah, let's do that. 17th Saturday. What time?
We can do let's see here. We can do any time after 6 p.m.
Let's do 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock it is. So now what I want you to do is
the quorum that you're talking about. And I'm about to slide, because I got something to do.
Okay. Listen. Now we got it set, right? So on Instagram, you're what? What's your Instagram name?
The Hall of Fame.
Okay, so
right
on
there.
your Instagram is the Hall of Fame. I'm going to be looking from a DM from you. So go ahead and DM me. I will send you the address and the details.
I don't know.
We all know. Listen, real quick.
I don't know your Instagram, bro.
It's right in my YouTube description. It's No Fugazee Podcast. Go ahead and DM me. Go ahead and DM me. Once I receive the DM, I'll make sure I'll go ahead and reply back. And then I'm going to send you the details and everything will be set up. Go ahead and do it right now on stream, and I'll go ahead and send you the details. It's going to be this Saturday at 8 p.m. I'll send you the address. Now, since we got this set, anything else you want to say? Perfect.
All I want to say is this is what I want to say. The reason this country enjoys all of the freedoms, and I'm going to make it simple because I don't want to keep doing this dance. The reason this country is what it is because it was built on free labor. Period.
That's a lie.
I see Santa Claus over there shaking his head. I'm not even going to debate with him.
This
country
country
was built on free labor.
Because you can't hold up. That's why you ain't going to debate.
Is you
with
crazy?
Me.
You want to sit there and act like this nation wasn't built on free labor?
Correct.
Y'all niggas
correct. But you see me show up and you want to run
this
like a
nation
little girl.
wasn't built on free
You wanna
labor.
Run like a little girl. Go on
Y'all
ahead,
some
run
clowns.
off,
Peace.
run to the corner.
Wait,
Go
why
run
you
to
running?
the
Don't
corner.
go nowhere,
I ain't
man.
running nowhere, bro, because I'm not having no silly conversations with no low IQ people that's white apologists, bro. If you want to sit there and deny the fact that this country was not built on free labor, you disingenuous, you dishonest, and you a nut, and you a clown. Yeah, exactly. You too.
Listen.
Your damn mama's a clown.
Real quick, one mic got
these
it,
motherfucking
fellas.
hands too, ho.
Fellas, one mic got it. Listen, hold up. Let me go ahead and just mute both of you two. Look, one mic at a time. Now, you made a claim, and Dane said he disagrees with your claim. Give Dane a chance to give his argument on why he disagrees. Okay? So you're off of mute right now. Let's go ahead and go. And I'm sending you the details right now, so you're gonna get it live on stream.
Both of y'all, listen. If you are not going to acknowledge the fact that this nation was built on free labor, which is no secret to anybody with half an ounce of a brain, I'm not having this conversation with y'all, dog. Period.
And that's why Cooley said you low IQ. So carry on, ma'am. Break camp then. You can't handle no challenge. You can't defend your claims.
Though you're not challenging nothing over here, bro. You can check me out. You ain't challenging jack shit with me, Joe. You ain't challenging nothing with me, bro. You ain't challenging nothing, dog. And you's a clown because you want to sit there and deny what is the irrefutable truth.
Finish up then. Finish what you're saying, lady.
Listen,
I can
you
go
got
all
the
night,
details.
but y'all, you's a clown, dog.
Listen, you got the details. Let me cover up the address.
You's a clown, dog.
I message you back. That's the details right there.
I'm not about to sit here and have no conversation with no disingenuous,
look.
ignorant fools, dog.
Look. You got the
And
details.
you want to sit there and deny the plight of my people?
Okay, listen.
Built your country for free?
My people, you
Fuck
ain't
outta
got
here.
no
You's a
people.
nut, nigga.
You ain't got
I got
no
your shit,
people.
Cooley. Tap in. Peace.
Okay, yeah. You got it. It ain't no
Nut-ass
tapping in.
niggas.
Listen, it's just showing up. So you got the details. Now it's just you showing up. Okay. All right, we're going to see you Saturday. We're going to go live too. Okay, he went ahead and left stream. He went ahead and left stream. It's so funny, right? He thought I was maybe far away. Nah, I'm outside of Philly. You know what I mean? It'd be a little drive. You could get there though. I already sent him the details. So Saturday at 8 p.m., hopefully he shows up so we can do the debate. And he said, oh, well, you won't talk to me like this in person. You won't say this to me in person. So we gonna see, man. And I already told him on stream, if you saying something dumb, I'm gonna say that was dumb. If you talking crazy, I'm gonna say like, bro, you got low IQ. So you're gonna hear me say he has low IQ and what he said was dumb live on stream in person. And let's see if he does anything about it, right? Because that's how he was acting. You won't say it in person. Well, what? He thought I was just some phony out here, someone that's playing games. No, that's not me, man. Let me go ahead and take Dane off mute. Hold up. We got more people backstage. I'm gonna bring y'all up. Dane, you off on mute. What's up, man?
All right, you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, see, a minute ago, I was having a hard time hearing myself from my monitor, man. But I was actually going to come up just to kind of clown with you a little bit, be a little bit of comic relief. And then you brought that dude up and he started talking all that nonsense about nepotism. I agree with you. I don't think he has a clue what nepotism really is. Because what I wanted to ask him when you did bring me up, I wanted to ask him, you set up the situation, say, okay, I pour my blood, sweat, and tears and sacrifice to build a business for me, take care of my family. What is it that entitles him to a piece of my action, you see? Morally justified. Now, the problem is he's been brought up in and schooled up in Marxism, which says that just because you're of a certain class of people, racial, socioeconomic, gender, nationality, whatever the case may be, you are ontologically being oppressed and stolen from and exploited. You see, and so we just accept that. Marxism and all of those philosophies on the left are inherently femininely minded. And part of the feminine mindset is not logical. It's the question of, do all of us ladies, theoretically speaking, do we all agree that this is true? And so if they all agree it's true, then they accept that it's truth. And that's what that is. Well, those white people over there that's got a lot, got a lot is like a perspective, right? Like a lot of people call folks rich that ain't rich. It depends on what you call rich. But those people over there have more than you have. They took it from you. They did something immoral. You deserve a piece of it, not their children and family. And since we all agree, which is the fallacy, it's an appeal to the consensus, it must be true. And that's what I was going to go at him at. But what I was going to say,
you were going to basically argue the nepotism thing. Yeah, I don't. That's the thing. That's why I was like, well, let me get your definition. He gave me the definition. Okay, all right, but I don't think he like fully understood how it can't be racist or immoral. Because it's like, that doesn't really make any sense. But Dane,
when you popped me up on stream, just as he was talking about the free labor and stuff. What I was going to go at him with right there, because I've heard that argument a lot. And slavery did contribute to the economy of this nation a lot. But people who claim that cannot account for the Great Depression, the economic crash, the global economic crash in 1929 when the stock market crashed, and then almost 15 years of poverty pretty much globally since then until the end of World War II. So all of that wealth that supposedly the USA, gained during the years of slavery, I mean, if nothing else, the crash of 29 reset all of that.
Yeah, so I would say that that's an argument that you can make. But if you go ahead and state that, well, slavery was free labor, and without the Americans engaging in the slave trade and everything and having these slaves, it would not even have been built for it to have been let down how it was. Like, we wouldn't even went through the Great Depression because them white folks probably already would have been in the Great Depression if it wasn't for slavery. You get what I'm saying? So on the argument on did slavery help build this nation, I would 100% agree and say, yes, slavery definitely helped build this nation. Help build. But I wouldn't say like fully built, because you got to think about it. Like, if I have a company, right, and I got people that work for me. I got people that work for me right now. Would I say that like my employees built No Fugazee? No, they didn't build it, but they helped build it. Right now, it was free labor. Them slaves they wasn't getting paid. Right, it was slavery, but they helped build the nation. They didn't like fully build it. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So
I think we're making the same point.
Yeah, you can create a distinction with that. And the Great Depression argument, that was a huge reset, and like globally, everyone felt that, and we did overcome that. And I would say that even we overcame that together, though. That was, blacks and whites. We overcame that together. But yeah.
The only way that we ever going to overcome things like poverty and starvation and stuff like that is together. You see,
That is
that's
true.
That's
That
just
is
the
true.
foundational. That's just the bottom line. But when I first came backstage to come online, if if it hadn't been for this incident come up, I was just gonna pop on here and tell you that I'm here from the Equal Opportunity Commission, and I'm here to integrate all of your people you bringing up, because every one of them being black tonight. And I don't know in the months I've been following you that I've seen that to be the case, man. I don't know if you simulcast streaming over there on BET or something or what, man. But here we are.
Hey, listen, man. I know I've been having. Usually, my stream consists of you, Tiger, and a lot of other KKK members. But right now, y'all put the white hats down. We put the white hats down, and we got we got the Black Power movements, the BLM people in here.
I can't even spell it, man.
Let me go ahead and put you backstage, man.
What
and
you think about my hat, man? What do you think about my hat?
Listen, man. You got the ideal Irish hat on, man. I like the hat. It's the ideal Irish hat.
This is like a kente cloth for Irishmen, man. Look at that.
So, yeah, you definitely got the Irish hat on. It look like you about to go catch be under a rainbow and catch a leprechaun in a pot of
ain't
gold.
No rainbows or leprechauns. That's Tiger over there with all them gay clover eaters, man. But you take care, man. I'm gonna keep watching, man.
Fair enough, man. Have a good one, man.
All right, brother.
Yeah, man. That's that's Dane. Dane is he's a funny guy, man. He comes on stream and debates many people. I bring him up. Once again, if you become a member, you can be privileged just like Dane, because he skipped the line and he came up over other people because he pays monthly. He subscribes to the YouTube channel. It's not to say that I agree with all of his views and things like that. As you see, we don't fully disagree on we don't fully agree on everything, but we agree on most things, right? Most of the members, we agree on most things, but sometimes we have our back and forths too. But if you want to be a part of it and you want to skip the line and come up, become a member, and the link is in the YouTube description. And that's one of the perks that you get here. But let's bring up some more people. We got a lot of people backstage, and I want to give them a chance to come up and give their perspective on everything. Let me just shout out some names real quick. We got Kid Almighty, you up next. I seen you back there waiting patiently. We got David Ramsberg. I seen you back there. We got Chris Rich. I see you back here. We got Coach Kells, and then we also have... We got Tiger. I see you back there too. We got Connor, you're back there. I'm going to go ahead and bring you up as well, Connor. I'm going to get to everybody today. But since I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, we got to have things be a little bit more concise. When you come up, let me know exactly what you want to engage in, like what debate you want to engage in. So let me know your point of contention with my worldview. I was having some people up prior to this and just to like give their perspective on things, but let's have more debates, right? So I really want to get people up here that has a different opinion than mine so we can engage in the back and forth. So you may be a supporter of the show and you may just want to give me your perspective on the Anton Daniels situation. Let's kind of forget about the perspective and let's battle worldviews. Let's really have debates. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Kid Almighty, what do you want to debate about?
What's good, Cooley? I just got to let you know, I've been following you for a minute. You know, you do your thing every time, but I noticed a lot of people have not really came here to debate. I'm actually going to try to see what's up. I challenge you to a debate in contention, you were talking about the consumption of marijuana, right?
Weed kills brain cells.
Understood. The main thing that I noticed is when dude came onto the stream and he was noticeably lit, right?
He was,
and I could tell for some reason he couldn't function properly. I don't know if it affects everyone in that way. I'll be honest with you, Cooley. I myself do partake, but it's not excessive. It is nothing like that. So what my point of contention with you is, do you believe that marijuana is inherently bad overall and there are no positives to consuming it?
Nah. I think my auntie had glaucoma. It used to help her out. It used to help her out. Auntie used to be high all the time, but she can see. I'm like, all right, Auntie, you got your eyes working. And you can see, so I guess the marijuana helping that at least. So no, man, I'll be real with you. So there's positive side effects. Well, there's positive sides to marijuana.
Right.
But for recreational use, like for
Understood.
medical purposes, yeah, I'm sure it can help. Sometimes it helps people with sleep if they are experiencing things. Sometimes it helps people maybe with depression if they're experiencing some things. It can help, but it isn't a cure.
100%.
Marijuana hasn't cured anyone, but it does help you overcome certain things. Like it doesn't cure glaucoma, but it helps that the glaucoma doesn't get better, and it helps defog the vision, from what I've at least heard. With that being said, recreational use is what I have the problem with.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't really say I disagree with that, but what I will say is that there's a negative stigma on marijuana that I think that people like they kind of misjudge it. But I also believe that, like I said before, if you do it excessively, you do it out of habit, you do it as a coping mechanism. Those are the negative ways, to smoke. But the main reason I had a contention is because it seemed like you were saying as if you could be against it as much as you want, but if you're talking about it like there's no positives to it, then I would want to debate that. And what
Yeah, well,
I think there's about 7 known positives, or at least 6 with 1 potential positive outside of that.
Yeah. As far as medical use, we can find some upsides. But once again, my argument is for recreational use. And the dude that came on with the dreads the one time, he was so high, he couldn't even function, man. He couldn't remember what he was gonna say.
Bro, he couldn't even formulate a sentence, bro.
Yeah, he couldn't formulate a sentence. He made me look bad because it seemed like I was treating him bad, and then Anton came up and I was cordial, and they was like, "Wait, what's?" I'm like, "No, man."
If I'm you, I don't want to deal with that either, because you're not really debating. You're not talking to me properly. It's not a debate. What is this?
It's not a debate, man.
But I ain't gonna lie. It seems like I thought this was gonna really be a debate, but you're not really against it. It's not something you rock with, but you don't frown upon it necessarily. You know that there's positives to it. So you said keep it concise. All I can say is I'm gonna be back. We're gonna have something else to talk about, and it's gonna be more of a debate. And I'm a debater too. You know what I mean? I'm not as good as you, but I know that I'm pretty good at this stuff. When I know what I'm talking about, I know what I'm talking about. So
listen, Kid Almighty, I look forward to it, man. I look forward to it. Thank you for coming up.
For sure. Catch you later.
Peace. All right. Who's next? I think Chris Rich is up next. Yeah, Chris Rich. Chris, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What do you want to debate about, man?
What's going on, man? Pleasure to meet you. I want to stay focused on the topic at hand tonight, and more so than jump into the secondary topic of what happened between the white supremacy. But first, I would just like to talk about the Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb episode. I think that...
Okay, before you give your perspective on it, I kind of want to avoid, and it's not anything on you, right? I kind of want to avoid the perception giving. I see you got 5150 on the bottom, so it seems that you're on Corey Holcomb's side, right?
Of course, yes, sir.
Okay, fair enough. And I have nothing against Corey Holcomb. I never met the brother, never spoke to him, and I'm a fan. I think he's a great comedian. And also his podcast it's entertaining, right? So I got to give him props there. But me just being objectively speaking here, non-biased, because I haven't met Anton until just today, and that's the first time we spoke, but I would have to say that Anton fully obliterated him intellectually. I agree with Anton's worldview more than I agree with Corey Holcomb's. With that being said, it seems that you agree with Corey Holcomb's worldview. So can you give an argument that Anton Daniels put forth that you disagree with? That you would more agree with Corey Holcomb's point of view? Since we can so we can have a debate instead of you giving your perspective.
So I guess we could just kind of merge both of those things while I talk about the subcategory of the subtopic of when people was talking about white supremacy, because I think that was that came up in their argument.
It did a little bit, yep.
Yeah. So as far as in Anton being more intellectual, I mean, maybe from a collegiate background or using bigger words and a bigger vocabulary. But I think Corey's highly intelligent. And
Yeah, I don't think that Corey is unintelligent. I never said that.
no, I definitely get that. But I'm just saying, I don't want to. It comes across as if like like Anton's more intelligent, but I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. But I would say that
Well,
to the white,
in regards to politics and the things that they were speaking about, he knew more, like factual things. Anton said factual things. Corey Holcomb, he really didn't say any real factual things. He was more speaking from like his perspective, and it was opinion based. But go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off. But let's get down. What point in their conversation that you would consider to be on Anton's side and not on Corey Holcomb's side and not on Anton's side? What part of that topic? What topic?
Okay, so I can't be too concise. I mean, can't be too precise with exactly what was said. I only watched it one time. I watched it fresh last night, and I didn't get a chance to rewatch it. But I do remember them having this topic of speaking about blacks being sold by blacks. So I mean, I think that that's a talking point that the saying is his story. It's his story. Who won the war is who tells the story. So as far as in whites maybe possibly propaganda and brainwashing you to think that, oh yeah, no, your people just gave us to you. Like that's a great tale. But as far as in the history of what lays out with white people, and we could kind of see that, yeah, there's some slippery, slimy people. So I mean, as far as in them saying that they just gave them to people, I could see it more so as in they sold them a fantasy. Like, for example, when you got the Chinese buying up certain areas, giving out loans to people and telling them these loans, like in Haiti or wherever the case is, Jamaica, and they tell them, "Hey, we'll build businesses, and then we'll hire your people here." But then when they build the businesses, they bring Chinese people in. So as far as in the Americans say, they'll come to the Africa and say, "Hey, we're going to go out there and build this new land, and we'll make sure that you guys get colonized just equally. We'll give you grounds and stuff." And the whole time when they get on the ship, it's a completely different story. So I don't think necessarily to say that we should just jump aboard and think that slavery was just slaves against other people, and to what Anton was saying, yes, slavery was across the board, on every continent, but slavery was never to the degree of what slavery was in the United States of America.
Okay, I'm just trying to soak in what you're saying. This is why I'm closing my eyes, because you're speaking a lot. I want to make sure I don't forget. So essentially, you're saying that the white man was a slippery, slimy snake, and they engaged with the Africans over there and the transatlantic slave trade, and they sold them a dream. And they didn't put them on chains prior to them getting on the ship, but once they got on the ship, somehow they put them in chains. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, so I mean, it could have been that. It could have been the chains. I mean, as far as in it could have been,
so
they could have already been slaves in Africa.
Chris, but now you're saying it could have been.
Well,
possibly,
we don't know. We don't know specifically. So again, it's all theoretically.
Well, let's think about what we do know. We do know that slavery was going on in those parts of Africa prior to the white man being there. We do know that. So since slavery was going on in those parts of Africa prior to the white man being there, that black people was in chains and black people were slaves. Maybe not to the degree where they were, enslaved like how white people enslaved them, but they were in shackles in Africa. So they were slaves, right?
They could have been prisoners.
They could have been prisoners. It could have been a multitude of things, but they were in shackles. They were slaves. With that being said, what do we know about the whites? We know that the whites did come over to get black slaves because the Arabs was over there first. So we do know that the Since the Arabs was over there first, we do know that black people were selling slaves to Arabs, and Arabs was taking black slaves too. We know that. You can even look it up. So with that being said, black people, Arabs was engaging in slavery in that area. So black people were selling slaves to the Arabs. And then the Arabs, if they had enough power, they would probably capture some black people and take them as slaves. We can say that there's history on that, but there's no history from the story that you made up that, well, the white man tricked black people to give them not even enslaved people, but to give them black people that's not even in shackles, not even in chains, but then they psyoped them and manipulated them after they got on the ship and randomly chained them up. What you just said, bro, is stupid. That don't make any sense. I've never read a book on that. I've never even heard of that. That just came from Chris.
Why would the white man put that in the book?
Chris, look.
Why would the white man put that in the book, though?
It don't make sense, Chris. Because
why would the white man put that in their book about their history?
Chris, it don't make sense for black people.
As a matter of fact, in their
Chris,
book,
just let me land the plane, Chris.
Hold on, real quick.
What I'm saying is real quick, Chris. It don't make sense how you can be like, hey, black folks, yeah, you want to come and work for us? And then black people get on a boat, and then you like, yeah, gotcha, niggas, put on these chains. Niggas would have just been jumping ship. They wasn't they wasn't jumping ship because they was already in chains before they got on the ship.
No, you sound like Kanye, but I'm gonna just say this. White people are so devious and snaked out with their words. They're not even trying to talk about slavery at all in general today in current situation. So if they doing everything that they can to cover it up now, why would you think that you could hold them accountable and they tell the truth previously?
I mean, not really, bro. In our education system, I don't know about you. All we heard in history class,
you're in the 30s.
Slavery.
You're in your 30s. They're not talking about that no more nowadays.
Well, what a thing is, because they seen the side effects of it. When you speak about the past so much, the past is utilized to extract out lessons learned. That's why you utilize the past. Even when you think about, like, you have memories is thinking about the past. Memories is to extract out lessons learned, is not to dwell in your memories. If you dwell in past memories, it creates depression. So when you're always speaking about the past and dwelling there instead of extracting out the lessons learned, well, what did it do for black people when black people dwelled on the past of slavery? It created the victim mindset. What did it do? Listen real quick. What did it do for white people when white people dwelled on slavery? It did two things. Either they felt more superior than black people, like, oh, these niggas are beneath us, or it created the white guilt, where they have guilt for something that they didn't even do. Currently today, there's white people that suffer from white guilt from what their ancestors did. Imagine if I felt guilt for my brother, which he actually did, shooting somebody, and my brother catching the body. Imagine, like, that's my own brother, and I don't feel guilty from him catching the body. I don't feel guilty for that. It's kind of like, dang, wish homie didn't, but there's no guilt. Like, I don't feel accountable or responsible for that. You feel what I'm saying? So that shit, we don't even feel guilt. All the gang violence that's happened in Chicago. Do I feel guilty for those black people doing that gang violence? No. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to dwell on the past, there's no benefit there if you're not extracting out the lessons learned. We already know the lessons learned. The lessons learned is, we overcame that, and, we are not going to go back there. Those are we can get more onto the lessons learned. We can unpack that more, but you get what I'm saying, man. So,
yeah, to a degree, but as far as they don't skip any other history lesson. They don't skip talking about Hitler. They don't skip talking about the World War I, World War II. Those is depression times that you could not sit there and soak about. But yet, again, they make sure that they tell you about those times and how they overcame.
Okay, so, what's your argument now, though? So you're a 5150 fan, Corey Holcomb fan. I got no hate on that. But as far as your worldview, Do you believe currently today that there's any systems in America that's holding black people back?
Yeah. So again, what the young, I want to say young man, the older guy was saying. I think job applications, loans, all these things. Yeah, they all apply. You can't
Demonstrate
necessarily.
it. How? Explain.
So I mean, it will be a case by case thing. So therefore, like, I think people on your side argument would be is, well, plenty of black people got jobs. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's no absolute to anything. So of course, it's going to be some people get jobs, but do most people get jobs? And when we're talking about like, because I'm from Chicago,
Okay.
I grew up from Chicago in the Chicago public school.
All right.
The funding that they put into the school would like, so what he was talking about, like what the history would affect, like, well, you can't just start right now, you have to go back. You can't say that based on in my lifetime, from my life point of view, they did not put no funding in our schools. The books that we had were raggedy, tore up, and not to say that like that this then wasn't discharged from my own people, but as far as in like, if it was any other community, they're not going to keep raggedy books in there. They're going to get those out and get new
Yeah.
books in. So when
So you
so when you don't have proper education, and then you grow up in an environment where you can't then cope and get a job, like, how do you think that that's not systematic?
Okay. So what you engaged in was just moving the goalposts. I asked you a very specific question.
Well,
And
again,
then you go,
I didn't move the goalposts. I answered the question and I gave details.
no, I'll tell you. If I have an argument, then I'm going to give an argument and it's going to be very clear. It's going to be concise. It's not going to be vague. And I'm going to answer the question concisely. And I'm going to point to a system and I'm going to demonstrate that system by saying, well, there's a system here that has been agreed upon. These white people agreed system 2.47BXZ. And within this system, they discriminate. It states here on page 7, it states here that we're going to discriminate against these niggas. We're not going to hire no Jamals. We're not going to hire no Daquans. We are going to only hire David, Michaels, John, and all original type of regular American names. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay,
How you're speaking, real quick. How you're speaking is very vague, and you're not being specific. You're saying, and then you're also going back to history. On history, bro, we can agree. That's not my question on things. On history, we'll probably agree on most things on history, right? On how there was systems that held people back. We'll also agree on this. I'll give you an olive branch, right? We'll also agree that, well, due to the fact that these systems were in place that held black people back and gave white people certain advantages over black people, then therefore we are still experiencing certain outcomes, certain effects due to these past systems. I would say, yeah, that's true, but also white people are experiencing many effects as well due to the system that held them back as well. It's been specific system that was for black people, like redlining and all of these other things, right? The crack, the crack epidemic where the government, CIA, basically put crack in the hood, right? You get what I'm saying? Made it cheaper. Really, the rich white people, they was doing cocaine, but they broke it down. They made it crack, and that was when people was doing shots and all of that other type of stuff and smoking crack. So we know that it was an agenda, right? We know that. But what I'm saying, you following?
No. I got somebody else in the room. So
okay.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I would agree on those things in the past, but my question is about today. Is there a system that you can point to? You did the same thing. You pointed to employment, but we already been through affirmative action and DEI, where they tried to put it. Their goal was to try to make a system to overturn any type of racial discrimination that can be in a white person's mind. Like, you know what? Let's say a CEO is racist. But well, you know what? Now we have affirmative action, and you need to go ahead and hire these many employees that are of a different ethnicity, these many different employees that's of a different gender. So get more women and more blacks, Hispanics, and Asians in. What I'm saying is they already tried that. They already tried to do away with any type of racism within employment. And we've seen that it still didn't benefit black people. It still didn't benefit black people. So real quick. So if the system should try to get rid of the racism within employment didn't work, we must have to look in the mirror and say, okay, all right, what aren't we doing right? What aren't we doing right? Well, one, a lot of black people stop naming your kids weird names. Because if I'm the head of a company and I have a tradition, I'm gonna discriminate off of a Chinese name. I'm gonna discriminate off of a Puerto Rican name. Like, if discrimination is within me, and that's like my tendency, I'm hypothetically speaking, then if you don't share my culture's name, then I'm not gonna hire you. Tyshana. No, let me go ahead and get Kelsey in. You get what I'm saying? So black people need to know, like, listen, my mother and father, all of our kids' names, all of my parents' names are biblical names. John, Michael, David, things like that, right? So it's all biblical names, and I was totally fine. My resume went through totally fine. I would agree with you and say, well, there could be a racist white person out there that won't hire the Jamal based off of looking at the application because they see that it's a Jamal, the name. But we can avoid that. We can do things to avoid all of that. But then not only that, there's no proof of it. You can't demonstrate and prove that this white person or this white company is not hiring black people all because they're black. Maybe these black people are just not as qualified. Like, this is what I need you to demonstrate, right? So if you're going to make a claim, you need to fully demonstrate it rather than making very vague claims and go into history where we'll probably agree on history.
Okay, right. So again, like you said, they created a law to call affirmative action and DEI, and it's specifically for black people. It didn't. Black it wasn't. People, but it was.
That's what
it was for minorities, and you gotta let me land.
So, you don't understand. Real quick. I'll give it right back to you. Let me get 30 seconds. Affirmative action was not totally for black people. DEI, affirmative action, wasn't just for black people. It was for the minorities. So it was for the disenfranchised. So mainly it was for women, bro. I'll be honest with you. It was a feminist agenda to get more women in the workforce because men was like, all right, man, we not finna hire these chicks. These chicks can't do the job like these other men can. So really, that's what it was for. It was for black people was in there like, yeah, you need to hire some niggas, you need to hire some Spanish people. But I'll be honest with you, it was more for gender rather than race. This is why we fully didn't see anything.
That would kill your own argument by saying that they had programs specifically for black people when they didn't. You say it was for women, majority for women.
I didn't say it was specifically for black people. That was your argument.
Majority for women. I'm using the basis that you guys say that affirmative action is a law targeted for black people to get jobs. That's your argument. But now
it's for different races, but mostly we see that it benefited the gender over than the races.
Back when affirmative action was popular, when it was in its prime, blacks were the majority of the minority. There wasn't hardly any other race that was being targeted to not get employment. They were not targeting Irish. They wasn't targeting Jews to not get jobs.
Yeah, I think you missed the point, though. No, listen real quick. You're missing what I'm saying, though.
I get exactly what you're saying.
No, listen. They did something with, they would say, good intentions. We're gonna go ahead and hire more black people.
But that's my point,
listen, real quick. They did something with good intentions. We're going to go ahead and hire more black people. We're going to go ahead and hire more Mexicans, Asians. We're going to get women in there, the other gender in there. When we look at the outcomes of it, though, it's like, well, Yeah, maybe some people were benefited. Maybe some women and some black people, they definitely was hired because of X, Y, Z, because they were black. They fit the description to get the job. That's what happened. But overall, what we see that it benefited when we look at the outcomes was women, because there's women that's outcompeting men in higher education. There's more women that's outcompeting men in employment. So what you're saying, I know that they had, we would say, good intentions, but the outcomes didn't work. So my argument is very simple. If they already tried to make a system that was trying to hire more blacks and hire women and things like that, if that didn't work, then we must take accountability for our own actions, and we must make change within our own culture and our own communities so we can get these jobs. But not only that, we should be creating more jobs. So instead of looking at, this is the type of mindset that you have. You're like, well, you're still looking for a handout. Well, white people need to do this for us. White people. No, listen. Why would I ever?
Handout, sir.
Okay, so
Sir,
why would?
Can I get a chance
why
to
would
talk?
I?
You've been
Why
talking
would
like 10
anyone?
minutes.
No, I'll have you spot. We spoke about the same. Why would anyone ever? If you believe that white people are the oppressor, why would you look for a handout from your oppressor?
I'm not looking for a handout. And again, we did not get a chance to speak the same. Every time I get to
Basically,
talk,
we did.
no, it's not a basically. We run it back, bro. You've been talking over me the whole time. Every time I get to talking, then I let you talk for 5 minutes uninterrupted, being very decorum with you. So again, let me just land a plane.
Make your point though. Give me your argument though.
As far as when again you're talking about affirmative action, you're saying that you said that this was a system that said that prevented black people from not being employed, but then you went back and said that black people didn't benefit from it getting employed. That's an oxymoron. That doesn't make any sense.
No, you don't know how to follow an argument.
No,
that's incorrect.
I'm following.
You're straw manning my position.
You see how you're talking over me?
Because you're straw manning. Why would I allow you to straw man my position?
I went down the line of the argument.
Still man my position. Don't straw man it.
I said that employment was not. Employment is a system that affects black people. You then said that they have programs like affirmative action that gave black people jobs. I then said that the affirmative action did not benefit black people, and you didn't agree with me.
You are straw manning my position. That's not how the conversation went. I'll go ahead and repeat it back.
Let's agree. Let's come to an agreement of saying that's not a system of saying black people can't get a job if it's racist people in title positions of the job of the company.
Christopher, that's your claim.
That's not my government name. It's called Chris.
Chris. Okay, Chris. Wait, it's just Chris. It's not Christopher.
No, it's not my government name, but I just go by Chris. Yeah.
Oh, so Chris isn't your government name either?
No.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It's just my nickname, but yeah, it's not short for Chris though. Christopher.
Oh, okay, got it. All right, Chris. Chris, listen, that is not how the conversation went. The conversation went like this. You went ahead and made a claim, and you said that, I asked you what systems in America right now is holding black people back. You talked about jobs. You spoke about employment. And then I said, okay, well, demonstrate it. You could not demonstrate it. I was attempting I was not even attempting. I fully refuted how there isn't a system that's holding black people back when they had a system that was trying to help black people.
But it didn't work. But based off your own words, it didn't work.
Even though it, what are you? No. Listen, what I'm telling you is they weren't the main beneficiary.
I'm just hang the carrot in front of your face. I'm gonna hang the carrot.
Just mute real quick. Understand, because you're still men in a position. Me saying that black people wasn't the main beneficiary of DEI and things like this is not saying that it didn't help black people. I've already said that, yeah, black people got some jobs and things like that. I'm sure it helped get niggas some jobs. Sure. This is me demonstrating how you saying that there's an opposing system to stop black people getting jobs. I'm refuting that by telling you there's actually a system that was trying to help black people to get jobs. Do you get what I'm saying? So with that being said, I want the onus is on you to demonstrate what system is there. You got to point to it. You got to demonstrate it. How are these white people holding black people back from getting jobs today? You're off of mute, bro.
Jesus Christ, bro. You keep repeating the same thing. It's not
Because you're not answering it. You're not answering it, Chris. You're a bad debater.
You keep talking over me. Listen, if
All right,
you're saying that there's a system, you said that there's no system. In fact, there's a system to help black people get jobs. But then when you get to the equal, what happens after they put the system in place for black people to get jobs? Black people still don't have jobs. That proves that there's a system to hold black people from getting the jobs. And to say back in the now we're not talking about
that's not proving it. I need you to demonstrate it. Just because that's a negative.
The black people did not get jobs. You just said they were not beneficiaries
just because
at all. So and again,
Chris, you have a hard time comprehending this. Listen, Chris.
If it's 90%,
okay, I'll let you land your plane.
If it's 100% black people,
sure,
and they got a quota, and they hire 3 black people in there. That doesn't result to the rest of the black people that need jobs. What are you talking about? That only, and then again, if we can cover it up by saying, okay, we got the affirmative action, but we don't necessarily have to hire black people. We can hire women as well. That still does not help black people get jobs. That's still holding black people from getting jobs.
Okay, I'll repeat back what you said. I need an answer from you, but all you gave me was, well, Cooley, you said that there's a system that like affirmative action and DEI to try to help black people to get jobs. I said, well, yeah, this system was not only just for blacks, but it was for women. And we see that the people that benefited was women because they are like either just as employed as men or even more employed as men. And then if we're looking at education system, there's women there. They are seeking out higher education at higher rates than men. I believe that 60% of universities are filled with women and about only 40% are filled with men. So what I'm saying here is they've already been attempting to correct, right? To correct whatever type of discrimination or injustices within the employment system as far as for the blacks and for women. They already tried to do it. And if anything, they overcorrected because that system that they put in place, we see women are in, they're at higher rates in education and they're basically just as employed as men are, or probably more employed than men currently in America. I don't know about the more, but either the same or more. With that being said, by you still didn't tell me, the onus is on you to demonstrate where there's a system. By you saying, well, since there was a system to get black people in, but that system didn't work, therefore, that proves that there's a system to hold black people back. That's not any evidence, or that doesn't prove anything. That just shows us that even with a system to hire black people still doing something wrong. So this is why I said that, well, if you can't point to a system, you may have to look in the mirror.
No. So let's stop it right there.
Point to a system or look in the.
Let's stop it right there.
You got a mirror in your house? Do you have a mirror?
Let's stop it right there.
You may need to look in the mirror.
Let's stop it right there. So again, based off your own words, you just said that they implied the system of affirmative action to stop discrimination. That lets you know that there's a system right there. So
it wasn't about stopping any discrimination. It was to hide.
What you're saying is I can't prove it because I can't. They don't have. We're going to be prejudiced in our bylaws. Like what are you talking about? Why would they put that in their bylaws?
Demonstrate.
They had to apply a system to hire black people.
Okay. Listen, real quick. I think I see where you're missing me from. I think I see you're missing me.
Companies to hire black people.
I'll go ahead and say it this way. We can point to a system that was trying to hire minorities, right? correct?
For what reason though? Why were they trying to hire
No,
minorities?
just listen, listen.
No. Why were they trying to hire minorities?
Listen.
Why were they trying to hire? Why were they trying to hire them?
Answer my. I'm asking you a question, and then
I've answered it, but you keep dismissing it.
Listen, stop
You're
it.
dismissing it.
I'm asking you a question, and you're asking me a question instead of answering my question because you never answered my question yet.
Because I give you the answer, you dismiss the answer.
You've never answered my question yet at all. So please have some decorum, right? So we can point to a system that they were trying to help people to get more jobs, right? We can point to that system, right? Affirmative action, DEI. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Since we can point to a system where they were trying to help people to get more jobs, my question is, can you point to a system where they were trying to hold back people from getting jobs? Please point to it.
So what you're saying
Demonstrate
is,
it,
so what you're saying is based on because there's a law that says we're going to hire
That's
minorities.
a system, you dork. That's a system.
Okay, so the culture of the
Can we-
company. So the
could
so
we
the
point-
so
stop it. Could we point to redlining? Could we point to redlining?
So does the culture?
Could you point? No, listen, bro. Could you point to redlining?
So is the culture of the company? Is the culture of
This
the
nigga got
company?
low IQ. I give up. I give up, bro.
Is the
Can
culture?
you point to redlining?
Is the culture of the company in the user
You
manual?
answer no questions, bro. You don't answer any of my questions.
Bro, I'm literally answering the question.
No,
You're
you're
dismissing
not.
the answer.
No, you're not answering any of my questions.
So,
Can you point to
again,
redlining?
why would they put racist prejudice bylaws
In the 80s, in the 80s, could you point to redlining? Can you demonstrate it? You can demonstrate it by pointing to an actual system that these banks used to do. The banks had a system and we can point to it because people work for these banks and things get released. Okay, someone is oh wait, this is going on. Let me go ahead and release this to the press. Things go out there. So therefore, this is how how black people know about redlining from, people was chatting about it at work and stuff like that. Well, this is actually discriminating. You're not giving these black people loans because they live in this demographic. Well, we're going to go ahead and put a line there and these people get loans, but these people don't get loans at the same rate, or we just totally neglect them.
Okay,
there was Chris, there was a system. We can demonstrate it. I can even pull it up on Google. It would show me within the banking system codes.
Pull a lot of things up on Google.
Listen, it would show me codes that the banks would use that they would have redlining for. You know what? Actually, there's many systems for all of these companies. If you ever work for an insurance company, there's actually insurance codes. And insurance, they do things like redlining. So if you live on a busy street, and that street that you live on, it's a lot of accidents on that street because that data is calculated and recorded and goes to the insurance companies, then you'll actually have a higher insurance rate living on one street rather than another person living on another street, even though you have the same insurance company. This is what insurance companies engaged in. And the government got hold of that and the public got hold of that and was like, you know what? We should probably stop doing this. The insurance company fought back and was like, this is legitimate because we're at more risk if someone is living there. So it kind of panned out. And guess what? Insurance companies, they still engage with this type of, let's say, discrimination, right? So we can point to these systems.
Okay, so
listen. I want you to point.
For 5 minutes.
No. I want you, because I'm trying to help you out with your own argument. I want you to just demonstrate it. Point to if we can point to a system that was trying to help niggas, point to a system that was trying to oppress niggas. Currently today.
So let's. I'm a fold on that. I'm a fold on that question.
Yeah,
and then let.
So let's get someone else up here, bro. Finally, you finally conceded. It took us so long for you to finally concede. That's all. You made your concession. That was perfect. Got to get you out of here, bro, because you couldn't follow the conversation. You had no arguments. You couldn't understand what I was saying. I was demonstrating to you how the only reason why I brung up affirmative action and DEI was to demonstrate to you how we have a system to help niggas. Point to a system to hurt niggas. You couldn't get it. All right, let's bring up more people. We got okay. No, don't go anywhere. Connor, I see you back there. David Ransberg, I see you up there too. But we got to go in order. Connor Connor, you're after this person. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name. What do you want to debate about?
Farik Allah.
Farik, what's going on with you, man? What do you want to debate?
Basically, the sticking to the topic of tonight's conversation is I was highly disappointed in the interview between Corey Holcomb and Anton Davis.
Hold up, real quick. Let me just address this comment because people always talking in the chat and they scared to come up. Cooley always talking to people who not equipped to whoop him in a debate. I spanked him and little team last time. I'll spank him again. Well, big Saze, I don't remember you. And you've never defeated me in a debate. But if you feel confident, click the first link in the comments and just join the stream, man. I'll bring you up. Don't comment. Join the stream. I'm sorry, man. The floor is yours.
Yeah, get right at it. Yeah, I was highly disappointed in the debate because I felt as though the two opposing arguments can actually be harmonized if both parties actually indulged in the opposing viewpoints literature. From Corey's perspective in a crowd that actually studies the same material that he studies, they fall victim to the argument of being oppressed even up until this day. And I highly disagree with that because there are various means and ways that we could, as a people, got to the point where we could have been independent and not look for any handouts from the dominant society.
I agree.
Now, where I disagree with Anton at, I agree with his points on making excuses and trying to create a straw man argument about the lack of or how we have been disenfranchised by the actual system. But the point where I disagree with their talking points is I will say that the society, the dominant society, has directly interfered in our repair in the event from us coming from slavery. They have directly interfered with that, which is, I would say, point to the different movements that we have had, the
Yo. Okay. Chat. Can y'all hear me now? I think y'all can hear me. You can hear me? Okay. Sorry about that, man. I had my system just got messed up a little bit there. Can you hear me, man?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry about that. Like I froze up. I had to like restart my my ATM Mini Pro. But okay, man. Yo, let's since we got still people backstage, let's get to the point of contention. Can you make it a little concise for me on, what point that you disagree with that Anton Daniels said that you think that I may agree with, so we can have a debate?
So the point is my contention is what I noticed, the talking points that those that have similar ideas is that they don't recognize the actual interference that the dominant society has in interrupting the repair of the Black community when we try to make a conscious effort to actually have self-determination and actually become something better than what we was. And the main argument is that there's a system in place, or if we can't point to the particular system, then this thing doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But that has yet to be proven, because from my research and careful analysis, the most violent and most oppressive onslaughts came from when Black people actually fully mobilized and started to become independently or economically independent of the dominant society. So in this days and time, Black people have not mobilized like that. So that's why we always reaching in the back with Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Marcus Garvey movements and stuff like that, because actually this system that they're contending about, that we saying exists, it has yet to be actually proven, because we have not actually mobilized in these days and time. Because every time that we have mobilized and where we
In the past, you're saying then we'll see that a system will appear. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
so
like
you're saying that
a system of, like, it only comes about from what I've seen from economic independence. It doesn't care anything about your philosophy, your Black powerness, or anything like that.
and the crazy thing is that, like, bro, there's white people living in trailer parks right now, and they find it hard for them to get a job, and they can't, like, think about it. These white trailer park people, you think that they'll have any better chance of getting a job over a Black person that has an education and has things going for himself and speaking properly and has a good resume? Like, no, bro. Like, listen, if you have a company, nepotism is real. If you have a company, you're probably not going to get the position over the family member. And fair, right? If I got a company, you just got to be understanding of that. But if you have a company, after your family, you definitely want to hire the most qualified person. That's just because you want the best person to do the job, because you want to make money. Like, we live in a capitalist society. So these white people are capitalists. You get what I'm saying? They want to put the best person that can do the job. And if it's a Black person, a Mexican, an Asian person, no matter who you are currently today, they're hiring those people. So it has nothing to do with skin color. We've been past that, man. We've been past it.
I don't even go down that road right there. That's not even what I want to. The reason why getting to the point is that
I know you're not going down that road.
Agree on that point, but the point that a lot of those that come from Anton's philosophy fail to realize. I have a question for you, because
go ahead. You come ask the question.
Can you tell me the actual who was the architects of the slave trade?
Oh man, I'm on YouTube, man, but I'll just say I've been streaming for a while, but let's just say those people they got money and they like to keep their money within their family.
I totally agree with that. Now that part right there is not highlighted, and that is the actual group of people that I'm actually talking about. I'm actually talking about when it comes it comes to actual it would come to actual oppression.
Okay, so listen, let's real quick. Since we're on I'm on Facebook too right now streaming, man, and that's even more sensitive than YouTube. So trust me, I love to engage in these conversations, but we got to go on Rumble for that if we really want to do it, because then we'll be like not speaking direct, and I'm a direct individual. I like to speak direct. So let's engage on that another time. But let me get some more people up, man. I do appreciate your time, though.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, man. All right, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
How you doing? My name is Connor, but sometimes people call me Conrad.
Conrad,
I just want to address pretty much you were speaking about, I caught the tail end when you talked about masturbation and then marijuana, and then these low IQ people trying to talk about how racism holding us back. One thing I think, even though I think you're completely correct for the vast majority of men, especially men, an abstinence from masturbation is the way to go. But what you missed is the lack of discipline and applying discipline in all these different areas, whether it's masturbation, whether it's marijuana, and especially when it comes to the workforce and being held back. If we learn what discipline is, how to deploy it on a micro level on a day-to-day in our lives, and then apply and then understand what our overall goal is for our life, then we'll understand that masturbation, marijuana, and oppression isn't strong enough to hold us back. It's not the problem. So, for example, I'll just give you a little bit of example in my own personal life. I'm abstinent, non-amorous, and so don't have sex. I don't engage in romantic relationships. You can't really see me, but it's coming from a guy with a six-pack, straight teeth, conventionally attractive. So
let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Are you gay?
No.
Okay.
Hey, valid question.
All right,
valid
fair
question.
enough. And listen, Conrad, I would agree with that. You know, it does take discipline to like say if you have a vice, but if you're disciplined in other areas, it would help you to overcome that vice. So yeah, I speak about that all the time on my channel. So we would agree here. This wouldn't be a point of contention or anything that we would disagree on. I would think that we would be fully agree on that from what you said. But yeah, man, listen, if you don't have anything else for me though, I do appreciate your time, but I do want to get other people up here, man.
Okay.
I seen you've been waiting backstage patiently, so I do appreciate that too, man. I do appreciate you,
I have
man.
a quick question for you. I just wanted to ask you for a while. Which
Okay,
is,
go ahead. One question.
Similar to the guy that just was on there that got mad and broke Drake from way back when, saying the black woman was God. They got mad and they tried to call you out, but then when you were like, "What's up? We can do it in person."
Yeah.
They kind of, was BSing you. Me, I respect you. I'm not gonna sit there and try to rage bait to get you mad. But if you want, man, we can set it up. We can have like some type of just friendly sparring, just for content.
Are you
man.
around Philly? Are you around Philly?
No, I'm not. I'm in Texas, but hey,
Oh, man,
I
you mad
can get
far.
there. I can get there. So if you want, we can do something like that. Some good content. Just two strong men doing what men do, with sharpen each other, and that'd be
Yeah,
good
man, I'm
content for you,
always
good experience.
I'm always down to have a sparring partner, so why not, man? But yeah, man. So yeah, the guy that came on stream and he was talking smack, and I sent him the information. He never replied back, but he does have it.
I bet.
Right? So he has it, and it's set up for Saturday at 8 p.m. And I text him, hey, Saturday 8 p.m. Be there. Here's the studio. Send him the address. So we'll see if he shows up, right?
Yeah. But all right, maybe I'll hit you on Instagram. Let me know if you're down for it, and we'll work it out. But man, much love, man. You're doing God's work. Keep it up, brother.
Appreciate you, man. Have a blessed one. All right. All right, chat. We've been streaming for a while. I got a lot of super chats to read. Don't worry. I'm going to get to all the super chats. I'm not missing no super chats tonight. I'm not missing none of them. We get in everybody. So let me do that real quick, though. Let me get to these super chats, man, because they've been piling up. Let me see here. 1 second here, chat. Let's see. Sorry, man. I'm just trying to. Okay, we got these ones in here. Okay. Probably all of them aren't going to show up on screen, but some of them are going to show up on screen, but we got a lot of them in here. All of them are not going to show up on screen, unfortunately. Okay, let me get these ones that showed up on screen first. So we got Tyga sends in $10. He says, Dane is the exact white man Corey was talking about, always trying to keep a ninja like me down. Fair enough. We got Dane Snyder sends in $5. Best example of manhood, Christ. He said, no greater love than laying down your life for your friends, not laying down your life for your pride. True. We got Dane Snyder again, sends in $5. Appreciate the support, Dane. He says, you did shift tone a little, but that's wisdom. That's hierarchy. That's masculine wisdom. You didn't pander like Black Willie Nilsson said, though. Not sure what you're talking about there, Dane. This was like a while ago. Or maybe that, maybe you're talking about someone else. We got, Groove sends in $2, says ninjas locks blocking his thinking. Okay. That was the one guy that came up with the dreads. I'm not sure who. We had a few of them. We got Dane again, sends in $5. He says, maybe because I'm a Ritz, but to me, nothing worth physically fighting a man except about to lay hands on me, my wife, or someone vulnerable. Fair enough. We got He-Man. Well, H-Man sends in $2. He says, Anton married and Christian, yet had a side piece. Anton married and Christian, yet he had a side piece. I don't know anything about that. We got Dane Snyder says in $10. Mr. Wright made the mistake many make. He talked about what another race does without knowing the race in deep, organic, long relationships. He must not know many of us Scotch-Irish rednecks we escape too. Okay. Appreciate you, Dane. We got Dane again. Since in $5 says nepotism is bad if you give your stupid kid a position and he runs the company and runs the company to the ground, but it's your company to kill if you want. Yeah, true. We got Zandal sends in $2. She says, thank you, Farik, for hosting the show tonight. Shouts out to Farik. That was the guy that was just up. Yep. We got Dane Snyder again. Sends in $2. He says, call-ins tonight. Some call-ins tonight. Some black from blacks. I see what you're saying. Like Shaft. Okay, some blacks like Shaft. I see what you're saying. The movie Shaft. Okay, I think that's what you're referring to. All right, so now we're gonna get to these other super chats that I got on my phone because I don't want to miss any. JB the King says in $10. He says he handled it perfectly fine, if you ask me. Okay, he was referring to Anton and Corey Holcomb. We got let's see. We got a chef. Chucks sends in $5. Appreciate the support, man. He says, Corey just isn't smart enough for an intellectual conversation or debate. That's why Corey tried to keep it ghetto. Fair enough. We got Boxing Guru says, these our fighting words. Got it. You're a woman. Okay, that's when Corey was saying that. Okay, I see what you're saying. Boxing Guru again says in $2. But how did you get successful, my black brother? Talking about me? I mean, I'm doing all right. I ain't rich or nothing, man. But I was making money before the podcast. Like I was making, I was already a 6-figure earner, not low, maybe mid before the show. I was in sales. That's what I did. And I ran up the bag, man. I was always a hard worker and dedicated, didn't have any vices and stuff like that, right? So yeah, that's probably why one of the reasons why I don't cuss is because it helps me to be disciplined in other areas. Like, bro, I always want to say cusses. Well, not always anymore. I kind of got that restrained, but I used to always want to cuss. Then my grandfather was like, listen, if you can like control your brain and the words that control your mind, have some mind control and control the words that come out of your mouth, you'll be able to control maybe other habits that may come up. And that always kind of stuck with me and things like that. It's not to say that I can't say that I've never not said a curse word or anything like that. But overall, like in my life, yeah, no, like I don't cuss, right? We got and like you got to think about it. Like nigga to some people is a cuss. Like I say other words that other people may consider cuss words. And if you say cuss words, that doesn't mean that you're bad, right? That's not like you know, fully unchristian. Like no, that's not anything in biblical scriptures. Jesus called people dogs, right? So for me, it's just more of a mind control thing. That's all it is. So, all right, we got a hustler sends him $5. He says, Cooley, come on, let the man speak. You be on some BS right now. What? I'll let him speak. If you're talking about the dude that I had up, where he couldn't point to a system and he didn't know like the words that was coming out of my mouth. I'm like, bro. Like he didn't know. I even told him like you know the system like redlining, affirmative action, DEI. These are all systems that I can point to. Now, these systems was to help out the black community. We see that it didn't get us out of anything fully, but you know some of their programs in there was for black people, was for different genders and things like that too, for the opposite sex, which is female women. But he didn't understand that I was pointing out there's a system to help black people we can point to, we know about. We should be able to point to then that there's a system that's trying to hurt black people. And after like 20 minutes of him not understanding, he finally conceded. Then once he conceded, there's no point of talking to him. I kicked him off the stream. And I'll have him back. It's not to say that I wouldn't have him back, but like, come on, bro, I got to get other people up here. Like I was about to kick him off the stream prior to because he just couldn't understand the words that was coming out of my mouth. Like, bro, point to a system, demonstrate it, give me some type of evidence. Well, it's since there is a system to help black people, that proves and that's evidence that there's a system to hold us back. No, that's just your mind saying that. That's not you demonstrating it. Like that's just your opinion, but great, we all got opinions. Can you like demonstrate it though? He could never demonstrate it. We got a hustler again. He sends in, well, actually, before that, we got a boxing guru who says, guarantee this guy will not answer these questions. Yeah, he didn't answer none of the questions. Hustler sends in $2. Cooley, you're corny for this. Bro, Hustler 857100, join the stream. Why are you sending him? Well, listen, I appreciate your money, but why are you sending me money where you can join the stream and you can let me know how corny I am to my face? Come on, man, do that. We got boxing guru against us in $5. Do you think you could be a successful brand ambassador in the 1930s? What do you mean, successful brand ambassador? I mean, well, what do you mean? Like by brand ambassador, a successful one? How successful? Like as successful as the whites? Well, no, that was the 1930s, bro. Oh, you got Brian Ross sends in $2. And who knows, possibly there was black people that was more successful than many white people. Boxers back then, what's the one boxer? I've been streaming for so long, my memory is going. But anyways, yeah, there's been exceptions to the rule, but exceptions don't make the rule. That's why I'll concede on that and say probably not. We got Groove says in $2 says you gotta live stream the fade. Oh yeah. Listen, if he shows up, I'm a live stream. He's gonna come, and we're gonna debate. Right? He didn't say he wanted the fade, because then I would have been like, well, forget the debate. I would have given him a different address, like we can meet somewhere, right? I gave him the address so he can come and debate me. But he said that, bro, you won't say that to my face. You won't call me low IQ and call me dumb, because that's all I called him. He said that you won't say that to my face. So on Saturday, I'm not even doing an intro. Things I'm going to say to him is that, remember on stream, I called you low IQ and you dumb? Well, what you said was dumb. I'm saying it right now. I still think that you're low IQ and what you said was dumb. So that's going to get it out the way, right? Right from the debate. That's what I'm going to do. So therefore, once I say that, it's up to him. If he get up out of his seat, he getting mopped. That's just what's happening. I play no games over here, right? And not that I consider, I may not even feel that he's a threat, but since the fact that he was on stream, well, I will dismantle everything, right? You're going to be fully obliterated mentally and physically, because if you want to debate, you're going to get destroyed. And if you actually want to scrap, you will get destroyed. We got JB the King sends him $5. The Hall of Fame has childish comebacks. Yeah, he has some childish ones. We got Hustler sends him $2. Now I see who cut Cooley checks the W man. Come on and join stream, bro. No one cuts my checks. I'm independent, right? You know what? I actually got hit up by an investor to invest into the show. They offered me a good, nice bag to invest into the show. And I denied it. So, you know, I was curious, like, well, how much do you want to invest? And well, what's the details with this? Just to see, right? And but they offer other content creators the bag too. So they're very transparent, and it's a big company. But I denied it. I don't need it. And you got to pay it back, you know, with interest and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I don't need it anyway. And even if I did need it, I'll be honest, it's not within my principle to take a handout like that. Like I don't have any loans out as far as like for my business. I don't got no loans. It's just like, you know what? I'm gonna just get it all out the mud. Right? But anyways, we got Yo Boy Lame says in $2. I know you are what, but what am I? The Hall of Fame. Yeah, man, that was his comebacks. We got Dane Snyder says in $10. The guys who came up on stream were so feminine in their thinking, and it was exposed by their meta conversation about Cooley's behavior and talk about how they've been mistreated. You unfair to me. Yeah, that quoting, you unfair to me. Yeah, man, it's feminine stuff. We got Dane Snyder again, says in $5. Best stream in a long time. I love coming on, but the strangers debating with Cooley is better. I'm being entertained instead of being entertaining. Appreciate you, Dane. Yeah, man, this was an entertaining stream. We are winding down right now. We got Dane Snyder again. Yeah, we do got, nope, I read that one. Yo Boy Lame says, Cooley, bring some gloves and a blicky just in case. Well, no gloves, bare knuckle. Well, if we do it on camera, it would have to be gloves. But if it's off camera, I'm not bare knuckle, right? Are you gonna come out? Oh, it's gonna be bare knuckle. We ain't got to do no gloves at all. We got, but yeah, I always got the blicky on me, right? So that ain't, and it's not like I don't think it'll get to that. Like, but if it does, I'm prepared. But not only that, I'm about 100% sure that he won't show up just by the energy. 100% sure. 100% sure. We got Yo Boy Liam again, says in $2 stream this Saturday, yo. We want to see some cooking. If he shows up, I'll do it. Pretty sure he won't though. We got Dane Snyder, says in $5. If you didn't get the Shaft reference, I was going to petition to revoke your brother card. No, yeah, I got the Shaft reference. Yeah. I got it. It took me time like, okay, I see where you're going with this. We got Angelo Shabazz sends in $20. Appreciate the support.
No Fugazee.
He says, many conservatives like Anton have some positions that are correct until it gets to white supremacy. That's when the Sambo starts. Anton is either illiterate on that point or just a master Sambo. Well, what do you mean? Like, Corey made his points. Anton made his points back. Corey didn't refute any of Anton's points. So if it's a debate, then you have to put up an argument. It was just, both of them were just doing talking points. At least Anton would then, it was Corey would pose a question, then Anton was putting, like, he would engage and give his argument, right? The talking point, which is his argument, but Corey wouldn't give any refutation for the argument. He would laugh, say, really? That's what you think? And then kind of move on to another question. So that's what happened. We got Dane Snyder says in $5. You had tech problems in that debate with Zena. Maybe the chat needs to step up their super chat so you can hire an engineer to get it together. Yeah, I did have some tech problems with Zena. Donate to the channel, man. We still got 500 people in here or so watching. And if you want to continue to support the show, donate to the stream and I'll invest back into it and get some tech people so we don't experience any problems at all. But listen, I have fun tonight. Appreciate all of you that tuned in with me to this time. But I'm going to go ahead and wrap up stream. The next stream, today's Dane is 12:39 a.m. Today's Thursday. With that being said, the next stream that I'll be doing, hopefully on Saturday if dude shows up. If not, I got a debate on Sunday. So even if he doesn't show up, I still got a debate on Sunday. I'll be streaming that. That's going to be with a Jubilee debater. And we are going to be debating, does Christianity support feminism? So we'll get into that on Sunday. Other than that, this podcast is No Fugazi. I will be making it pretty much dedicating every Tuesday and Thursday for open panel debate night. So if you want to come up for open panel debate night, it will be guaranteed every Tuesday and Thursday. That's a guarantee now. I'm guaranteeing it to you every Tuesday and Thursday, 7 p.m. open panel debate night. Now, this doesn't mean that I won't stream. I may stream on a Monday and I may even stream on a Wednesday. But at least it's guaranteed. I'm guaranteeing that I will be streaming on every Tuesday and every Thursday for open panel debate night. But obviously, you guys get more streams than that during the week. So without further ado, peace.
No Fugazi.
And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio. New podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we can box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yes.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.